Bonjour, welcome to day 3 of our European cricket series here in Malta. Malta is a hidden gem in the world of cricket, and this scenic ground is just about to be filled with the echoes of willow striking leather. We've had 2 great days of action so far, a lot of close finishes, but one thing we're missing is a golden ball. Is today the day we finally break that streak? Well, stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So our opening doubleheader is between Gezira United and the Southern Crusaders. Gezira United are playing in their first ever ECS, so it's going to be interesting to see how they fare under the pressure. Their most experienced player is, of course, their captain and wicketkeeper, Bhuvan Aryal, who we've seen play in the past for Gozo Cricket Club. Meanwhile, for the Southern Crusaders, well, we know they reached the final last time around, and this time they just want to go one step further. The big story for them is that Basil George, their run machine from the last ECS, no longer plays for them. He's off playing with the Edex Knight. It's going to be interesting to see who fills that void, who gets all those runs for them. Well, I think a guy like Ryan Bastians is someone we need to watch out for, as I'm sure he's going to step up and fill that void. Let's head over to the coin toss, where Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Okay, Southern Crusaders to call.
Heads.
Heads is call. It's tails.
So we're going to bat first.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Thank you.
So Gazira United have won the toss and they're batting.
So Gazira United have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. It's quite interesting that so far here in Malta, whoever's won the toss has decided to bat first. That's kind of contrary to modern limited overs cricketing convention, where we typically see sides chasing first. But so far, it's worked for most of these teams who've decided to bat first. Of course, the temperatures today, well, we expect them to be about 24 degrees Celsius for much of the day, so we're in for a warm one. Let's head back to the commentary box where I'll take you over yesterday's games.
Well, it was certainly a very interesting day of cricket yesterday, and of course, we had 4 thrilling matches, and it all started off with a great doubleheader between the Royal Strikers and Marsa. Of course, we'll first take a look at this beautiful drone shot of this scenic ground here in Malta. Of course, we're at the Marsa Sports Complex. Got a gorgeous pavilion over here as well. A lot of courts around us, a beautiful tennis court, a nice golf course. Let's have a look at this match summary for our first game of the day yesterday. Of course, Marsa took that one against the Royal Strikers by 30 runs. Fanyan Majid was terrific yesterday. He made 2 big scores. Started off with the 76 of just 32 deliveries to lead his side well. The Royal Strikers, well, they just couldn't get it done with the bat in hand. I mean, they were struggling. Couldn't quite get anybody to play that big innings. And in the end, they fell short by 30 runs. They would bounce back strong in the second game, and of course they would split that 2-game doubleheader between these sides. Of course, Encore Singh this time around would actually go on and play that big knock, making an undefeated 64 of 24 deliveries. They post a very healthy total of 124 on the board. And then in response, Marsa, well, they fought hard, mostly thanks to Fanyan Majid's heroics. He made a great 69, but they ended up falling short by 9 runs in that game. And then we'd round out the day with a couple of matches between the Bujiba Blasters and the Red Stars. Of course, the Red Stars playing on the European Cricket Network for the first time. They would unfortunately lose this game by 20 runs. They just struggled a little bit with their bat. Their run rate was too slow for much of the innings, and they just couldn't get out of the rut. In the end, the Bujiba Blasters got off to the start they desired. And they make it 2 wins and 2 to start off the Bujiba Blasters by beating the Red Stars in the second game of their doubleheader. Of course, the Red Stars, they posted a pretty decent total this time around, making 107 runs, but they just couldn't get it done with the ball in hand. You saw some good innings by Gaurav Maithani and Narendra Negi, which just helped the Blasters get over the finishing line. And here's a look at the standings of Group A. Of course, yesterday was Group B day. We saw 4 games from Group B. Now, of course, we're back to Group A once again. Modern Day and Edix Knights leading this group so far with 2 wins and 2 to start off. So we're going to see Gazira United and Southern Crusaders, 2 teams we haven't seen play yet so far this ECS. Of course, Gazira United, this is going to be the first time we're going to see them on the European Cricket Network. So we're really looking forward to this matchup. Of course, there's a fantasy dashboard for Match 9 from our Encore series here in Malta. You're looking at Gazira United. I mean, their most experienced player is Bhuvan Arial. I think he's a bit of a bargain at 6, considering he's one of the players in this Gazira United side we actually know well because we've seen him play before in the network. As I mentioned earlier, you know, he played some of his cricket for Gozo Cricket Club, and then, of course, the Southern Crusaders. This was that side that made it to the finals, but unfortunately fell just short in the ECS we had earlier this year. A lot of pressure on Ryan Bastians to step up and fill the void that Basil George left behind. Here we go. We're ready for the first ball. Beautiful looking drive early, and that's cleared the boundary rope with ease. It's a 6. It's a Maximo to start off. It goes all the way. Very well struck there by Durai. Beautiful looking shot. Absolutely gorgeous. And you talk about a side who we haven't seen play before on the network, and they come out here with a real statement of intent on the very first ball. Of course, we saw Durai once play in that T20 game on the European Cricket Network 4 years ago. He made just 1 run in that match of 3 deliveries before he was dismissed, so he's already cleared his ECN best with just 1 shot. Nice introduction for this cricket club. Oh, this time he goes straight, doesn't quite get a hold of it. And of course the outfield's a little bit slow. It's rather damp early in the morning, which means it just gets stuck in the grass. There might have been half a chance for a run out there. But in the end, both the batters are safe, so a couple more runs for Durai. And a very good morning to everyone joining us in our chat. Hope you're doing well wherever you're joining us from. Oh, this one's a wider delivery. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, it just catches a bit of the line on the way through. That's a good call by the umpire. Two umpires for this match are, of course, Joydeep Khosroy and Darshit Batankar. Mahil Daub is our third umpire. Quick change in the field. They've just brought mid-wicket in and instead sent someone out to deep cover. And that was a very interesting choice of line and length. I know it's a wide, but even if it had been a legal delivery, I think, considering the field setting he has, which is protection out at a deep cover and deep third, it's probably not where you want to be bowling anyway. Oh, great ball. That's where he needs to be. Excellent delivery. Great comeback by the bowler. Oh, he's not quite got a hold of it, but it's going to evade the fielder. And they might come across for a couple of runs. And there's two more for them. And now it's all for nothing with 4 balls gone. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, it just goes over the fielder at extra cover. He's come back strong, the bowler, hasn't he? After getting hit for a 6 off the very first ball. Creating a few chances since then. And there was one. Is there an edge there? There certainly is. The umpire raises his finger, so the bowler has the last laugh in this nice little early morning battle between Durai and Seneviratne. That's wicket number 7 for the year for Seneviratne. He's having a very, very good year so far. An economy rate of 8.5 across all the games he's played. Getting a wicket almost every other over. Let's have another look at this. Just a thin edge through to the wicketkeeper. A little bit of extra bounce as well. That's the end. So started off strong, Crusaders Durai. It looked very good in his first couple of balls, but since then, he's been bothered a little bit. 12 for 1 at the end of 5 deliveries. So it's Ariel, the skipper, and the wicketkeeper for this side coming out to bat. Of course, as we mentioned, he's the most experienced player in this team in terms of European cricket. He's obviously played for Goes OCC in the past, so are we looking to lean on him when they're in spots like this where they've lost an early wicket? They just need him to play a smart innings here. A little bit of width on offer, and it's gone straight to the fielder. Well, you talk about wanting an impact from your captain and most experienced player. That's Ariel gone for a golden duck, and Derek's going to be up early this morning. Well, what a wicket, Ariel. That is a nightmare start to his series. Gets a wider one, he slaps it, but he's cut it straight to a fielder. I think he's absolutely stunned. He can't believe what he's done. Very good catch there. I think that's Gopal Thakur. Very sharp catch, and out comes Derek. Nice and early in the morning at 8:30. to greet the unfortunate batter who heads back to the dugout. Let's just take a look at this. Wasn't the best delivery. And those are often the ones that get you wickets in T10 cricket. And he just picked out a fielder. Extremely unlucky, you have to say. I mean, either side of that fielder, and it's probably going away for 4. Of course, this is a great chance to remind you that history will unfold this December on the European Cricket Network. It's the dawn of a new era in European women's cricket. The ECN is proud to announce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship. Of course, between the 17th to the 22nd of December, you've got the premier talent from Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria battling it out in the incredible ECCW. A terrific way to end our 2023 season. Oh, it might be another edge there. It's another wicket. Another wicket falls. And Derek's going to be back out again, so a lot of early exercise for him. And, well, this innings has started off with a 6, but since then, wickets have been falling in a flurry. Another edge through there to the keeper, so you had Alfie Khan by any chance on your fantasy team, you'll be delighted right now. And Derek is out for a walk again. Let's just take another look at this. Here we go. New batter in is Patel. They're in real trouble right now, United. Oh, it's a good length delivery. It's going to be a quick single. They're going to have to scamper across fast, and they certainly do. Patel gets off the mark in very nervy fashion. So for a side who started off the perfect way on the very first ball, it's kind of all gone pear-shaped since then. And now Kandel and Patel, they're going to have to rebuild this innings. And of course, in typical T10 fashion, you can't take your time when you're rebuilding. You just have to find a way to keep scoring. Look at that win predictor right now, 86% in favor of the Southern Crusaders. That's another wider one. Well, the bowler is not too pleased with that. Let's take another look at this. Well, that's a tight call. That's another wider delivery, and he's just trying to get some bat on it. Kandel, of course, it's not too bad a plan because both the fielders in the deep are currently stationed at deep backward point and deep third. Oh, he just over pitches that one. He absolutely drills it. It beats the fielder at mid-off, and it goes away for a boundary. Very well struck. It's nice effort there by Ryan Bastians, who's stationed at mid-off, but just beaten for pace by that ball. And they needed that. They needed a little counter punch here, United. This time he plays it uppishly and he clears the boundary rope very comfortably. Second 6 of the innings. That's Kandel. Again, just slightly overpitched. It's in the slot. And he absolutely bashes that one away. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, very, very well struck. Good shot. And a 6 and a 4 to end the innings. A much needed one. Again, let's see if Senavarutne comes back for a second over. Again, if he comes back for a second over, he's going to be on a hat trick. And it looks like he will. So the next ball we're going to see is going to be a hat trick ball. Let's have a look at the standings. Of course, we had a short chat about this right at the top of the broadcast. Both these teams playing their first matches in Group A. So here we go. Hat trick ball for Laksitha. Here's a look at all the hat tricks we've had so far this calendar year. Are we going to get hat trick number 43? And the first one of this ECS in Malta, if we do indeed get it. Batsman facing is Patel. Senevaratna with a chance to make some history. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, this one is struck very nicely. Almost nutmegs the fielder. And that slight misfield allows the two batters to comfortably come across for a couple of runs. So it's a rather uneventful hat-trick ball in the end. Oh, this one is just going down the leg side. And a very good morning to Jeffrey Mobbs is joining us in the chat. Jeffrey, of course, mentioning that he stayed up all of last night and watched Glenn Maxwell. Well, you know, we were obviously here at the ground when that innings was going on. We were covering the games here, so I didn't hear about it until all the group chats started exploding. The talk of how well Glenn Maxwell had played. So, honest with you, I was also up a little later in the hotel room last night. This one's played away towards square leg and just catching the highlights of his innings, and boy, that was something special. Probably the best innings I've seen since Stokes at Headingley. Oh, and he just gets it over the fielder at cover. Doesn't have enough to go to the boundary row, but doesn't quite. Bastians with a bit of foot fielding on a Champions League midweek. It's been a very interesting power play so far. I mean, obviously, you know, you'd have to say that at least so far, Southern Crusaders would be the happier of the two teams just because of how many wickets they've managed to get. But, you know, Goza United haven't let that run rate dip. And all credit to them. They've continued to pummel boundaries. And let's see if they can just keep this rate going. I mean, if they get to 110, I think for your first ever batting innings in an ECS, that is very impressive. And this one's going to be given a wide as well. Struggled a little bit with wides early in this innings. That's the fourth wide already. And he goes for a big swipe across the line. And he whiffs at that one, of course. Innings End, Mr. Maximo is also joining us in the commentary box. He's asking me how the bug situation is this morning. It's not too many bugs about, in all honesty. I think it was a little bit damp this morning, but it often is over here. But again, it's going to be a nice and sunny day, so just expect the ground to dry up, the outfield to get quicker as well. Ooh, this goes down the leg side, and it's going to be, they're going to get another run over here. It's a quick bit of running between the wickets. And some very sharp stuff. Again, I've been impressed by how United have been running between the wickets early in this innings. I think, you know, their boundary hitting's obviously been quite impressive, but, you know, they found a way to manufacture runs by running hard between the wickets. I think one of the things, if there is, that I'd probably be critical of the Red Stars yesterday, another side who were making their ECN debut, is that they probably didn't run between the wickets as well as they should have. And he's cleaned them up, so another wicket falls over here. The rate might be going well, but that wickets column is a touch too high for the power play. They've lost 4 wickets in just 3 overs. As Luxitha does get his 3rd wicket, he's bowled superbly. Great ball, full and straight, crashes into the stumps. Classic case of you miss, I hit. And yeah, is that the wisest shot in that sort of scenario? Probably not, especially when your side has lost 3 wickets. I mean, you don't usually tell batters to pace their innings in T10 cricket. When I think there, you just need to be a little bit wiser. Again, your side's in a lot of trouble as it is. You're going at an okay rate. Is that the wisest shot? Maybe if you try to hang around a few more overs, you're going to get enough bad balls. But he does depart in the end, and they're 33 for 4 at the end of the power play. Just have a look at the graph over there. Of course, they're currently going at a run rate of 11. Interesting thing to note, though, is they've taken about 16 minutes to bowl the first 3 overs, so they have to keep an eye on the clock as well. Well, there's an update on the bug situation in that picture. I mean, that is quite nasty. I mean, that angle pretty much tells you. I mean, thankfully we're lucky that this isn't much of a bug situation in the commentary box at least, but out there though, yeah, that certainly does look rough. Or maybe I spoke too soon. I think a few of them are heading our way. Oh, there he just swivels out of his shoes. I mean, Bhandari completely lost his shape on that shot. Again, fielding restrictions have been lifted, so we're allowed 5 fielders outside the ring. They're currently stationed at long off, deep mid wicket, long off, deep backward point, and deep third. Again, Bhandari just swinging out of his shoes, and he's got no balance when playing these shots. I mean, maybe he should just look to at least settle into his innings, you know, play a regular cricketing shot, you know, at least try to get a single. And his partner's just gone to have a word with him. I think that's smart by Patel. Probably telling him just to settle his nerves a bit and play the way he usually does. Oh, this one's just skewed up in the air. Shouts of catch, and it's well taken. A really good catch. They've been good with their catching so far. The Southern Crusaders have been absolutely ruthless, and half the United side have been sent back to the dugout. 34 for 5. And yeah, they're in dire straits now. Let's just have a look at this. It's a fuller delivery. Doesn't quite time it the way he wants. And it pops up for a very comfortable catch. That is well taken. And this is some really good stuff if you're a Southern Crusaders fan. Again, this side, you know, we did see them make the final, as I said, back in January in the ECS. So we're looking to go one step further this time around. And they've started these first 4 overs incredibly well. And now it's Shah coming out to bat. This one is just played away. Is it going to beat the fielder? It certainly will. So a good introduction by Shah. That's a nice way to introduce yourself to European cricket fans. First ever ECS innings. And he plays it away for a 4. That's a good looking shot. Again, just plays the ball to its merit. Hits it on the offside. I think the previous batter, Bhandari, was just kind of lost his balance. Was trying to play shots that just simply weren't there. And in the end, though, Gezira United, I think, you know, we've seen some exciting things from them. You know, they certainly have some hitting power, but we're just going to have to learn to be a whole lot wiser with the way they go through an innings. You can't lose 5 wickets in the first 4 overs. Doesn't matter how aggressively you're trying to hit. Yeah, Kai Bay saying it looks like a swarm of locusts. Certainly does to me as well. And this one's looks like it's gonna go on to hit the leg stump. And that is a great way for Karyawasam to start off his morning. And the 6th wicket falls for Gozo United. And now we're at that point whether we wonder they're gonna end up in Hall of Shame territory. 38 for 6. Let's just take another look at this. Where does this strike him? You can just tell it straightens a little bit, doesn't it, right at the end. It's probably going on to hit the stumps. So it's a good call by the umpire. Hits him in the back pad as well, so he's absolutely plumb. Wicket number 6. Rob saying he just sprayed some fly spray at his screen. I mean, I'd worry for your screen over there. Replacing those isn't that cheap. And he goes for the fuller ball, and Chop again will get off the mark with a single. And this is played away towards mid-on, and it's just going to be a single over there. I think now Shaw and Chop again, they honestly just probably have to be pragmatic, you know, even if they can just bat or run a ball for the next 4 or 5 overs. I think you just have to take it. You know, at this stage, you know, you at least got to make sure you get to 90 or something that's at least defendable. You know, 6 to 7 and over from here on out. I think as the captain of Kozo United, I'd probably take it. You know, the last thing they want to do is get rolled for 50 or 60. You know, one thing that's really important is that, you know, net run rate will probably play a big role in this series. A little bit of width on offer there. It's cut well, but straight to a fielder, so it's only going to be a single. So, you know, even if you're going to lose, you want to at least be in sort of the damage limitation mindset, because you don't want to take a huge loss right at the start of the series, and then all of a sudden you're playing catch-up on the net run rate for the rest of the games. That one is a full toss, and the bowler will get away with that. And again, they've been very sharp in the field, Southern Crusaders. I've been mildly impressed by that. Let's take one more look at this. Yeah, height seems fine. Comes off the toe end of the bat as well. We're halfway through this innings. United 42 for 6. Of course, the European Cricket League will be starting up on the 26th of February. Should be very exciting, of course. Very thrilling cricket coming up there. Of course, yesterday we had a chance to look at some of the groups. Of course, Malta's representative, Gozo Zalmi, the defending champions of the ECS, will be in Group E. They'll be starting off on the 9th of March. And it's going to be a quick drop and run here for Shaw. He's going to scamper across for a single. Oh, shouts out, and it's clean Oldham. It's nutmeg the batter, so another wicket falls over here. That's the end of Shopagain's innings. Well, wickets continue to tumble. Man, they're in dire straits right now. Again, we just said these two have to just try to find a way to at least make sure their side isn't bowled out. No, he's not nutmegging him. He's actually just probably trying to run it down to third man, maybe go for a late cut, but he gets it all wrong. And it clatters into his stumps. Wicket number 7 falls. Kozo United now 43 for 7. I mean, again, someone's just got to hang in there and at least try to find a way to bat out these remaining 4.4 overs. The last thing you want to do is get bowled out in your first ever innings as a team in the European Cricket Series. Oh, it's been given a wide by the umpire. Well, oh, maybe the umpire just thinks it catches the line on the way through and that it didn't turn enough, but he's certainly getting a lot of spin over here. Rahman, chance for a run out, but the keeper's throw isn't the best. It's a bit too high. If that one is closer to the stumps, might well have been wicket number 8. let's just have another look at this. Yeah, you see that throw. It's just way too high. I mean, if this one is accurate and at the stumps, then I think he was in serious trouble there, Shaw. Of course, the only recognized batter left as well, so if he departs, well, it would all get a bit embarrassing from the United point of view. I think we'll just have a slight pause in the game while a few issues are resolved. So, let's just have a look at this graphic again. Of course, Gozo Zalmi from Group E, they're going to be taking part as a Malta's representative. And, they had a very interesting story earlier this year when they won the ECS. Of course, they finished 4th during the actual group stages. They didn't do that well in the group stage, but they just kind of came alive once the knockout stages came on. I mean, they just went on a brilliant run. It all started off by beating the Msida Warriors in the 4th eliminator. They booked their spot with an incredible batting performance when they made 133, and then they just started steamrolling teams. Of course, the biggest one was against Sui United in that second semifinal. I mean, Sui United went 16-0 in the group stage, and then they play their first knockout match. Gozo Zalmi posts 112, and then they roll Sui United for just 62, a side who looked unbeatable during the group stages. Then, of course, they took part in that thrilling low-scoring final against the Southern Crusaders, where they managed to defend a total of 74 by restricting the Crusaders to 68. And I'm sure, memories of that are probably still fresh amongst these Southern Crusaders. They remember what it was like when they probably couldn't chase down a target of 75 to win the final. And I think it looks like we're ready to resume live action. Of course, for this series, we have a much simpler format for the knockout stages. This one is knocked away towards mid-wicket, of course. Back in January, there was the elimination format where, different seeds would qualify, and then they kind of had to go through a gauntlet of elimination matches based on where you were seated. A bit like the wild card round for people who watch North American sports. But this time around, it's just the top 2 teams from each group advance, and they go to the semifinals. So there's going to be a couple of runs over here, so this one is just paddled around the corner. Beg your pardon, I should say the top 4 teams from each group, and then of course they'll go to the quarterfinals. This one is struck straight to fielder. Point has been rather busy out there, and they'll get another run. United, as the over comes to an end. Of course, apologies if you have a few issues with your scoring graphic. We're looking to resolve that as soon as possible. So it's going to be Gunasekara bowling this new over. Of course, the umpire's just having a quick word with the scoring table. We'll have that graphic up for you with the current score as soon as we can. The Crusaders themselves, mind you, had a very interesting path to the final. They were the 3rd seed, so they also had to go through the gauntlet. I mean, things were looking pretty grim for them. In match 100 of the group stages, of course, they played the final game. They got rolled by the Royal Strikers, losing by 44 runs and posting a pretty dismal total. And then they, of course, had to go through the elimination round. They beat the Bajiba Blasters, and they made it to the semifinal. And they had a chance to get some revenge on the Southern Crusaders. Went on and they chased a target of 141 with an over to spare. But then, unfortunately, came up short in the final. Anyway, new bowler in. The new bowler is Gunasekara, bowling over number 7. This one is just hoiked up, and the fielder made a good effort. Couldn't quite get to it. It's a good thing there's someone backing him up. So it's only going to be 1 run. It's been 6.1 overs so far. Tell you the score as soon as we can. And this one is hit straight to the fielder at a short mid-wicket. This one's popped up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. Fielder coming underneath it, and he takes a really, really good catch there. He watched that one very closely, Sahan Nanayakara. I mean, that was not easy. He had to make a dive forward. He watched the ball really closely, and he takes another catch. So the 8th wicket falls with 6.3 overs in the books so far. And this one is a terrific catch. That, of course, is the end of Vishnu Kunawar. Shah just sort of stuck at the other end, just watching partner after partner disappear. And you got to say, I've been very impressed by the way the Southern Crusaders have fielded so far. They've been ruthless in the field, taking all their catches. No errors of note. And their throws as well have been pretty sharp, with really just the exception of 1 throw. Yeah, it's a good length, that delivery. The new batter for Gezira United is Mahendra Joshi. He looks to toss one up, shouts to catch it again. And oh, they put one down. That's the first catch they've dropped so far this morning. That's Joshi, who was very close to getting greeted by Derek. Let's just take a look at this. He doesn't quite time it, and he finds the fielder. I mean, that's a regulation opportunity. I think Bastians will be very disappointed with himself. Of course, he sets a very high standard for himself, a top cricketer. He'll take those catches more often than not, so that's quite a let-off for United. And the over comes to an end. This was a rather miserly over. Just doing some condition. I believe there were only 3 runs in that over. Of course, now a chance for us to review our 2023 calendar. I mean, it's just been a terrific year for us so far. I mean, this season has provided us plenty of thrill and excitement. Cricket fans from around the world have been taken on a grand tour across our beautiful continent. Of course, we kicked off the season all the way back on the 30th of January right here in lovely Malta, and it's the bowler who's come in is Sahan Nanayakara, who took the catch in the previous over. A very good catch as well, mind you. Just contemplating overthrows for a minute, but there certainly weren't any there. And you know, it's just been great because we've got to play matches in so many scenic grounds all over the continent. You know, you just look at some of the places we've been. Of course, Cardamom, where we had our ECC, but then you also look at places like Mara Vlasier in Romania, and then around the Roma cricket ground as well. So there's just some beautiful cricket grounds on the network. I think Croatia as well, very scenic ground. And it's just been great to just go on a tour around the continent, you know, experience and learn about a lot of culture, introduce them to people from other parts of the world, maybe countries you won't typically know as much about. The batter is safe over there. It's comfortably in front of the crease. And, you know, people have, a lot of people around the world have got to learn about countries like Malta, countries like Croatia, countries they might not have heard as much about typically, and they're learning about it through the great game of cricket. Oh, there's a chance to sneak a single here. Just a little bit too casual there by Gunnasekar. Again, the Crusaders, they're well ahead in this game. They're looking pretty comfortable, but still need to stay on their toes. 3 runs so far this over, mind you. I think it's been, we're at the 7.3 overs mark. I can certainly update you that we're getting closer to just sorting out some of the issues with the scoring. I think, I believe United are probably around 53 or 54 runs right now. Just doing a quick bit of addition myself. That's now 7.4 overs in the books. And I'm just trying to add some of these numbers up. We have a look at that replay over there. That's it. Well, I thought it was going to go wide down the leg side, and there's a bit of a wry smile by the bowler as he appeals for that. In the end, it's a rather awkward leave. Let's just have a look at this. Yeah, he just thinks that maybe it goes down the leg side. Instead, he cops a blow right on the back of his leg. That's going to be a bit painful as over number 8 comes to an end. And I believe the score should be about 54 right now. So it's either 50, I believe they are 54 for 8. About 3 runs went in that over by my calculations. Now this one is just going to beat the fielder a deep third. Beg your pardon, there was another ball left. So that's 7 runs from that over. So 59 for 8 at the end of 8 overs are the United. Yeah, just we'll have that score up for you shortly. Of course, let's have a quick talk about the ECN. Getting a chance to introduce the ECCW, of course. This is a historic moment for Europeans cricket. We got a chance to shine the spotlight on it by debuting the Women's European Cricket Championship. Should be absolutely terrific. Of course, you got Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria taking part in that series. We're really looking forward to it. It's a great way to close the curtain on another great year of European cricket. Of course, over number 9, the penultimate over, starts off with a full toss. So I believe it should be 60 for 8 with 9.1 overs in the books. 8.1, beg your pardon. And there's a dot ball, so make that 60 for 8 with 8.2 overs. Of course, this isn't the official score. This is just me trying to do like a rough addition based on what I've seen so far. And it's played away towards long on. That's going to be another single. So they move on to 61 now, United. 9 balls left in the innings. Again, I think from their point of view, really the aim should just be try to bat out the remaining overs. I mean, they just don't have enough wickets left in hand, especially with their tail out there. They now move on to 68. Got 2 wickets in hand. 8 balls left in this innings. And looks to toss one up. It goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Chance for a run out. And I have to say, Sunny Akara has fielded very well. I mean, he does well to get down to that. He then throws a pretty good one as well. So, you know, they're just keeping the pressure on this United side. 63 for 8. 1 ball to come in the penultimate over. Tosses another one up, and I think this is just going to be 1 run. So the batter will keep strike as they are 64 for 8 with the final over of the innings coming up shortly. Of course, we'll have a look at some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Malta, and we'll still be alongside you for another 2.5 weeks. It's also just been a great, long, and wonderful year on the European Cricket Network. We still got more cricket to come. We're going to have that wonderful ECI for both men and women on the weekend of the 18th and 19th from right here in Malta. And then we head over to Spain, of course. This time we start the series with an ECI. I mean, a lot of our viewers are accustomed to us ending our weeks in a country with an ECI. But this time we'll start an ECI off on the first weekend in Spain. So that cricketing carnival continues. It's going to be fun to bring you a lot of action from Barcelona after we're done here. And of course, talked plenty about the ECCW during this first innings, and that's how we're going to close the curtain on this year. And it's just having a look here at the umpire signal. The umpire has given this a no ball as well. Let's just take another look at this. Watch his front foot. Yeah, there's nothing behind the crease. So a nightmare start to this final over. And let's have a look at this. Is this a 6 or is this a 4? Where does this land? Which side of the rope is this? I think this has hit the rope on the flush, or, well, I think that angle actually indicates that it might be a 4. Well, the batter there, he's unable to take advantage of that free hit. Of course, it's gone down in the books as a 6, mind you, so, well, let me just do that. So we've got a wide, then a 7 up, so 8 runs so far this over. This one is struck down the ground, and it's going to be a quick single. So far this over, we have a wide, a 7 up, which is a no ball and a 6. A top ball, and then another single. So 9.2 overs in the books so far. 72 runs so far for United. Make that 9.3 overs, so 3 balls to come. Can they get to 80? Can they at least get to 80 over here? Oh, and he's cleaned him up. Great ball over there by Radhakrishnan. Again, that's the way you need to be bowling to the tail. Just keep it full and straight. Bowl at the stumps. When they miss, you're going to hit the stumps. Let's take another look at that. Almost a Yorker length delivery, but he's completely missed it, hasn't he? Didn't really judge the length of that ball. He tipped a little bit at the end, too. Good delivery. As the 9th wicket falls over here, they are 72 for 9. And we've got 2 balls to come. The number 11 comes out to bat. It's Bharat Aryal. Penultimate ball of this innings. Oh, and he just gets enough bat on it. That's really unlucky for the bowler. I mean, that's a pretty good delivery. And somehow he squirmed it away for a boundary. Let's just take a look at this. I mean, where is he trying to play that? He's probably just trying to slap it away somewhere around square leg, but he just gets the edge of his bat on it. And it's a French cut that goes away for a 4. So 76 for 9. And we've got the final ball of the innings coming up. Again, this is just an unofficial score. And just trying to do a rough calculation of where we're at. This is going to beat the fielder at third. It's going to be quite a chase, and the ball's going to win this race. So back-to-back boundaries, a little bit of good fortune, some luck that this United side desperately needed. And they do get to the 80 mark, so they end their innings with 80 for 9 by my estimations. And well, they'll be a little bit disappointed. Gozo United, of course, they'd have wanted to do better on their first ever ECS innings. And of course, take a look at the highlights of some of the action we have witnessed. Of course, well, it started off with a bang, a 6 off the very first ball. Crusaders Powerplay blasted a wonderful 6 over cover, but then hit that over. Senda Varutna would have the last lap. He would also be on a hat trick, as we'd see Khan take a couple of catches off his bowling. This is another very good catch by Khan. Of course, if you had him on your fantasy team, then, well, you'd have been very pleased with that first innings, considering the catches he took. We'd see them club 3 maximos of this innings. You just had a chance to see some of them. Of course, this was an opportunity, and I think one thing this United side can certainly be encouraged with is how well they ran between the wickets. I have to say, they did that fairly well. I think it's just wicket preservation, really. That's going to be a big concern for them. Of course, he was terrific out of the field. Michael Gonolitke took some nice catches. And Ishanta, he bowled pretty well at the death. And then, well, he was just trying to run that one down to third man. And it struck the top of his off stump. And that would be the end of his innings. We're just taking a look at some of the highlights around the end of this innings. Of course, tried to bash a few big ones at the end, but unfortunately they couldn't. That was a really good catch by Sahan Nanayakara. One of 2 catches he would take in this innings. I think he fielded exceptionally well. And there's Radhakrishnan who bowled the final over. That was a really, really good bit of bowling. And then right at the end, of course, they get a little bit lucky, wouldn't they? Gozo United. You feel they deserved a little bit of the rub of the green. As they end up with 80 for 9. It does indeed seem that our estimations were right, and United will end up with 80 for 9 in their 10 overs. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard of this first innings. Of course, no real scores of note. And of course, well, I'll just take you through what happened. Of course, the Crusaders Powerplay made 10 of 5. He hit a 6 and then departed shortly after that. I think Tanka Kundal, he would be the top scorer, making 12 of 7. We saw a run of ball 12 as well from Chapagain. Then looking at the bowling card for the Southern Crusaders, an exceptional performance out of them. I mean, any time you can restrict an opposition to just 80 runs in T10 cricket, you know you've had a great day. Well, it does seem like the target for the Southern Crusaders will be 81. Our estimations were right after all. So join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our first game of the day. Of course, the Southern Crusaders will be mightily pleased with that first innings, and that win predictor proves it. I mean, they are 88% favorites heading into this second innings. Of course, they managed to restrict Gezira United to just 80 runs, and of course, Gezira, well, I'll be a little bit disappointed with the way they batted. I think there were some positives in the way they approached the game. I like their running between the wickets. I like their mindset at times, but you know, the shot selection wasn't always the wisest. I think they just need to build that nous and acumen that you need to navigate your way through an innings. And I'm sure this is a team that's just going to continue to get better as this tournament progresses. Of course, it's their first ever ECS, so you wouldn't be surprised to see a few jitters in the first innings. Here we go, first ball. Shouts to catch it, and in the end, Bastians plays that one quite well, and it goes away for a single, so he's off the mark immediately. Of course, Ryan Bastians, very important player for this Southern Crusaders side, and of course, considering the fact that they don't have Basil George anymore, as they did in the ECS back in January, it just increases the burden on him to step up, make a lot of runs for his team. This one is played away towards deep backward square leg, and it falls short of the fielder, so it's a couple of singles to start off this innings. Both of these guys extremely experienced campaigners. I mean, the skipper, Michael Gunatileka, Ryan Bastians, both of them played lots and lots of cricket. I mean, Gunatileka got a career average of 17. Career strike rate of 116 in T10 cricket. Has been involved in 45 T10 matches on the European Cricket Network, so he knows what it takes to win. Meanwhile, you got Bastians, and of course, he's a very steady player. I mean, unfortunately for him, he's never made a half century on the European Cricket Network. He has lots of scores in the 40s, mind you. You know, averages 22 with a strike rate of 151, but yeah, unfortunately he's never managed to get that half-century milestone, and maybe this is a series where he finally gets it. He's been around for a while, mind you. He's played 51 matches in the European Cricket Series. And of course, Kevin Smith asking if there's a motorsport circuit behind the cricket pitch. Of course, as Mini Sandhu told you, it is indeed a horse racetrack. Of course, we're at the Marsa Sports Complex, so of course there's plenty of different sports going on around us. Of course, the cricket is the center of attention right now, but you know, we've got archery next to our place as well. It's basically where point is for the left-hander, and then you've got a tennis court just beyond the cover boundary. Of course, saw a young man playing some tennis yesterday. We were having a look at him. This one just splits the batter in half, and he's very lucky that I didn't clip the stumps or catch some of his inside edge. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, he's just cut him in half. Great ball there. But yeah, going back to that, of course, yesterday we were watching some drills where a tennis player was just practicing smashing. We've got a golf course close to us as well. There are signs to go to a driving range too. So yeah, there's lots of sports happening around this area. We're very privileged to be in such a wonderful sporting facility, as this one is struck towards long off for a single. I have to say, Darai, he's bowled very well this first over. Gave up just 3 runs and could easily have had Bastian's wickets. Of course, it's been 176 matches since we last had a golden ball. That was all the way back in the ECI in Rome when Italy faced Austria. And we're looking to break that golden ball streak, aren't we? This will be in Malta for 3 weeks, so this looks like a prime location to finally break it. And of course, the other thing is a lot of the teams here are fairly evenly matched. I mean, first couple of days we had a lot of close matches. It's just a shame that none of them ended up in a golden ball. But I feel we'll get one soon. I really do. Looks like the new bowler is going to be Bhuvan Ariel. Just plays this one away. A little bit of a mix-up. Chance for a run out. A good throw needed to the non-strikers end. The throw was decent. But Bhuvan Ariel Bhandari just couldn't collect the ball and whip the bails off. Oh, what a huge let-off here. I mean, again, United, they desperately need a wicket over here. Let's just take a look at this. The throw is quite good, but he just can't grab the ball. He was in a rush again. You know, he was already thinking about whipping the bails off before he grasped the ball. That one's going to be a wide. And that meant that he was just not even able to collect in the first place. Again, you've got to take it one step at a time. Make sure you get a hold of the ball first, and then you can think about whipping the bails off. He'd was already trying to whip the bails off before he'd even clasp it. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, you just got to stick to the basics. This one is probably going down the leg side and going to take another shot at the stump. So it's all happening here for United, but they haven't quite been able to get the wicket. Let's just have another look at this. This one's certainly going down the leg side. No problem about that. But then there was this chance over here. Was he out if there was a direct hit? Oh, he was. He'd given up. So a couple of let-offs here for both batters. They really both should have been run out. Well, this one's gone up in the air. Shouts to catch it. There's a fielder there, but it's going to sail over his head. So it's been incredibly eventful to start off this innings. But you got to say, they're getting really lucky here, the Southern Crusaders. Fortune seems to be favoring them. This one is not struck cleanly, and it goes well over the fielder's head. No problem there. That is a 6. I think he just isn't tall enough to even make an attempt at that. I think, again, this United side, they aren't the tallest team in the world. I think a lot of their fielders are rather short, so that can sometimes be a bit worrisome. Here we go. Another opportunity. Will they take this one? Yes, they will. That is a very, very difficult catch, and he's done a good job there, Achal Patel, to take that one, and you really feel United deserve it. I mean, they created 4 consecutive opportunities. On the 4th attempt, they finally get one. And it's well taken there by Patel. He was running towards the boundary rope. His back facing the batter. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, very, very well taken. It's the important wicket of the danger man, Ryan Bastian's top run getter in this team over his ECS career. So a wicket that United desperately needed. They've started well. They've been right on the money with their bowling. And again, you just feel like there's a few teams in Malta who are rather bowling heavy. I think a lot of the underdog sides, what they lack in batting, they certainly make up for it with their bowling. And that's exactly why, you know, this is the kind of series where you could certainly see a lot of upsets. And let's see if they get a few more wickets here. We might be on upset watch in this match as well. But as we stand, 80% in favor of the Southern Crusaders. Well, this one is played away. It's going to go behind square leg, and it's going to be a boundary. So not the best ball over there. I think that's one of the few poor balls we've seen this United side bowl during this innings, and Tucker does very well. All he has to do is just get some bat on it and play it away for 4. Of course, Tucker plays for the Maltese cricket team. He was involved in the Continental Cup over in Romania. Did a fantastic job during that series. Had a couple of great innings. Oh, again, shouts to catch it, but it's going to go away for a 4. So he's just releasing some pressure on his side here. Tucker, he's hit a couple of good shots. This one was played a little bit uppishly, but to be fair, he picks out the gap, and it goes away for a boundary. So some nice shots there, 18 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. Take a look at the standings here for Group A. Of course, Mater Dei and Innings Knight, both with 2 wins and 2 to start off their series. And of course, Gezira United and Southern Crusaders involved in their first match of this series. So it's going to be Bosnet bowling this third over, the final over of the power play. A little bit surprised he didn't bring Darai back, considering he'd given up just 3 runs and managed to get a wicket. You know, I'd be tempted to bring him back, just because, you know, you really need to get a lot of early wickets to even have a chance to winning this game. And that one's a little bit too short by Bosnet. It just gives the batter time to rock back to hit it wherever he desires. Some intelligent batting, too, you have to say, by Gunatilike. He knew there was no protection on that boundary, and that was the one he picked out. So a poor start to Bosnet's over. But again, just a little bit surprised Suraj Darai wasn't brought back. I thought he was bowling terrifically, could easily have had a wicket. And again, you just need him to get another one. You've got to get another wicket. Oh, that's a full toss. But he gets away with that. I think Gunatilike will be a little bit disappointed he hasn't battered this one away. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, he really should be striking that one away for a boundary. It shouldn't be a duff ball. Oh, shouts of it's out, and this one stayed a bit low. And Gunatilike was just done by the bounce. I mean, generally this is a pretty true pitch. We haven't seen too much uneven bounce these first couple of days, but that one just staying a lot lower than the batter expected. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, it stays low. That one is absolutely plummy. It just looks a little bit silly, unfortunately, Gunatilike, when that happens. I think he's a touch unlucky. And Bosnet, after starting off with a couple of poor deliveries, one that was too short and then a full toss, gets one right and gets a wicket. So the Crusaders 22 for 2 halfway through the third over. Oh, he's just gonna try to nudge this one away. It's a good ball. As Khan is the new batter. Two balls to come in this power play. Bosnet, though, he has responded very well since those first couple of deliveries. I think he's bowling much better since then. Again, it's always also a bit of a risk, though, mind you, to bring a spinner in during the power play over when there are no fielding restrictions. But he's handled it quite well so far. Final ball of the over. Oh, and well, you talk about an early commentator's curse. That one, I think he just offers the batter a bit too much width. This is very smartly played, doesn't overhit it, just dabs it behind point and gets a boundary. So it's a 4 to end the over. As the Crusaders are 26 for 2 at the end of the power play. And of course, we can just see that 7 runs behind where Southern Crusaders were at this stage. Of course, the Crusaders had lost 4 wickets. .55 needed now of the remaining 7 overs. Duncan Kendall is going to bowl the first over after the power play. Again, you know, I don't really want to keep harping on about this point, but I wouldn't mind bringing Darai back. I mean, there's no point holding him back for, say, over number 8 or 9, because you might not even be in the game by over number 8 or 9. Got to bowl him as soon as you can. Give your best strike bowler the second over immediately. Again, this is going to be a quick single as they're going to scamper across it fairly quickly there. Again, you know, certainly based on the way he was playing in Romania, I mean, Tucker is a batter who's very, very aggressive, you know. The way the national team uses him is as a destructive middle order player. And I don't see him approaching this innings any differently, despite the fact that the required is quite low for the Southern Crusaders. They're just ask the fielder at point to go a bit finer, I would say. But oh, there's an edge there. There's a thick edge there. Khan trying to run one down to third man, and it's not the first time this game that someone's got out that way. And the third wicket falls over here, so they continue to get wickets. United, you have to say, they're battling hard. And maybe, yeah, there just wasn't enough room for him to play that stroke. And it takes an edge, and it goes through the keeper. Good sharp catch as well by him. You know, he has to move rather quickly to his right. The skipper, Bhuvan Ariel, who's also got the gloves on, did exceptionally well. Nice sharp catch. As the Crusaders find themselves 27 for 3. So, well, is there a glimmer of hope over here for United? You'd feel they need a couple more wickets to really, really make this interesting. To put us in a spot where you'd start getting very anxious about the Crusaders' chances. Here we go. 1 run off this over so far, and Kandel gets the wicket. Oh, that one's been given wide again. They don't have too many runs to play with, so every wide is just going to hurt that much more. False start there by the bowler. Again, the skipper, he's used 4 bowlers so far. It's going to be interesting to see who he uses as his 5th bowler here. Again, you know, this side's a bit of an unknown quantity, so we're not quite aware of the bowling options they have. So I wonder if they have maybe a second spinner they might introduce into the attack. They've used 3 seamers and 1 spinner so far. Danger man Tucker on strike. You feel if the United have any chance, they got to get rid of this man quick. And he just plays this one away for a single. Again, if Tucker is still there in 3 overs time, you know, he only plays one way, which is to go bish bash bosh. So I feel he would just take the game away from United. Getting his wicket is of the utmost importance. This one is just a push towards cover. And again, this is just, I say this is pretty smart by Kadia Wasim. You know, he's just looking to get singles and, more importantly, get Tucker on strike. You know, if Tucker faces another, say, 15 balls in this innings, that's probably 28 to 30 runs you can back him to take off the scoreboard. So just make sure he faces as many balls as possible. Oh, this one is firmly struck. This one just races away for a boundary. What an incredible shot there by Tucker. Again, the bowler, he doesn't miss it by too much, does he? But Tucker just hits this to perfection. Very well balanced shot. Really good looking stroke. And it's another boundary as he moves on to 14 of just 5 deliveries. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Of course, right now the Crusaders going well above the required. The only slight bit of concern for them would be the fact that they've lost 3 wickets, 3 important wickets as well. Some very experienced players on their side like Gunatilaka and Ryan Bastians, but the danger man, Gopal Thakur, is still out there. And these first 5 deliveries, he has looked extremely elegant and poised. Go back to Bosnet for his second over. Okay, so they're just bringing deep third back into the ring, and they're sending out a fielder to cow corner. Again, very smart stuff here by Karyawasam. I like the way he's playing. You know, he hasn't faced a dot ball yet. It's just been 3 singles by him. But again, the required isn't too high. He's playing the situation well. He knows his partner is in great nick. This one is nudged towards the fielder at short mid-wicket. Rare dot ball for Gopal Thakur. Oh, that one was tossed up. It could very easily have received the treatment, or it could have even gone on to create a wicket-taking opportunity. Of course, Thakur wasn't quite able to middle it. I think it was a bit of a toe ender. Oh, he charges down, shouts a catch it. That's probably the first aggressive-looking stroke we've seen Karyawasam play early in his innings, but he gets another single. This is well struck. This is going to take some fielding. It's a good effort there, but unfortunately, Darai just not able to get to it. It was great placement by Thakur. I mean, he manages to beat the fielder at long off and cover. Both of them gave a great chase over here. Darai running in from long off, but unfortunately, just wasn't quite able to get to it. He's almost trying to slide tackle it because he was going with his legs at the ball. That's not the typical way you would try to field something like that in cricket. This one is struck away towards mid-wicket, and I think they'll settle for a single. So another good over here by Boston. Been very impressed with his bowling. He ends up with figures of 1 for 16 overs, 2 overs. Created quite a few opportunities as well. And now this is an opportunity to take a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll have the great pleasure of joining you from here in Malta for the next 2.5 weeks. As we round out this long and wonderful year, we still got a bit more cricket to come, of course. The Cricketing Carnival on the European Cricket Network will continue with our ECI in Spain. Of course, that begins our weekend over there. It'll be followed by the Spanish European Cricket Series. And then we round out the year with the ECCW before the new season commences on the 15th of January. Of course, do take note of the fact that we will have an ECI here in Malta on the weekend of the 18th and 19th. Of course, we'll involve women and men's cricket. We'll have the Estonian women taking on the Maltese women, as well as the Cypriot men's cricket team taking on Malta's men's cricket team. Oh, shouts of catch it. Was there an edge over there? Doesn't seem there was. And Darai comes back into the attack again. He bowled terrifically in that first over. And, you know, I did want him brought in a little bit earlier, but I think this is a good matchup. You want your strike bowler against Gopal Thakur, because if he gets this man, then that would really make this a very interesting finish for these next 5 overs. Oh, shouts to catch it. It's going to go down the leg side for a wide. Beg your pardon, it's not a wide. It's actually just clipped some thigh pad along the way. And that's going to be 4 runs of leg by. So that is really, really harsh and cruel for Gezira United. Don't have all that many runs to play with. They're required now. Shoots down to under 7.3. This, you feel, is the most important matchup of this game. They absolutely have to win this battle. Gezira United, if they want a chance to pull off an upset in this game. Another shouts to catch it again. It's played up in the air, but it's going to go for a 4 again. He's just found a way to pick out the gap so far, Tucker. It lands in front of the fielder, and it's another boundary, so 8 runs off 2 balls. Or these Southern Crusaders over here probably didn't play it as well as he would like, but it was enough to beat the fielder, and it goes away for a 4. So yeah, again, we said this was probably going to be the match-determining battle, and so far Tucker has had the upper hand, and he's beginning to take the game away from United. It's now down to almost a run a ball. Oh, it goes a bit too short here. Shouts to catch it again. Is this going to carry to the fielder? It does. It was a challenging opportunity, but it's one you just have to take when you're in a tough spot. That was Narendra Shah. You have to say he put in a good effort. He covered quite a bit of ground. Just not quite able to hold on to it. Let's have a look at that. It was rather low. Never going to be easy. I mean, he's taking it below his knee. But now you just feel that this game's been taken away from United, and the Crusaders are probably cruising to a victory as things stand. Well, struck firmly. Is this going to find the gap? No, it won't. It's another single. So 5 singles for Karyawasam in his innings. Oh, this is played well. It's a really, really good-looking shot. Again, he's just straight down the leg side there, Darai. He got too close to the pads, and Tucker very intelligently just elevates it over the fielder inside the ring and gets a boundary. So you feel that over probably killed any hopes United might have had left. Obviously, they were hoping that their big strike bowler, Darai, could get an important wicket. In the end, he couldn't. 14 runs as well go in that over, and now it's under a run a ball from here for the Southern Crusaders. Will now probably try to end this game within the next couple of overs to get that big net run rate boost. 24 of 24, certainly attainable within 2 overs, unless you have one really, really magical one. Obviously, with Gopal Thakur seeing the ball as well as he is, batting on 29 of 14, that is certainly possible. And the incredible thing about Gopal Thakur's innings is he's batting with a strike rate of 207, and he's yet to hit a 6. He's just been hitting boundaries exclusively, I should say 4s. Struck down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder, and Karyawasam hits a 4 for the first time this inning so far. Today, he's just been hitting singles almost exclusively. Let's take a look at this. And a great bit of fielding there as well by our photographer, Diana Oros. It's the second time she's done a bit of fielding, maybe auditioning for a spot in a cricket team. I'm just wondering if the Romanian national team is looking for any players. Might have to get in touch with Diana Oros. 20 of 22 needed now. Oh, this is played away towards mid-wicket. He's going to have a shot at the stumps because you really have to at this stage. And you got to say it's a good throw, and also the bowler did quite well to make sure it didn't get past him. But of course, remember, this is the first of 2 matches these 2 teams will play. The second game between these 2 is coming up in just about 32 minutes' time. Oh, nice full delivery. $18 runs needed of 20 balls now. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. And again, I think our attention should almost now move on to the second match now that it seems that the Southern Crusaders will probably take this one. And, looking at this, of course, the first thing, one would want to see is that United bat a whole lot better, of course. They dug themselves into quite a hole by posting just 80 runs on the board again. There were some bright spots in that innings. Again, as I said, the main one was how well they ran between the wickets. This one's going to go down the ground, and it's going to go for 4. It doesn't seem like it quite has enough to get to the commentary cabin. Otherwise, I might have tried to field that. And it's another boundary. They're now just 13 runs away. I think that's the big thing for them, the Southern Crusaders. They, beg your pardon, I should say Gezira United. That is certainly something they'll want to work on. I think they just need the intelligence to know how to navigate through an innings. I think a lot of players played some needless shots. I think they certainly demonstrated that they have players who are capable of clearing the boundary, who are capable of hitting some good-looking shots. I think you could see that technically. A number of their players are quite gifted. I think they've bowled quite well. Considering the situation, they've been very accurate. I think maybe there's a few things in the field that they could work on. Of course, we're just showing you the fantasy dashboard for the next match. Of course, Gezira United won the toss in that game as well. They will bat first once again, and they'll be hoping they can at least try to get to triple digits. I mean, 105, 110. Give your bowler something to bowl at. This looks to be a good bowling unit. It's well constructed. They've got a spinner for the middle overs. They've got some very decent and accurate seamers. So at least as a bowling unit, they're quite well built. Maybe, just they held on to a few more catches. They might do better. Meanwhile, the Southern Crusaders, I mean, all you'd have to say for them is just more of the same. They were almost perfect with the ball in hand, with the bat. Maybe they didn't quite have the ideal power play they wanted. I think, the likes of Gunnar Thilika and Ryan Bastians will obviously want to do a lot better. Both of them are big run getters. But then again, they've got someone of the quality of Gopal Thakur at number 3. Do you consider maybe just asking him to open the batting, considering how good a player he is? He's had a very good year as well. Played well for the Maltese national team in the Continental Cup. Didn't quite have the ECC he wanted, though. He was a little bit disappointed with himself. They didn't get as many runs as he would have liked, and that is a terrific catch. Really, really well taken, backpedaling. And that's an extra bit of joy there. Kandel gets his second wicket. I think he'll be very pleased with the fielder. And Thakur, who's batted exceptionally for his score of 30, has to depart. I mean, let's take another look at this. I think, let's see who the fielder is over here. It has popped up. He skies it up. And he has to backpedal the entire way to take that catch. That's Bhuvan Arial, I believe. But actually, it should probably really be Buddhisikar Bhandari. Because I think that's at number 201. I think it's just number 1 was just kind of hidden at the side of his shirt. So a good catch there by Bhandari. As it's just 11 runs needed now for the Southern Crusaders. 2 big blows should do the trick. Big grunt over there as he bowls that one. And oh, there's a mix-up here. This could be a run out. It's been given out by the umpire at square leg. So are we in for some late drama? Well, the Southern Crusaders making a little bit of a meal out of this. Gunasekara departs for a golden duck. He hits this one straight to a fielder, decides to charge down the wicket. And again, he just gets a little thumbs up from his partner at the non-strikers, and I don't think you can blame him. And that is a terrific direct hit there. And Bhandari, what a time he's having in the field. Took a sensational catch the previous ball, and now he influences a run out. I mean, I wonder if there's ever been a fielder's hat trick, if that is even a thing. But if he managed to get a catch or another run out here, that would be some story. As a golden Derek is out waddling for the first time this Southern Crusaders innings. Let's have another look at this. Just plays it into the pitch. And a sensational direct hit again. You know, Gezira had quite a few run-out opportunities early in this innings. There was that period where they created about 3 or 4 straight chances. And they unfortunately couldn't get the run out. But this time they do. And Southern Crusaders 70 for 5. Again, you know, they'll certainly have a few concerns about the way they've batted this innings. I think they're obviously got to thank their bowling attack for restricting Gezira to just 80 runs. Otherwise, they might have been in some trouble. Okay, a slight bit of miscommunication once more. But a good call there by Senavaratna in the end. Well, we get a couple more dot balls to end this over. We could be in for a slightly nervy finish. Again, they've probably dragged this a lot deeper than they would have liked, the Southern Crusaders. Oh, shouts of catch it, but he evades the fielder at cover. They're coming back for a second run. The throw is to the keeper's end, and he's going to be back safely. Again, I think it's just gone to the wrong end. It really needed to go to the non-striker's end. And let's have one more look at this again. Straight out of the blocks. And they decide to go for the second run. I mean, this needs to go to the bowler's end. It really should have, because the non-striker was the one in trouble. It's a good throw to the keeper, to be fair, but he was always going to be safe there, Senavaratna. Take some pace off that ball. And the over ends with a dot ball. The Crusaders just 9 runs away from picking up a victory in their first game. Just looking at that worm right now, of course, the Crusaders are well ahead of the run rate. Of course, you know, something for them to work on will certainly be their batting. I think there's going to be a few concerns for them. Of course, a little bit of miscommunication running between the wickets as well. This passed over. That's certainly something they'll want to address and discuss during the short break we have between games. And once again, you know, there just seems to be a lot of anxiety out there right now for the Southern Crusaders. You know, very experienced side who, you know, won a lot of games. They made it to the final earlier this year, and they're kind of lost their heads a little bit these last few balls. And they're not sort of exuding the calmness you would expect from a team who have been in those championship rounds, who have been and played in those big games. And again, they've done very well here, United, to at least drag this to the penultimate over. And another shot over there. Of course, would like to say that just a little issue over there with the score. It should be 9 runs of 9 balls, so it's down to a run a ball. Again, you know, this has become a lot nervier than we would have thought. I mean, at least from a damage limitation point of view, you know, United are not going to get that bludgeoning in terms of net run rate that we would have thought, but it could be a lot more than that. It could be a chance for an upset as Karya Wassam departs, so it's a wicket here. And could Gazira pull off a miracle? 9 needed of 8 now, 6 wickets in the shed. And my word, we could be in for something special here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take another look at this. Oh, it just takes a little inside edge, and it goes onto the stumps. And the Crusaders, well, what are you doing from their point of view? And then, on the other hand, you got to give a lot of credit to this Gazira side. I mean, they could have dropped their shoulders, packed their bags, and taken this one and said, well, we'll try to beat him the next game. But they've not given up. They've kept fighting in the field with the ball in hand. And the captaincy has been exceptional as well. I mean, give a lot of credit to Bhuvan Ariel and also Suraj Zarai, who's a very important part of this team. Again, you can see him. He makes a lot of decisions. He's often instructing fielders where to go, advises the captain a lot. And now I would say at this stage, I think for the new batter, you got to bring a lot of fielders in close and make sure he can't get the single. 9 needed of 8. And it's another dot ball. The keeper's got to hold on to this. Oh, no. Oh, he can't afford to give up buys right now, but more importantly, he's let the lower order batter off strike. Oh, that is a massive, massive let off for the Crusaders. He's got to hold on to that, the keeper. I mean, again, everything we've seen from Bhuvan Ariel so far has been incredibly impressive. He took a good catch earlier this innings, but now it's 8 of 7, and keep an eye on that clock as well. I mean, they should be fine, though. I think they'll be able to bowl this one with a minute to go, but it's a minimo, and oh, what have you done here, Gazira? Oh, they came so close these last couple of balls, but then a bye, and now a minimo. Well, they've really let off the Southern Crusaders. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief in that dugout. It's now 3 needed of 7. And oh, how costly is this going to be? That's 6 runs given of extras with 1 legal delivery bowled. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. But these last couple of balls, you feel they've just they've taken the life out of this Gazira team. I mean, if they could have taken this to a final over, trying to defend 7 or 8 runs, we might have been in for a very, very interesting finish. But with just 3 runs on the board needed in this final over, you might have to say that really Southern Crusaders should take this one. Of course, we'll take this opportunity to remind you the rules for the Golden Ball. Of course, if a match is tied in the European Cricket Series, it is decided by a Golden Ball, where the batting team needs just 2 runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team takes it. So far this year, we've got 12 Golden Balls, and it's been split straight down the middle with 6 wins for the batting side and 6 wins for the bowling side. But 3 needed of 6. And this is a good captaincy, I have to say. I mean, they brought everyone into the ring here. I think there's just 1 fielder outside the ring, and he's not even all the way back on the boundary rope. And that's the fielder at long off. No, it's gone down the leg side for a wide, so make that 2 runs needed to win. And this is just really disappointing. I mean, Gazira United, I mean, they did the hard bit, didn't they? They got this game to a stage where they'd taken 6 wicket, and they had their opponent needing 8 runs of 7 deliveries. 9 of 8, actually, at one point. But now, well, with 2 runs needed of 6 balls, they feel the Southern Crusaders will take this one. But that is rather odd to me. He's just left that ball and allowed it to strike him right on his bicep. Well, I hope he does know that he needs 2 runs to win over here and that he can't just see out these remaining balls. Let's have another look at this. He's probably assuming it's going down the leg side, but he's misjudged the line of it. And I have to say, I mean, if I'm the Crusaders, I'd be very disappointed with the way my side has batted these last few overs. They made a real meal out of it. 2 needed at 5. Oh, this one's going to go away for a 4. There's no fielder out there. It's going to trickle over the boundary rope. Looks like it will. And Rahman will stroke the winning runs in the end. They gave a real good battle over here. Gezira United, they made this a very close game. I think for the Southern Crusaders, it was too close for comfort in the end. Those extras in the last 4 or 5 deliveries bailed them out, and they managed to take this game, winning it with 4 balls to spare. Of course, these two sides will battle it out again in just about 17 minutes time. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, United winning the toss for that game as well. They're going to be batting first, and they'll be hoping to post a much healthier total this time around. Of course, they were very disappointed with their batting in the first innings. They managed to make just 80 runs, and they'll be hoping to crack triple digits when we see them in match 10. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, Aaron Bastians and Gunnar Tileka opened the batting for the Southern Crusaders. They had plenty of run-out opportunities early in the game. They let them slip by, but Bastians and Gunnar Tileka were not really able to punish them. Bastians making just 8 of 9, and this was a terrific catch by Achal Patel off the bowling of Bhandari. His captain, who was his partner, would make just 5 of 4. This one just staying a lot lower than he expected, and he was trapped right in front of his stumps. The top scorer, of course, for this Southern Crusaders side would be Gopal Thakur, who made 30 of 16. He just saw Afi Khan hitting that really nice-looking shot, but then he'd be caught by the keeper shortly after that, trying to run it down to third man once again. But, of course, that man right there, Gopal Thakur, he was the star performer, 30 of 16, hitting 6 fours. That one was a leg by. That went away for a boundary. Of course, extras in the end ended up hurting this Gezira United side a lot. 14 runs they gave up of extras. And of course, most importantly, those extras came up right at the end of the game when it was most painful. Of course, eventually Gopal Thakur would be dismissed, and that would make this game a lot more nervy for the Crusaders than they would have thought. We saw 2 balls of terrific fielding by Bhandari. He would take that catch of Gopal Thakur and then with a direct hit get rid of Dulunga Gunasekara as well. And then we saw some sensational bowling, including this outstanding ball by Bhandari to dismiss Karyawasam. But then right after that, he bowled one down the leg side. It'd be 5 wide. Of course, this was right after his wicketkeeper gave up a run off 5s. And then in the end, the Crusaders managed to hold their nerves better than Gezira United, and they took this game with just 4 balls to spare. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, the top run getter for the Crusaders, as we mentioned, was Thakur, making 30 of 16 with a strike rate of 187.5. The other score of note was Karyawasam making 16 of 15. Again, they'll be rather disappointed with their batting effort here. The Southern Crusaders, they should have really done a lot better considering they were chasing a target of just 81. Looking at the Gezira United bowling card, it was a fairly decent performance. Of course, the Suraj Dharai bowled very well, giving up an economy rate of just 6.5. Of course, Kundal, pick of the bowlers, giving up just 12 runs and picking up 2 wickets. Of course, in the end, the Southern Crusaders took this one by 4 wickets with 4 balls to spare. Join us again in just about 14 minutes time as we'll bring you the second match between these 2 teams.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back. It's our second match of this incredible doubleheader, and we witnessed a very nervy, low-scoring game where the Southern Crusaders just about managed to chase down a target of 81 with 4 balls to spare and just 4 wickets in hand. Of course, we're taking a look at this beautiful ground we have in front of us. And anyway, let's head over to the coin toss of this second match of our doubleheader.
Did you read a call?
Yeah.
Tails is called. It is tails.
So we're going to bat first.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. The Giro have won the toss again, and again they will be batting.
Oh, thank you very much, Stefan. As of course, we're going to see Gazira United once again go out there and bat first after winning the toss. They'll be hoping to bat a whole lot better than they did in the first game, of course. Again, there were some positives in that first innings they batted in the previous match, but we'll have to improve a whole lot more as, of course, we take a look at the fantasy dashboard for this game. Senivaratne with 103 points. Of course, this reflects the fantasy points from the first innings of the first match. And, of course, Senivaratne bowled beautifully for the Southern Crusaders, and he'll be looking to do more of the same over here. For the Crusaders, fancied as massive favorites, 89% favorites heading into this game. Beg your pardon, 79% favorites. Two fielders outside the ring for this power play are currently stationed at deep third, and it looks like they're deciding where to place the second fielder. They're still discussing that, and they decided to put him at long off. So looks like they're also going to have a fly slip in place, and the fielder at deep third is going to be very square. Here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball. No, this is very nicely played. He strays onto the pad, and once again, they start off the innings with a boundary, just like they did last time, of course. They started off their very first ball of the ECS with a 6 when Suraj Durai battered one over the boundary at cover. So certainly don't have any problems dealing with the first ball. It's how do they deal with the other 59 after that? Oh, this one is firmly struck as well, and it's back-to-back boundaries. Goes a little too short there. Yusuf didn't play in that first match, but he gets called up for this game, and unfortunately he just gives him a lot of room to get underneath that ball and batter it away, and especially with no protection on that boundary, that's not where you should be bowling. Again, I would like to see him go over the wicket. I mean, it's early in the innings. You want to be attacking. I think going around the wicket like this is a bit just touch too negative. And in my opinion, I mean, you're taking away a few methods of dismissal. I mean, your captain's put in a fly slip as well. Go over the wicket. Got to test the batter. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. Shouts of catch it. Is the fielder going to get to it? It's going to take some catching. And in the end, it at least stopped short of the boundary rope from the Crusaders' point of view. Let's have one more look at that again. Lands safely. He's had a great year, Zishan Yusuf. He's picked up 21 wickets in the 22 innings he's bowled in. one is just going to go past the bat. Great economy rate too, mind you. Economy rate of 9. I mean, in the past, he's always been a very economical bowler, but one thing he's added to his game this year is that incredible flurry of wickets he's getting. This one is struck away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, of course, his best performance this year when he bowled against Austria. And have figures of 3 for 16. Incredibly impressive stuff. That over, though, goes for 10 runs. And, of course, we got 39 days to go until, of course, it's the European Cricket Championship for women. Should be very exciting. Got 5 nations taking part in that. Over 24 matches. Should be a great time. Of course, the 5 nations will be Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria. The winter chill might set in. The competition will continue to heat up in December. This one is probably going down the leg side. It's oh, it's a terrific throw over here. It's been given out. Well, an incredible direct hit. I mean, that just looked fairly innocuous, but they decided to go for the second run. A rather risky option. Again, Gazira United ran hard between the wickets in that first match. Were able to get some extra runs because of it. And now you're going to have to pay for taking a risk. Now let's just take a look at this. What happened over here? Again, comes off the pad. It's going to be 1 run of leg byes initially, and then what a throw by the wicketkeeper. I mean, that is Afi Khan. And just an incredible direct hit from fine leg. Sensational accuracy as Gazira United lose their first wicket courtesy of some absolutely incredible throwing by the wicketkeeper. Let's have another look at this. Goes down towards fine leg. He gives it a good chase over here, the keeper. And takes a shy at the stumps. And bang, direct hit. He's gone. Umpire Tim Wheeler has absolutely no problem giving him his marching orders over there. And this one's going to be a single, so he gets off the mark to start off over here. 11 for 1, Gazira United. I could just hear some, the tennis balls hitting some rackets. I think they might have started some tennis games next to us as well. Just hear the sound of scraping on the tennis court as well. So got a few sports going on concurrently here at the Marsa Sports Complex. This one goes straight to the fielder at mid-on. That is a very, very easy catch. A soft dismissal. Darai, once again, I mean, he's got great starts in both of these innings. He was dismissed for 10 for 5 in the first innings after hitting a great 6. He hit 2 very nice boundaries over here. And then he chips one up. A very soft dismissal to the fielder at mid-on. And again, you know, you have to be a bit frustrated if you're Suraj Darai. You can tell the guy is incredibly skilled. He's got the technique. He's got the talent. But he's just going to have to find a way to construct an innings where he can actually get a big score that could really have a meaningful impact for his team. In the end, he gets just 9 runs this time around as a second wicket falls for Gazira United. They are 12 for 2 and once again in a spot of bother very early in their innings. They're just going to let that one go past him, Kando. Not often you see a leave in a T10 cricket. That's usually something that's reserved for when cricketers put on their whites. Oh, this one is almost chipped off to the bowler. I mean, very unorthodox way to play a defensive stroke. I mean, he actually gets his pad in the way of his bat, so his bat's almost just kind of coming across rather than coming downwards the way it should. That one is short and wide down the leg side. Oh, this one's probably going down the leg side, but it's a big appeal. Is there a chance for a run out here? And Kundal had to charge back into his crease, and very good start here for the Southern Crusaders. They have Gazira United 13 for 2, so it looks like it's very similar issues here for United once again. They're off to a rough start. I mean, this time in the last innings, they'd already lost 3 wickets. We'll have a look at the standings for Group A. I mean, at least one positive for Gazira United from that first game was that, you know, they bowled well. And then the second positive, I have to say, is the fact that they at least managed to limit the damage. I think, considering they made just 80 runs, they probably would have expected a pasting from a team like the Southern Crusaders, but they managed to drag it into the final over, and that ensured they didn't take too much damage to their net run rate, of course. The top 4 teams from each group will advance. And again, there's no real advantage to finishing first or fourth, other than, you know, potentially, say, your path to the final. Maybe, you know, you obviously get to play the 4th seed from the other group if you finish first, but other than that, you know, it's still a knockout game. It's just one match, so once you get in, all you have to do is win. Oh, this one is crunched away and very well fielded out in the deep, and also rather unlucky for Ariel. I mean, he hit that one so well, and he managed to pick out the lone fielder in the deep. But yeah, I mean, just going back to that point, I mean, really, it's just a case of trying to actually get in to the quarterfinals. And then, you know, you can go on a Cinderella run. You know, you win 3 games, and all of a sudden you're ECS Malta champions. This one is going to come off the toe end of the bat. He's probably spoiled a wide there, in all honesty, Kundal. So not very wise batting. You know, typically the format we tend to have in ECS is where they usually have a sort of elimination stage where this one is struck again, and it just goes over the fielder's head. And he's also, mind you, it would have been a heart and mouth moment because fielder at point is probably a good 6 feet tall. So it would have not been easy to clear him. Let's take another look at that. Yeah, it goes right over his grasp. It's a big heave across the line. Completely lost his balance there. But yeah, just going back to that, I mean, you know, typically in ECS cricket, we tend to see, you know, an elimination stage where usually a side, say, that finished, you know, lower down, maybe grasped the last qualifying spot, usually has to play more elimination games to make it to a final. But not this time around, not in this ECS, of course. It's just a straight normal quarterfinal. I mean, you know, you have to finish in the top 4 in your group. You make it to the quarterfinals, and then once you're in there, I mean, it takes one bad day to completely ruin a good couple of weeks of hard work. So we'll have a look at the scorecard. Shouldn't even say a bad day because, in all honesty, I mean, all these teams are playing at least 2 games a day. It really takes one bad game to ruin it. As we, of course, have a look at this graph over here. A good first over for Gazira, but since then, they've just struggled to score runs. You know, match 10 not starting the way they would have wanted. And return to the power play, of course, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. The fielders outside the ring are stationed at deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep third. And this is a good ball here, first up by Masi, and it'll also take a little feather edge through to the keeper, so they get another wicket over here. Let's just take a look at this. Back of a length delivery, just cramps him for ruin. Might have taken some glove along the way, and that's going to be the end for him. The second wicket for Masi, as it's another dismal start to their innings for Gezira United, who find themselves 16 for 3. Let's have one more look at this. Yeah, might have touched some glove along the way. And you can now just see that, of course. So the win predictor down to just 10% for Gezira. It's sort of almost deja vu. It's a lot like that first match, but I think the difference this time around is their run rate is quite slow as well. Oh, that he's desperately unlucky. Hasn't hit the stumps there. How is that not crashed onto the leg stumps? I mean, that looked destined to hit the base of the leg stumps. It somehow missed them. He is a very, very lucky man, Patel, that he is still out there, because that was an outstanding delivery. No, he takes a few paces forward. I think he just expected that Yorker to come, so he was hoping it'd be a full toss, but again, it was premeditated. It was rather obvious, so Patel pulled his length back, but it did end up sort of just making him at least lose his shape, because he ended up bowling a wide, and then the keeper subsequently missed his shot at the stump. So some runs were manufactured over there by United. Another one up in the air. Is this going to clear the fielder? It certainly will. I mean, he does attempt to catch well outside the boundary rope for the fun of it, Bastians, but it's a big six, and a much-needed six for this Gezira United side, who've had very little to cheer about this innings. It's just all been a bit too flat for them. You know, they just need to bring some excitement and start to hit some boundaries, put some pressure back on these Southern Crusaders bowlers who've had it all a bit too easy early. Another straight drive. Shouts of catch it. And it is taken. A very good catch there by Zishan Yusuf. Man's taken 21 wickets with his bowling this year, and now he helps a fellow teammate get some wickets as Masi picks up his third wicket. Very well taken catch there by Yusuf. Covered a lot of ground. Watched the ball extremely closely and then grasped it as the fourth wicket falls for Gezira. .24 for 4 with 3.4 overs in the books. Oh, this one is going to strike him on the pads. It was definitely going down the leg side, so there was no appeal over there. Of course, new batter is Bhandari, who was, you have to say, sensational in the field in the last match. Took an outstanding catch and then was involved in a brilliant run out as well. Then bowled a terrific Yorker to get a wicket to bring his team back in the game right at the end, make it 9 runs needed of 8 for the Southern Crusaders. But unfortunately, he just couldn't hold his nerve the last couple of balls as he, of course, bowled that 5 wide, which really took the game away from his side, as United are now 24 for 4 at the end of 4 overs. And we, of course, just take a look at that worm. Of course, they're going at exactly a run of ball over here. Gezira just a bit too slow from their point of view. And this one is just sliced away, and it goes past the fielder at deep third. That's going to be another boundary. And he just threw the kitchen sink at that one, didn't he, Patel? And he was lucky that he managed to get some bat on it. And it goes away for 4. That projected score currently at 65. It's just not high enough from Gazira's point of view. I think at least one thing that he could say about their innings in the previous match was they at least started quick. They took advantage of the power play. They were almost, they at least went down fighting. I mean, they were hitting a lot of boundaries alongside those wickets, but not the case in this innings. They're losing wickets at almost the same rate, but they're not hitting boundaries either. So it's just, that projected score is just very, very low right now. I mean, 65 is a score they'll really, really struggle to defend. And you've got to say, full credit to the Southern Crusaders as well. Of course, they took the win in the first game, but they've come out here, this first innings of this second match of the doubleheader, and they've been just as dominant. They've kept their focus. They're executing their plans to perfection so far. They really haven't let their foot off the pedal. If anything, they've bowled even better this innings. Pandari gets off the mark with a single over there. And this one is going to be very wide down the offside. A rare mistake by Radhakrishnan. It was normally a very tight bowler. Of course, we saw him bowl some good overs in the death in the final match. Really made sure that Gazira had no chance of pulling off any kind of late innings resurgence. Oh, it goes past the fielder, a cover. That's going to be a single. Oh, this one is battered away. It's going to go the distance for a 6. That is a maximo they really, really needed. Just the second one of this innings. It's a low full toss, and Pandari meets it incredibly right out of the middle of the bat. That is a terrific hit towards deep mid-wicket. And, of course, there's a chance for us to look at the ECL groups, of course, spanning the breadth of Europe. It's going to be an incredible cricket series with teams from all over this great continent, of course. Malaga, Spain will once again come alive for that tournament. Really looking forward to it. Of course, Malta's representative will be Gozo Zalmi, who will start off on the 9th of March. They're in a really, really tough group alongside the likes of Forfarshire, VOC Rotterdam, VCS Rayberger, and Stari Grad. I mean, there's 4 very strong teams in that group, so it's going to be interesting to see who gets out of it and makes it to championship week. But I have to say, I think if you can get out of a group like that, I mean, what it does for you mentally heading into championship week, as of course we take a look at this ball, it's just come off the toe end of the bat. You know, you immediately just feel like, you know, you have what it takes to win a championship, because you've been able to go through the gauntlet once. You went through a group with some quality teams. You beat them, and all of a sudden after that, you're not intimidated heading into championship week. You know, you feel like you can beat anyone. So I think whoever comes out of that group is certainly a team to watch in championship week. And he will block this one out here. It's a good ball there by Rashmika. And this one, he just sneaks it inside the tram line for a wide. Beg your pardon, to avoid a wide. This one is struck away towards long off. It's just going to be a single. But yeah, I think right now, though, I mean, just to get to 90, they need to go at 11 and over from here, which is not going to be easy. So it's just very hard to see how, you know, Gezira United can pull this off. I mean, again, a lot of inexperienced batters as well in their lineup, so you just wonder where the runs are going to come from these last 4.1 overs. This one is played away towards point. I think at this stage as well, I think you also have to start looking from the point of view of, you know, I mean, are there any particular batters you want to try out and maybe give them some time on the middle, just because it'll raise their confidence heading into, sort of, say, bigger games later in the series. It's hard to say. I mean, you know, certainly, you know, it's looking very unlikely that they'll be able to post a winning total unless we see a real miracle in the second innings or the next 4 overs. But it's going to be a huge challenge for them, as of course we have a look at the scorecard over here. No real scores of note. I mean, that scorecard looks like a phone number, 913-788. You know, no one's been able to crack double digits so far, and it's that in itself tells a tale for Gezira United. Oh, this one is tossed up. A little bit of helicopter on that shot, so some flair there from Patel. Digs one out and hits a 6. I think I saw a bit of a helicopter there. Let's take a look at this again. Goes deep in his crease to make that an overpitch delivery, and bang, look at that helicopter come out right at the end. Goes the distance. That's a 6. Oh, goes for the big heave of it there. They'll probably scamper across for a single, so that's going to be 1 run. Oh, shouts a catch it, but it fell well short of the fielder at short mid wicket, and it's just going to be a single over here. Oh, he goes for the big hit. How far is this one? Has it gone the distance? Yes, it has. What an incredible hit by Patel. And maybe Patel could give his side a chance over here. I mean, he loses balance after hitting that shot, but he gets enough distance on it. Traveled quite high and well beyond the boundary rope. So some late fireworks here from Patel in this innings. And is there a chance, though, that projected score is ballooned up to 81 within a very short space of time? Let's see if he can keep hitting this, and, well, he tosses one up there. Goodness sacred, it's always very risky in this format, and I think Patel will be rather disappointed that he's missed out on one. Oh, there's an outside edge over here, and is this going to go away towards third man? No, it was cut out by a fielder, and it's going to be a single. I think the big thing is that Patel will keep strikes. So he's on 21 of 11, and he's been the only batter who's been able to clear the boundary rope multiple times so far this innings. We could be in for some late innings entertainment, as of course, well, we've got plenty to come in our thrilling Maltese adventure, but hey, our passion for cricket has no seasonal bounds. We're a year-round cricket network, and we'll continue to accompany you for another month. As soon as we wrap up here, we'll head over to Barcelona for an ECI as well as an ECS. We'll then be back down south in Malaga with our inaugural ECCW, and then the 2024 season kicks off on the 15th of January. So stick around with us as the cricket never stops on the European Cricket Network. Just a few weeks without cricket from us over Christmas, but then we'll be right back with you shortly after the new year. And of course, we'll have some international cricket over here in Malta as well over the weekends of the 18th and the 19th of January. The Maltese men and women's team will be hosting the Cypriot men's team as well as the Estonian women's team over that weekend. So we should have 4 good matches involving both those sides over that weekend. As here's Patel hitting another boundary, and well, he's giving his side maybe a puncher's chance over here with some of these late innings blows. Yeah, one bounce and over the boundary rope. Oh, a little too much length and width over there. And Patel strikes this very nicely. He picks out the gap. So it's back-to-back boundaries for Patel. And he's giving his side some hope over here. A little too short, little too wide. Hits it towards deep extra cover. And maybe Patel has also earned himself a promotion up the order, currently batting at number 5. And, you know, they maybe should consider getting him in at number 3. Maybe even opening the batting. He's looked very good so far this innings. And again, he's just trying to bat some of the bugs away before he faces this ball. Well, this one is struck hard, straight down the ground. The thing is taking a bounce right in front of the boundary rope. And it's going to be a 4. And again, just take a look at this. Rocks back in his crease. Bang, slaps it. Nice forehand, considering we're right next to a tennis court. And that right there confirms it was indeed a boundary. Terrific work by Spring Productions. Of course, we've got Andres, Karina, and Kristaps in today, all doing some terrific work. Oh, and there's an edge over there, and it's going to be taken. So a very good catch by Afi Khan, who's had a good day with the gloves so far. He's taken a few catches, of course, had that sensational run out to dismiss Nolan Bosnet. Let's have a look at this. Thick outside edge. Goes through to the keeper. Very well taken. And unfortunately, this cameo by Patel is cut short, as he's going to have to depart, having made 33 of 16. A terrific innings by him. And unfortunately for his side, a lone good innings from anyone donning the Gezira United blue. Nepal getting ready to face his first ball. And he hits this one straight to the field, recover, so it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. Ram Schmicka will be very happy with his performance. Gave just 15 runs over the 2 overs he bowled, and of course got that all-important wicket of Achal Patel, who was going along so nicely at 33 of 16. Of course, United are currently 68 for 5 with 2 overs to go in this innings. And, you know, right now, maybe a realistic thing to look at is try to at least get to 80. I mean, at this point, I think they'd be happy if they can get to what they scored in the last match. Considering the way that Bandari's been batting, I mean, going at just under a run a ball. Really, you have to get 90 plus. You have to at least get 90 plus. The dot ball to start this over. Yusuf will bowl the penultimate one. His over is one of the few overs that has gone for double digits so far this innings. There have been 4 overs all innings that have been worth 10 or more. which just emphasizes how quiet things have been for Gezira. Two dot balls to start off this over. Just losing his shape here, Bhandari. I mean, he's got to at least try to get singles. I mean, if he can strike it for a boundary, at the very least, just try to get bat on the ball and maybe run a good 10 or 11 singles at the end of this innings, and then maybe look to hit a couple to the boundary rope. That's another dot ball, and again, not the best shot selection. He comes down the crease, tries to whack it towards the left side, and it beats him. And again, Yusuf is just keeping this simple. He knows that Bhandari is struggling, so he's just keeping it out of his arc and making sure he faces multiple dot balls. And it's another dot ball to end the over. They're going to go up in an appeal. Umpire Wheeler shakes his head, and the penultimate over will be a maiden. Well, how often do you see this? I mean, you've got to say it's not the best batting by Bhandari. But Yusuf comes on and bowls a maiden in the penultimate over. That is true gold dust in T10 cricket. Here we go, final over of this innings. And it's another dot ball, so we've had 8 straight dot balls. And we're near the end of this innings. I think the Crusaders are just keeping it smart. I mean, they know these two batters are struggling, so they're just bowling it wide and making sure they can't hit it, because at this stage, they'd rather those two stay out there than actually get out the way they're batting. And oh, they could easily have a run out here. They certainly will, to make that 9 straight dot balls. Well, this is all kind of going pear-shaped here for Gezira United. They've just not been batting well. This is rather poor batting. Let's have a look at this. Bang. Gets run out. He just sort of fumbled the ball upon collection. But then after that, he made sure he found the batter who was running to the non-striker's end. 4 balls left in this innings. Bhandari faced a maiden in the penultimate over. Oh, he finally gets hold of one. Is he going to get this to go the distance? He will. So he makes this wait 7 balls before he hits a 6. As Bhandari will clear the boundary rope here. Well, where was this Bhandari in the penultimate over? You know, it's been one of the oddest 15 of 17s you'll see. I mean, he's hit 2 6s, which basically means, I'll continue that point after this ball. He's faced 12 dot balls. Make that 13 now. What an odd innings. 13 dot balls and 2 6s to get to 15 runs. Amazing. This one is struck down the ground, and it's just going to be a single over here. So final ball of this innings coming up. I'm surprised Shai's batting as low as he did, considering he actually looked pretty decent in the first match. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. This one's going to take an edge, and it looks like he's just going to get a French cut away for a 4. That one takes a thick outside edge. Probably not a French cut, but either way, it goes for a boundary, as the Gezira United end up just 2 runs short of what they were in the first match. So it's not really an improvement with the bat in hand. Shah gets a boundary off the sole ball he faced. 11 runs coming off that final over. A pretty decent one for Gezira in an innings where they were starved for runs. As they'll end up 79 for 6 at the end of 10 overs. Anyway, let's have a look at how this Gezira United side fared in the first innings. Of course, things started off well once again. I mean, they don't seem to have a problem facing the first ball. I mean, it's just the other 59 they seem to have an issue with. This time around, though, they hit boundaries off the first 2 balls, so I guess they're improving in some ways. It's just the other 58 balls they have to worry about now. Of course, this would be the run out of Nalin Basnet. A brilliant throw by Afi Khan from all the way out in the deep. A direct hit. Suraj Dharai, well, he'd have a very soft dismissal. Once again, he gets a start, but he just can't quite kick on. He found the fielder, Zishan Yusuf, and of course, wickets would continue to tumble. You just saw Gulfaraz Masi getting rid of the skipper. Moving Ariel there, the 1 wicket keeper catching the other. This one went up in the air, and it was really well taken by Zishan Yusuf out in the deep to dismiss Tanka Kundal. And we take a look at some of the few maximos we saw in this innings. Of course, there were 5 sixes struck in this innings. You wouldn't know considering Gazirafe made just 79 runs, but one between the wickets. Well, I think they faced too many dot balls as well. And of course, you see that final catch taken over there to dismiss Achal Patel by Afi Khan, and then this was the run out that Gunasekara and Selvaratna were involved in right at the end of the innings. This was that one lusty blow which Bhandari hit it for. Bhandari, such an odd innings. I mean, he hit 2 sixes, but then he had 13 dot balls to get to his 16. As of course we'll now take a look at the scorecard over here. And of course, Achal Patel making 33 of 16. He was the top run getter. Bhandari, he made 16 of 19. And of course, Narendra Shah striking a boundary on his last ball, courtesy of a thick outside edge. We'll then have a look at the bowling card for this Southern Crusaders side. A very solid all-round performance. Of course, the pick of the bowlers was Gulfaraz Masi with figures of 3 for 10. Rashmika was pretty good as well, with figures of 1 for 15. Zishan Yusuf, of course, extremely economical. Gave up 10 runs in his first over, and then he bowled a maiden on his second over. Well, of course, we've come to the end of the first innings, and Southern Crusaders need 80 runs to make it 2 wins and 2 to start off their European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings, and unfortunately for Gezira, once again, they failed to post a big total on the board. They ended up with just 79 runs over their allotted 10 overs, and now the Crusaders have to chase down a target of 80 to make it 2 wins in 2 to start off this European Cricket Series. Let's see how they go about this chase, as of course I think they just made it a little bit too nervy in that first match. They took it all the way down to 9.2 overs. It could have been a whole lot nervier, really, because, I mean, that costly 5 wide at the end really turned the game on its head. So, well, let's see if the Southern Crusaders will struggle here again. Can Gezira United pull off another exceptional bowling performance? Or are we going to see a much more clinical win from this Crusaders side? I thought maybe we would see Encore promoted up the order considering how well he batted. But that's not the case. Instead, they've just shuffled their lineup around a little bit. It's going to be Afi Khan opening the batting. Anyway, we should be about to get underway soon. Durai bowling this first over. Of course, he's a really good strike bowler. Very impressed the way he bowled his first over. In the previous match, I think he just struggled a little bit in the second over, as you can just see some of those insects getting in the way again. But looks like we're ready to get underway. First ball of this innings. Oh, this is firmly struck. It's going to go the distance. It's a 6 to start off for Khan, so he's certainly justifying this promotion up the order. He managed to make just 4 runs of 4 balls in that previous match. This time around, a great swivel. And he manages to hit this behind with a good pull shot for a 6. Alarm bells immediately for Gezira United. I mean, that's the way you start a chase. If you are the Southern Crusaders, right from the get-go, a statement of intent. Showing they're not looking to muck about this time around. They want to finish this game as soon as possible. And he's just looking for a quick single there, isn't he? It was a better ball by Durai, much better ball. Better line and length. And I think the batter, he's just hit this a little harder than he probably wants, because I think he recognizes that's a good ball and just wants to hit it with soft hands. And then scamper across for the quick single. His hands are probably a little harder than he wanted, and he's just pushed it a bit too hard to the fielder. Okay, this time he actually does manage to execute what he was trying on the previous ball. He does get across for a single, so his skipper, Gunda Tilaka, was running to the danger end, and he's also going to face his first ball. A little bit surprised, of course, Ryan Bastians. In the original lineup, he was listed as the number 2 batter, so he was supposed to open alongside his captain in this innings as well, but clearly something changed where they decided to open with Afi Khan instead. Oh, and this one is really well played too, but it's taken a good bit of fielding out of the deep to cut out a boundary, so just the 1 run. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. He's just going to beat the fielder. It's taking a top edge. And he's very lucky over there, Khan. It was a leading edge that popped up. But unfortunately for Gezira, it just didn't land anywhere near a fielder. Let's just take a look at this. Goes well beyond the fielder's reach there. That's Budistigar Bandari, who we know is more than capable of taking terrific catches. We saw him take a really good one in that first game, running backwards to help dismiss Thakur. Oh, and he's not the best shot selection there by Gunatilaka. I think, honestly, he could just probably look to just ramp that ball away for a 4. You can see him. That's exactly what he rehearses on the very next ball. I mean, there's no fielder out at deep third, and there's certainly no one fine. So if he even gets a little bit of bat on it, if he beats the keeper, it's going away for a boundary. But hey, this is a chance to remind you that we've had 177 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was all the way back in our ECI in Rome when Austria and Italy battled one another. So well, we're hoping for a golden ball at some point over these next few days here in Malta, of course. As we've said, we've had a lot of close matches. We've had a lot of close games here in these first 3 days, but we haven't had a match that was tied yet that needed to be determined by a golden ball. Anyway, here we go. So they've just sent a fielder out to deep third. The other fielder outside the ring is currently at long on. They brought deep backward square in. Oh, he's going to run for a quick single again. And, oh, he could get some runs off overthrows here as well. We're going to need to rewatch this whole sequence. Let's take a look at this whole thing over here. I mean, this is a very... I mean, you have to go for the run out. I mean, I don't blame the fielder. I mean, his side, you know, they're defending a fairly low target, so, you know, they need moments of magic to even have a chance. He decides to have a shot at the stumps. Of course, if there was a direct hit, there is no question Michael Gunatilaka was gone. I mean, he wasn't even in the frame. But there was nobody backing up, unfortunately, so it went away for a boundary, by the way. Coming back to live action, we've just seen a dot ball. Gunatilaka was just trying to dab one towards third man. We'll just take another look at that ball. It's lucky he hasn't found an edge and nicked one through to the keeper. We've seen Bhuvan Arial take a couple of good catches already so far today. Oh, another shy at the stumps. Oh, he has to desperately dive back here, Khan. So again, I love the attitude of this United team. They just play with a lot of passion, a lot of fire when they're out there fielding. And again, you just feel if this team can have a game where they can maybe post a score of 100, 110, they could knock off one of the big boys with the way they bowl, the attitude they field with. Oh, this is it's straight towards the fielder at point. It's going to be a dot ball. So Gunatilaka, you know, he's struggling a little bit in this innings as well. Of course, he had his issues in the first match too, where he managed to make just 5 runs. Not quite able to click so far. Of course, he's lucky that his side don't have a huge target to chase, so he can take his time to settle in, and settle in he does with that shot again. Beautiful horizontal bat shot. This one's a rather wide delivery. He picks it out and he just forehands it away towards deep mid wicket. Very good hit. Sounded beautiful coming off the bat as well. I mean, that was a terrific sound. Again, Gunatilaka, career strike rate of 115 for him, so he's typically a much more patient player. Averages over 20 though for his career, so you know, he can just pace himself this innings as he often does, and that's going to be a single. Fortunately, it doesn't carry to the fielder for him as the second over comes to an end. The Crusaders 21 for no loss at the end of the second over. We'll have a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, at Modern Day and Edix Knights, we're off to the perfect start. course, the star player of the Southern Crusaders, Basil George, left to go join the Innings Knights for this ECS. So it's going to be very interesting when those two teams play each other. I mean, what kind of a derby is it going to be when Basil George has to face his old teammates? And then, of course, Sweet United went undefeated in the group stages last year, 18-0, starting off with a couple of losses as well as overseas. And then, of course, we know the result of the earlier game today where Southern Crusaders picked up a win against Gazira United, who are playing in their very first ever ECS tournament. This is it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be a double. Kundal, I have to say, bowled really, really well in the first game. Exceptional figures of 2 for 12 over his 2 overs. Oh, this is firmly struck, but it's firmly struck straight to a fielder. I mean, that sounded nice out of the bat. Magunatilaka picks out Durai at backward point, so it's going to be a wicket here. The first wicket has fallen for the Southern Crusaders. And he strikes it firmly, but he strikes it straight to a fielder. A comfortable chest-high catch. And that is the end of his innings. The Crusaders 21 for 1 as they're entering the final over of the power play. It's going to be Gopal Thakur coming in at number 3, so a little bit of a surprise. We don't see Ryan Bastians. I hope he isn't hurt or anything, because again, you know, he has the most career ECS runs for any batter playing in this Southern Crusaders team. Of course, Gopal Thakur, he's in the best form of any batter in this team, so I'm a little bit surprised that Bastians isn't out there. I mean, Thakur Bastians could really be the opening partnership that I would expect would be opening the batting for the Southern Crusaders. I think that's what I was calling for in the previous match, but here we go. Thakur facing his first ball. Oh, a terrific ball. Oh, and he's so unlucky he hasn't drawn an edge. Great length, testing the outside edge. And again, Thakur, a very technically adept batter, and if you can get him, then, all of a sudden, we could be in for another game that's a lot similar to the previous one we witnessed. Yeah, Thakur will just gently knock this one towards cover and get out of the way with a single. This puts Khan back on strike. Nafi Khan for his career, of course, has 526 runs over 35 games, an incredible career strike rate of 193, averaging 28 for his career as well. So an adept batter for sure. Oh, it's a full toss. This is a horrible delivery, and it's going to get punished. Takes a bounce in front of the boundary rope. It's going to be a 4. It's a no ball as well for height. We're going to take a look at that. Definitely a no ball. So it's 5 runs over there. 1 run for the no ball, and then also the 4 that he struck. So a free hit is coming up. And again, they've got to be wary of these extras. Gazira United, they gave 14 runs of extras in that previous innings. And then again over here, giving up costly extras like that, you really can't afford to do it when your batting unit simply isn't holding up in the first innings. And this is absolutely belted. It hits a pole. I think it's hit one of the floodlights. And it's going to be a 6, so another outstanding hit over there. Well, I think he should get some extra points for that. Look at this doink. Comes right off the pole. Bang. Well, I think he's that must be some kind of a challenge. If you can hit that pole, you get double the runs. Give him 12 for accuracy. Incredible hit here as the Crusaders are well in front in this innings. Yeah, I think a little bit of a mix-up here. There's still 1 ball left in the over. So he's going to face this ball here. I thought, sure, the Crusaders would happily take a free dot ball, but that's not going to be the case here. He has to come back, Kandel, to bowl the final ball of this over. Oh, this is really, really well struck, and it's going to go away for a boundary. Awesome hit there by Khan. So it's consecutive boundaries for him and a real pummeling at the end of this over for Kandel. That over goes for 16, and the Crusaders need almost a run of ball from here on out to see their way through to the victory. Of course, great power play here for the Crusaders, 37 for 1. They start off a lot better than they did last time, of course. Just going back to the way they were batting in the previous match. They were 27 for 3, 3.2 overs into their innings, but this time around, no such issues. They're just batting with real fluidity. I think you're starting to see them flex their muscles, mostly thanks to Khan. I think that promotion up the order has really, really benefited him. And again, I think, maybe the skipper, Gunatilica, things haven't quite clicked for him. I mean, obviously, as a skipper, you want to take charge. You want to be the one to lead your team. So demoting yourself down the order is always a pretty tough thing to do. So, but, maybe you should consider, Khan and Takor, or Khan and Bastians, or some kind of combination of one of these 3 players to open the batting for the Crusaders. Because, again, you want your best players facing as many balls as possible. And Afi Khan, he's got incredible career statistics, certainly better than his skippers. So you'd like to see him pushed up the order. Well, he looks to toss one up. It's a low full toss. That's struck away towards mid-wicket. Again, now I think the Crusaders, they'll probably want to get that net run rate boost. I mean, they'll have been very disappointed they couldn't get that in the first match, that they dragged it all the way to the final over. But I think this time around, they'll probably want to look to wrap it up within the next 4 overs. And when Takor is going, that just gets a whole lot easier. That is a huge 6. 2 big hitters are out in the middle, and they're seeing it really well. This one's a touch too short, but look at the quality of that shot. It's brilliantly hit. And it goes away for a 6. It's under a run of ball now. And they're cruising here, the Crusaders. Gezira, they look a really deflated team. Let's see if they can still keep battling this out. That one a bit too wide, too much width, and it's easy pickings for Takor. Will strike this one away to the vacant boundary again. You look at this field setting, it's set up for him to bowl full and straight. He's got a long off, a deep extra cover, a long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Again, it's for the off spinner. Sort of pitch it around the off stump, and then look to turn it in to the batter. You really can't afford to be giving any width. And it's now 29 runs needed. Big pardon, that should be 30. Oh, this one's again, it's a bit too short. Is it going to find the fielder? No, it won't. It evades him, and that's going to be another 4. So a real pummeling here for Bosnet. Again, Bosnet bowled very well in that previous match. I think he always went a little bit too short. He struggles with his length at times. That one there, clearly a boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs. As the Southern Crusaders are 54 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. 26 of 36 needed. And Afi Khan struck 5 boundaries, 3 4s, 2 6s. An incredible innings by him, going at a strike rate of 320. So we're seeing some real ruthlessness here from the Southern Crusaders. Something that was amiss in our opening match of the day. And just look at that worm just skyrocketing over the red line. Yeah, this one's played off his pads very well by Takor. It's going to be a single. Yeonjun coming into the attack. We didn't see him bowl in the first game, and I just wonder if the Crusaders are going to try to experiment a little bit in these final few overs. Maybe give a few other bowlers a chance to roll their arm, or, damage limitation is really going to be their mentality, but how do you limit damage when these two are going at that rate? That's another 6. An enormous hit by Khan, who has taken full advantage of getting this opportunity to open the batting. Enormous 6, just got underneath the ball so well. And again, you know, we're near a golf course, and he's decided to swap the cricket bat for a driver. He's just been teeing off this innings. And yeah, of course, the Helix commenting on the GoPro attachment on his helmet. Absolutely, I think I even noticed that with Tucker when he was playing at the Continental Cup. You know, and it's always very cool though when you get to watch footage of batters with them using the GoPro. This one is too short, and the fielder puts in a great effort. And at the very bare minimum, you have to commend him for preventing a boundary. It just fell short of him here. Look at that. It's a terrific effort. I mean, if he'd taken that catch, it'd have been one of the catches of the day. And oh, well, we're starting to see a little bit of rain come down. Certainly didn't expect this. Wasn't in the forecast. This one's been given a wide. Let's just take a look at this again. Is this a stumping? No, it isn't. I think he came back in time, Tucker. It certainly looked like he had. Yeonjun over there was just trying to get his first ever ECS wicket. But it certainly, I hope this is a passing shower. I mean, having a look at the forecast last night, it certainly didn't state there would be any rain this time of day. I think there was a prediction for potentially some light showers tonight. I think that's what the forecast said. But again, that just tells you all you need to know about a lot of these forecasting services. I mean, here we are. It's 11:39 local time, and we've got a bit of rain. So the Crusaders will want to knock off these runs as soon as they can, so they can make their way back home. He needed of 32 here. A bit of width on offer there, but it's a slap straight down towards the fielder at long off. So Yeonjun using his feet there to block that one out. This one's gone up in the air, and it's just going to be a single, though. It falls well short of the fielder as the Yeonjun's over comes to an end. 12 runs off this over. The Crusaders need 14 runs off the second half of the innings to take this one and make it 2 wins and 2 runs. We would expect them to knock off. And again, I think at this stage they try to back themselves to maybe knock these runs off within the next over. Of course, the European Cricket Network is proud to announce the first ever European Cricket Championship for women. So this is going to be an incredible series. We're all really looking forward to it. We've got Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, France, and Austria involved. And it's a great way to close the curtain on a terrific year of European cricket. This one is played away. It's going to be a single. .13 needed of 29 now. Kondo, I mean, he'll be eyeing his half century. He'll probably want to knock off the remainder of these runs. Oh, this is a full toss. Is this going to go straight to the fielder? It will, and well, that's the way cricket works somehow. I mean, that's probably one of the worst balls that Khan has had to face during this innings, and he's hit it straight to the fielder. We'll just check if this is a no ball or not. Where is this? Well, let's just get this nice and slow. Okay, this one is a close one. This is a real tight one. Well, this is going to get debated massively. Is this below or above waist height? Ooh, maybe the bowler could be in some trouble here. Got that nice and slows him. Great work here by Spring Productions. And it looks like in the end they've given him his marching orders, so he has to depart. Falls 10 runs short of getting a half century. And it's a 40 of 14. A very disappointing way for him to end. I mean, his eyes would have lit up when he saw that full toss, but unfortunately finds the fielder at long on. And his innings is cut short. A good catch as well, taken out of the deep. That is Bishnu Kunwar who takes that one. So going to see, I believe this is Avishka, who's come out to bat. The rain is just lightened up, or it's passed away. It's actually quite funny because you can actually visibly see the rain from our vantage point here in the commentary cabin. You know, I could hear the rain for sure, just the rain hitting the 10th, and of course you can see it on the screen as well. This one is wide down the leg side, but yeah, it looks like it was a passing shower that won't disrupt any play. Elix asking whether I trust the Met Office. Well, I didn't use the Met Office for that forecast. I think I used Google Weather. That tends to be the one I use. Usually Google Weather or AccuWeather are the two sites I tend to go on to look up the forecast. Oh, and he's cleaned him up. Great ball over there by Durai. As Avishka, he has to depart. He's going to get a golden Derrick. So a little bit embarrassing for him, of course. He gets pushed up the order. And it's the briefest of stays for him. He doesn't trouble the scorers, as Derrick's going to come out to stretch his legs. As we're, of course, at 11:45 local time. Chance for him to get his steps in before he takes a little afternoon siesta. And a little bit of joy here for the United. Let's have a look at this again. Terrific ball, isn't it? Hits middle and off. Cleans him up. So it's going to be Bastians coming all the way down at number 5. So it looks like he's fine. I was just wondering why he was demoted all the way down to number 5 after opening the batting. Oh, this one is very well struck. He's going to pick out the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, and it goes away for a 4. Very nicely hit. Just uses his wrists as well. A great wristy player. And he picks out the gap, so it's just 8 runs needed now. So 2 boundaries will do the trick for the Southern Crusaders. 2 balls left in this over. Is Bastian going to just try to finish this game off in style with consecutive boundaries? And he isn't quite able to get hold of this one as nicely as he'd like. It's going to be a single, so a Maximo ties the game from here. Gopal Thakur is out over there, so he's batting on 17 of 10. Oh, great ball. Terrific delivery to end the over. Durai gets a couple of wickets. And it's going to be the end of the over. 6 overs in the books. Crusaders are 73 for 3. They need just another 8 runs to take this game. As we, of course, look at the scorecard, of course, Afi Khan batted superbly, made 40 of 14. He was rather unlucky to get out on a full toss. Match was very close to getting called a no ball. Of course, third umpire looked at it for a while and then deemed it was a legal delivery. No, trust me, you don't want to hear me doing a duck sound. You absolutely don't want to hear me doing that. I once very jokingly did it with Rico back in Cyprus, not on air, of course. Yeah, I think Rico was having fits of laughter when he heard me attempting that. This one is going down the leg side for a wide, so it's a Maximo now needed to win the game from here. You can guarantee that Bastians is going to try to do exactly that. You know, we know European cricketers, they love to finish games off in style. They don't want to take a single to end the game. This one is struck down the ground. It's just going to be a single, not enough power on that to carry it through to the boundary rope. And now danger man, Tucker, back on strike. Oh, this is nicely struck, and as expected, they end the game in style. A big 6 to finish it off. Tucker ends up undefeated on 23, and this time around, the Southern Crusaders make easy work of Gezira. A ruthless performance, just what we expected from the previous ECS's finalists. An exceptional performance, of course. They started off with that terrific bowling performance in the first innings where they restricted Gezira to just 79 runs, and then they came out here and absolutely smacked them all over the place, chasing down this target in just 6.2 overs. As you can see, Gopal Thakur walking off with Ryan Bastians. Both of them will be very happy with each other. Glad they get to soak in this victory. It's 2 wins and 2 to start off this tournament for the Southern Crusaders. We'll take a look at the highlights of the innings. Of course, Afi Khan got a promotion up the order, and he took full advantage of it. This was a chance for a run out. This would have run out the skipper, Gunatilaka. Khan was taking on a lot of risky singles. He was basically challenging the fielders to go for direct hits. Of course, that was a rather comical moment as Afi Khan tried to get back on strike. And then Gunatilaka, he hit one very nice 6, but other than that, he made just 8 runs of 9 deliveries before he picked out Suraj Dharai at backward point. Khan would continue to pummel the opposition alongside Gopal Thakur. Of course, Khan would hit 3 6s and 3 4s in his inning. He batted with a strike rate of 286. Some very good looking shots by him. And he took full advantage of the promotion up the order until he was caught by Achal Patel and long on. Of course, he thought it was a no ball, and we had to look at it for a while, but in the end, it was deemed a legal delivery. This was a terrific ball by Suraj Dharai to get rid of Avishka, who departed for a golden duck. Bastians would face just 3 deliveries. He would hit 1-4 and end up with 6 of 3. And then Gopal Thakur would end the game in style. He was undefeated on 23 of just 12 deliveries. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, in the first match, the Crusaders, they had to chase down a target of 82, and they really made a meal out of it, didn't they? They took it to the final over, but not the case this time around. They were ruthless, they were clinical. They got that big boost they needed for their net run rate as well. Afi Khan, as we mentioned, was the top scorer, batting with a strike rate of 286. Gopal Thakur continues this incredible year of good form for him. Batted very well in some of the international matches for the Maltese national team, and now he's carried that good form in to this series. Of course, made a score of 30 in the first game, and then he was undefeated here with 23 of 12. Bastians, very interestingly, demoted down the orders at number 5. I was rather surprised by that. But, you know, I'd be a bit surprised if the skipper, Gunatilaka, is still opening the batting in the third match the Crusaders were involved in. Of course, looking at the bowling effort for Gezira, I mean, you can't ask Lightning to strike twice. I mean, I think their bowlers did an exceptional job in the first match, but you're asking too much of them if you expect them to defend targets of 80 and 81 in back-to-back games. Suraj Dharai once again bowled very well. He ended up with figures of 2 for 16. In the end, the Southern Crusaders will win this one by 7 wickets. They would chase it down in just 6.2 overs. A sensational win for them as they start off with 2 wins on the bounce. Join us again in 38 minutes as we'll bring you our second double header of the day. We'll see you all shortly. Take care.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our third match of the day between Sweetie United and Malta. You just get a chance to look at this beautiful ground where we're playing at here at the Marsa Sports Complex. See the gorgeous pavilion to your right. What a wonderful place to play some cricket. We'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for this match between Sweetie United and Malta. Of course, both of them have started off with 2 wins apiece. Really, the standout performer has been Michael Das, making 123 and 86 in the first couple of games that Malta were involved in. I beg your pardon, for Sweetie United, it's of course 2 losses on the bounce. Of course, we take a look at the win predictor. Sweetie United still fancied as 54% favorites. I think a lot of this is courtesy of the fact that they started last year's tournament so well, so they have a lot of credit from that. Of course, they went 18-0 in the group stages. But of course, then they lost the very first semifinal they were involved in. They were knocked out of the tournament because of that. So a perfect group stage resulted in no trophy for them. They went back home with little to show. And they're hoping to correct things this time around. And also get things back on track after losing to the Innings Knights in both of their games in that first doubleheader. There he is, the danger man Das. He's on strike. This is going to be a very, very interesting battle to start off. Shaw versus Das. 2 exceptional players. Also 2 very gorgeous uniforms as well. I mean, look at the beautiful color contrast between these 2 jerseys. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're just moments away from the first ball. And this one is just struck straight towards the fielder at point. And they start off with a dot ball, so a good start here for Shaw. Dosto, he made firm contact with that. I mean, that's the sort of dot ball someone who is in form would play. You know, the only way you get a dot ball is if you're fortunate enough that they find a fielder, but he's in red hot form. Oh, a little bit of a mix up here. Direct hit, and he might be in trouble. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, just uses soft hands. I think the non-striker, he wasn't even paying attention, and might have been back on time though. Regardless of the direct hit, might have been safe. Oh, this one is firmly struck. It's gonna go the distance. It's gonna clear the fence as well. It goes into the archery field. And again, you have to be very careful if you're into any other sport when Michael Das is around, because you might have some cricket balls coming your way. Take a look at this. What an incredible pull shot. Got underneath the ball so well. Amazing elevation. And it goes away for a 6. This is going to be quite a chase to try and get that ball. Of course, Sweetie United were defeated by Innings Knights in both of the opening match, the doubleheader, of course, in the first game. Innings Knights posted a target of 101. And Sweetie United, in an absolutely nail-biting finish, came up short, making just 97 runs. And then the second time around, Innings Knights posted a total of 138. And Sweetie United, in reply, made just 106. So they've had some issues chasing. And they'll also be hoping to bowl better than they did in their second match. Oh, this goes straight to him. Incredible catch. And Das, who's been in red-hot form, finally has a low score Let's have a look at this. He's aiming for that wide Yorker, and Das, you know, he just meets the ball on the up, so it goes straight to the fielder. It's a comfortable catch for him, and Das tastes disappointment for the first time this series. Mother Dai are 6 for 1. And of course, the new batter is about to come out to the middle. Uncharted territory for Mother Dai to see Das back in the shed early. New batter is Zubair. Oh, this one's going to be a quick single here, so it's been a very interesting over so far. Just the one big six, so 7 runs off it, including that single. Just look how much that wind predictor has swung in favor of Sweet United with that one wicket. It just tells you the kind of impact that Michael Das is capable of making. Incredible. He was absolutely incredible in that doubleheader against Overseas. 123 of just 35 deliveries in the first innings, of course. Before we heap some more praise on Michael Das, let's talk about the Euros of women's cricket. Of course, this is a monumental moment in the history of European cricket when 5 nations are going to battle it out for the chance to be the first ever ECCW champions. We're just 39 days away from our curtain closer of this season when we kick off the inaugural ECCW. Really looking forward to that. It's going to be an incredible tournament. Yeah, just going back to sort of performances Michael Das had in that first game of their doubleheader against Overseas. Made 123 of just 35 deliveries, hit 8 fours, 13 sixes. Of course, Ujjwal comes into the attack, starts off with a dot ball. Had a strike rate of 351. And the second game against Overseas made 86 of 41. So maybe he's just being brought back down to ground game after game. But boy, he's an incredible player, and it's I think he's somebody you have to watch once we start talking about the top run getter tally. Of course, it's still early days in this tournament, but I think from this time next week we'll certainly start to see the picture of where the top run getters in this series are, and we can start discussing, you know, that race a lot more, the leading wicket taker race as well. I think that's, for me, that's always a subplot I really like following during a European cricket series. This one is pushed away towards cover. I mean, don't tell me batters are not conscious of that. They're not looking at that run tally and saying, I wouldn't be on top of it at the end of this series. And I'm sure bowlers are as well, although I think as a bowler in T10 cricket, you probably look at your economy rate more than necessarily your wickets. This one is very timidly played towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Dot ball, I should say. This is a back of a left delivery that goes through to the keeper, so good bowling here so far by Ujjwal. He's been really good this over. Just 2 singles off this over so far. Zubair facing back-to-back dot balls. Looking a little out of place in these first couple of deliveries. Oh, and he finally gets hold of one. He's absolutely smacked it So you talk about looking out of place. That one's hit the pavilion. I think that's the first one I've seen over these last couple of days that has struck it. A very, very good hit. And look at that. Incredible bat speed. I mean, he gets underneath it. He's got that whip-like action. And it's traveled a long, long way. And you talk about a strong response. That right there is a strong one. Hard to believe this over has come to an end. As we, of course, look at the standings for Group A. Mater Dei currently leading the way with 2 wins and 2. This one is struck down the ground. It's going to be a race. Is it going to go away to the boundary rope? It most certainly will. And Gill joining in on the boundary hitting. Very well struck. And that goes away for a 4. Very nice shot. That was certainly a good-looking shot. And again, for those of you who are stats nerds like me, I think the dot ball percentage, just had a look at it so far, it's 50%. I think really in T10 cricket, you kind of want to keep it in that low 20% range. This one is going to go the distance for a 6. Forget about dot ball percentage. We might need to start discussing boundary percentage. This is back-to-back boundaries here. A 4 and a 6 to start off this Asif Shah over. His first one went for just 7 runs. He's already somehow managed to go over that. 10 runs of these first couple of balls. And these two batters, since that Michael Das wicket, have started to look really good. Another one that's up in the air. This should be a catching opportunity. Will it be taken? It will. It absolutely will. Really, really good catch. The reverse cup takes care of that one. And Gill, nice little cameo for him. Hit a couple of boundaries, but he will depart. This one again, he just elevates it. He just wasn't quite able to free his arms the way he would have wanted. So instead of getting that distance, all he got was height. And it's popped up for a comfortable catch at mid-wicket. I think that was Jaspal Singh who took that catch. So good work by him. And some early wickets here for Mater Dei. I think they'll be fairly pleased with this start so far. I mean, the run rate of 10 isn't too bad in power play. More importantly, they've got 2 danger men. They sent back both the opening batters. This one's going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. A little bit disappointed there, Shah. Of course, in the first couple of games that Mater Dei have been involved in, they haven't got too many runs from anyone outside of Michael Das. So I think that's going to be the big challenge for them in this 3rd game. And oh, Nazir there, that wasn't the most convincing defensive shot I've seen. I mean, look at that huge gap between bat and pad. That's not the best of technique. This one is nudged towards point. It's going to be a single. Now Zubair, I mean, he's hit 1 boundary. There's a lot of responsibility on him. Only really been 2 scores of note for them in double digits. Outside of Michael Das so far this series. Oh, that one. Well, if the keeper had taken that, would have been quite special, but I wonder if it took some glove along the way. Let's just have another look at this. Oh, yep, certainly did. Just wondering if it was off the forearm rather than the glove, but it would have been a spectacular catch nonetheless. But we come to the end of the power play. Mater Dei are 27 for 2. I think Sweet United will be the happier of the 2 sides. They've managed to dismiss some important players. They've kept this run rate under check as well. I mean, if you just want to emphasize how dominant Das has been over these first couple of matches, I mean, obviously couldn't quite get that in this third game. He made 2/3 of his side's runs over the matches they played on Monday. I mean, that is just incredible. 2/3 of the side's runs coming courtesy of one batter. So again, this is where the captain gets into a real big dilemma. I mean, if Das clicks, they could get something really special. But when he's not out there, it's a question of, can this side still get themselves to a big total? I mean, they made 307 runs over their 2 games on Monday, and he scored 209 of them. And this one, oh, it just goes underneath the fielder. That's a misfield. Real let off there. And again, when you've got a team under pressure, you can't give them these little release valves. He should be stopping that. And again, he's a good fielder. He'll be disappointed with himself. Again, the standard of fielding in Malta is extremely high from what we've seen over these first few weeks. And you can certainly chuckle about it right now. But again, a lot of these games so far in Malta have been decided by fine margins. So little misfields like that, we've seen dropped catches completely turn the outcomes of matches. I mean, hell, that happened in the World Cup yesterday. Well, certainly the case here, where again, it's not been a lot to separate these teams in most of the games we've witnessed so far these first 3 days. Take some pace off that ball, and just for a second there, Nazir thought maybe he had a chance to steal another run, but Michael Nazir just had to go back as his teammate Zubair was totally uninterested. Maybe that's not the best shot selection. I mean, he's taking a step away from the ball and then trying to reach out at it. I mean, really, he should be looking to step into his shot. I think Zubair, though, I mean, you can see he has bat speed and power, but I think there's just a few issues he needs to iron out. Another stroke again, just taking a step towards the leg side and then trying to hit it. I mean, again, it's not like he needs to create any width. I mean, there's enough width in these deliveries, so I think a good cut shot would suffice as we come to the end of the fourth over. Mater Dei 32 for 2. Let's just have a look at his run rate, of course. Just one double-digit over so far. That was the third over, which went for 12 runs. Other than that, it's been very, very quiet by Sweetie United, and it's the sort of response you would expect from a team who would have been shell-shocked after getting trumped in their first couple of games on Monday. They just want to get back to winning ways, remind the world why they went 18-0, and this time also make things right and actually do well in the knockout stages. And the batsman just pulling up over there. Of course, we talked about Sweetie United's record, but Mater Dei, I mean, they were 3-13 over the 18 games they played. They, of course, had 2 matches where there was no result because of rain. This one is struck very nicely by Michael Nazir, and it's a much-needed boundary. The first boundary in 5 balls. I think another thing, though, is it's just too many dot balls as well. Again, I'm trying to roughly keep a track of this dot ball percentage. It's still somewhere around 50%, just way too many of these. They're not running much between the wickets either. I mean, it's been a lot of swings and misses. Yeah, going back to Mater Dei, I think 3-13-2 if you include their no result. Back in the ECS earlier this year, picking up just 8 points over 18 games. Again, that addition of Michael Das has really turned things around for them. And right now, I mean, it's just a case of, if he can stay hot, then this team can go a long way. Again, if they could just get into the quarterfinals, and then he has 3 sensational games the way he did on Monday. And there's nobody this side can't beat. Absolutely nobody. So that's just the exciting prospect about this format, where it's just set up for some great upsets. And the big boys, no matter how well they do in the group stages, they have to be an upset watch throughout the knockout rounds. This one's gone up in the air. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? It looks like it has. That's going to be a 6, so that's the 4th Maximo so far this innings. And again, I just love the unconventional shots that Zubair plays. I mean, clearly he has power. And as you can see, that one goes clear the boundary rope. It's a 6. Oh, this is another one. That's going to go over deep third. It's back-to-back Maximos. It's another big blow, and Zubair, well, after a lot of swings and misses, he whiffed at a few balls. He's managed to connect on a few. I mean, if you look at his strike rate so far, I mean, he is almost exclusively hitting 6s. He's made 20 runs, and 18 of them have come courtesy of his 3 6s. So, he doesn't run singles. He swings and misses, and if he connects, it's going for a 6. And right on cue, he gets a single. Just his 3rd single this innings. Come to the end of the 5th over. Mater Dei are 50 for 2. Of course, it's been a terrific year here on the European Cricket Network. Another historic season for us. Of course, we've been glad to bring so much thrill and excitement to cricket fans around the world as we took a grand tour across this continent. Of course, we kicked off our season all the way back here on the 30th of January, right here in this lovely country of Malta. We've had a chance to play in so many scenic grounds all over the continent. Each destination has offered its own unique blend of culture and cricket. And now we're right back here in Malta for an Encore event in this beautiful country that's treated us so well. In each place we've been to over this calendar year, we'll continue the point after this ball. This one's going to be a single. It's just been great to watch the sport continue to grow and blossom. I mean, everywhere you hear tales of, 2 years ago, we didn't quite have these resources, but now we do, and our game's improving this much. Players are developing, and it's just been incredible. I mean, long may this continue. And what a year we've had, and we're glad there's still more to come. Of course, we've got all our cricket here in Malta. We've got an ECI as well. The weekend following the coming weekend, and then we head off to Barcelona for an ECI and an ECS, and of course, the ECCW to close out the year. This one is going to be a wide, and I think the great thing about the ECS is it's just revolutionized the traditional cricketing world. It's flung open the gates of opportunity, where there probably weren't as many opportunities for a lot of cricketers in Europe. This one is struck away towards the leg side. It's just going to be a single. And it's been such a great ambassador for the sport. I mean, a lot of locals are getting into the sport as well. I think the great thing is particularly in the women's game, where you see a lot of people within the country who are not necessarily of cricket playing origin joining in with the sport. And it's just been great. We're planting the seeds of cricket in lands where willow and the leather were once stranger. Now this one is struck away again. It's over. They've run into each other, and has been put down. They've put down Zubair on 22. Well, this could be a very costly drop. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, I think Imran would definitely have had that one. Imran Amir, if he just leaves that alone. No, poor communication. And Zubair batting on 22 gets another life. Looking for the wide here, the batter, and he won't get it. So, again, just take note of that. Zubair dropped on 22. Oh, this one's going to be a no ball, and again, this one I think I think he's just trying the slower ball, and he's completely missed it. It's probably trying to bowl out of the back of the hand, and he ends up missing that ball by quite a bit. Free hit coming up. Can he take advantage of it? Oh, it's a well-taken catch out in the deep, but of course it's a free hit, so it's not going to be out. Just the one run off that free hit. Let's just take another look at this. Great catch, really well taken. I think that's Mohammad Qasim out in the deep. And he makes sure it's just the one run for Mater Dei. Singh's over comes to an end. Mater Dei are 57 for 2 at the end of 6. And here's the scorecard, of course. Michael Das for the with a very rare low score, making just 6 of 4. Navdeep Gill had a good start to his innings. He hit a 4 and a 6, but then he was caught with very well by Jaspal Singh. And these two have been going along pretty nicely. I think one thing you'd have to say is they've probably faced a few too many dot balls, particularly Zubair. You know, if they can hang around another couple of overs and then really start to get aggressive, it would make sure their side could at least get to a fairly healthy score. Maybe around that 115 region. That's probably what they'll be targeting realistically, which is a par score. I think if they can get to 115, it should be quite a competitive game. What's rather interesting is Swehi United haven't given the ball to Imran Amir. Again, we saw Imran Amir bowling quite a bit for the Maltese national team in Romania, and a little bit surprised he hasn't bowled so far. Of course, he is a spinner, and they've already used 5 bowlers, so you know it looks rather unlikely that they're going to use him at any point in this innings. Wonder why they've opted not to go with him. Certainly did well in Romania. Was a really wicket-taking bowler. Oh, it's a quick single over here. I know it's a direct hit. He could be in some trouble. And I think the batter knows he's out. He's already started to walk off. And we're going to take another look at this just to confirm. Looks like Zubair knows he's out. But let's have a look. This one, it's you know, was there really a single on over here? I mean, again, you want to take that risk in T10 cricket, and it certainly looks like he's going to be gone. It's a nice direct hit. And once that direct hit came in, it was pretty obvious he was going to be run out, as Mater Dei lose their 3rd wicket. Zubair departs, having made 23 runs of 18 deliveries. Oh, this one is going to land safely. See, dot ball to start off for Cornelius Yunus, the wicketkeeper for this side again. He was listed to come in at number 2, but they've instead decided to push him down to 5. This is firmly struck by Yunus. Has he picked out the gap? This will be quite a chase for the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and he's done quite well to ensure it doesn't go to a boundary. I think they wanted a second run there. Yunus was quite keen, but his partner, not so much. I think your partner should be the other way around. Just moving some extra protection Out to third man for the left-hander. Again, he's going over the wicket as well, so want to close some gaps on the offside. Is there an edge over there? The keeper is convinced. He's absolutely convinced it's out. He even looked at the square leg umpire, wondering if he would give it. Of course, that's not the square leg umpire's call. Let's have a look at this. Well, it's hard to tell from that angle. I think I'm going with the umpire is right over here. I think it just takes it's just a bounce. It takes off the surface. Well, that was certainly a close call for the batter. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've still got plenty to come here in our thrilling Maltese adventure. We're here all the way until the 24th of November, and then the weekend after this one, the weekend of the 18th and 19th of November, we'll have some great international cricket for both men and women. The Maltese men's side will host the Cypriot men's side, while this one is probably just struck him outside the line of off stump, so he's going to survive. Of course, this is the sixth bowler that Motherdi are opting to use. Yes, just struck him outside the line of off stump, so you can't really give that out. This one is hammered away. Oh, he completely overruns it. That's a poor bit of fielding. Some hands-on heads in the field. They can't believe what they've seen. I think that's Mohammed Qasim out of the field. Nazir just gets it away. And have a look at this. He overruns the ball and tries to stick a leg out. You know, it's a bit like a goalkeeper when, you know, they've just been wrong-footed and they try to stick a leg out to make a save. He can't do that over there, and it's a boundary. This is another one. Struck this time behind square leg, and it's just going to be a single. But yeah, that run rate has decreased a fair bit. The 2 overs before this one, just 9 runs came off them. So they're going to have to start picking up this pace here, Motherdi. That projected score shot down to 84. I mean, just 3 overs ago, we were talking about them potentially looking at 115. That's going to be very tough now. Again, I think one of the things we were looking at this side is, can this side bat well when Michael Das has an off innings? And so far, the answer has been no, unless they can really turn things around over these next 13 deliveries. Again, he just takes a lot of steps out of his crease. That's kind of what Nazir likes to do. I mean, I think it's a good thing that a keeper has come to the stumps now. I mean, Bilal Khan isn't that quick a bowler, so I think you want to disincentivize Nazir from coming down the crease. That one, of course, is a wide. Let's have another look at that. Oh, this time it's wide down the leg side. He just overcompensated. He needs to get it right, Khan. I mean, he's done a fairly decent job so far this over. It's not been a particularly expensive one. He just needs to close it out strong. Oh, there's an appeal of it there. It's probably just a bit of pad on the way through. And that'll be the end of the over. Of course, Bilal was desperate to get it out there, but it looks like it may just have flicked the pad on the way through. So the umpire gives that one not out as we come to the end of the 8th over. Motherdi 67 for 3 at the end of 8. And now again, the big thing will be for Sweet United is who are they going to get to bowl these last couple of overs. I mean, I think it has to go to Payas Bepari. I mean, he gave up just 2 runs in the sole over he bowled, and then they have a bit of a decision whether they go for Ajmal or Bilal Khan for the final over. And it is indeed Bepari coming in to bowl the penultimate. Shouts to catch it. This could be a catch. Oh, that's a sensational catch. Superbly taken. I hope he hasn't hit his head on the way down. That is Muhammad Ajmal. What a sensational catch, running to his left. Outstanding work. And look at that, you like it. Ice cool in his celebration as well. I mean, He covered so much ground running to his right and then kept his balance on the way down. That is a terrific bit of work. And what a way for your innings to come to an end. I think sometimes you just got to take your hat off to the opposition. Cornelius Yunus, well, he's not going to get out to a better catch too many more times. That was sensational stuff as Yunus departs, having made just one run of 3 balls. This one is struck firmly. Once again, Ajmal's got to give chase, but this is a good shot. Amar Sharma middle it. It's going to go away for 4. Of course, Amar Sharma, one of the few players other than Michael Das who had a good innings on Monday. Of course, he's been batting a lot lower down the order. And, you know, if he bats well here as well, I think he's earned himself a promotion. But he made 25 of just 9 deliveries in the second match his side were involved in against overseas. He struck 4 fours and a 6. And he started off well over here as well. Goes for the big heave, and he misses this one. Another big score for them was, of course, Patel. Made a 30 of 15, but he's just not available for this game. Not playing for the side, and it goes underneath the fielder again. And it's the second time we've seen a misfield like this from Sweetie United. I mean, obviously they've been sensational in the field when you look at some of their catching, but they've just let a couple slip through. I mean, obviously the ball struck hard. It's not easy to get down. Again, when you're talking about one of the better teams in Malta, you know what a high standard they set for themselves. And just the reaction from everyone in the field indicates that is not something they usually expect from their teammates. Ajmal just went and had a stern word with the fielder. Attempted a Yorker there. It gets past the fielder cover. It's just going to be 1 run. Oh, this one is going down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide. Last ball, the penultimate over. Seen 10 runs so far this over. This one is middle and it's a little bit of foot fielding. Oh. Well, you don't love to see that, but it gets the job done. As it's an 11-run over to end it. That is Bilal Khan. I can just see Bipari's a little bit disappointed. He wished it had gone for less runs, but I think in the end he's done a pretty good job. I think you'll take an 11-run over in the 9th, especially at this stage of the innings. As a Mater Dai still in a bit of trouble at 78 for 4. They're going to need a magical over here to get to triple digits. And let's see who bowls this final over. I mean, this is going to be quite a decision for the captain. Does he go with Ajmal or does he go with Bilal Khan? I mean, both of them gave up just 8 runs in their first over. And it looks like he's going to go with, we'll just confirm the bowler's identity to you as soon as it's bowled, and it's going to be given a wide. So he goes with Ajmal, of course, who took that terrific catch to dismiss Cornelius Yunus. No, this one is struck firmly, and it goes straight to the fielder. So I think it's just good field setting. I mean, he's bowling to his plan. That's why there's loads of protection on that boundary. Again, now here's where you can just see a little bit of the chess match. So they bring the fielder at a deep backward square in for Sharma, and instead they send someone out to a deep cover. And he's also going to change the angle. He's going to go around the wicket to him. So clearly they have a game plan for each batter. And it's It's going to be a single there. Now let's see if they, yep, so now the fielder backward square, he just goes back now to protect that boundary, and they bring cover back into the ring, so they clearly just identified tendencies with these batters, and it's good to see this level of game planning. He goes back over the wicket as well, Ajmal. Again, a lot of these teams are used to playing with each other, and goodness me, that's unnecessarily going to be overthrows. Well, not really. I think the ball had already been declared dead then, so batters are going to go back. But yeah, just going back to that point again, I think it's a lot of these teams, they play each other a lot domestically, so they've started to identify players' strengths and weaknesses. They also, thanks to the European Cricket Network, they can now, of course, watch a lot of footage of their opponents. Oh, what a sensational catch! Ajmal takes another blinder. Well, everything's sticking for him. He can do no wrong in the field. This time he takes a catch off his own bowling. Well, Ajmal, we saw him take a diving catch earlier. Now he takes a one-hander, and each time with a completely nonchalant celebration. This is terrific. I mean, let's have another look at this. And keep in mind, that's his weaker hand. He's a left-hander. He's taken that catch with his right hand, his non-dominant hand. No, this is just brilliant. Let's take one more look at this. It struck firmly back. He watches the ball closely, sticks his palm out, and he grabs it. Amazing stuff. What a day he's had, Mohammad Ajmal, I mean. This one is struck towards cover. It's going to be a single. Great over so far. I mean, he's given up just 4 runs off it. And as we're heading into the final ball, obviously took that incredible catch. It's just been a great first innings for him, of course. He's managed to pick up a wicket. His economy rate just hovering around 6 at the moment. And he's taken 2 terrific catches. Can do no wrong so far this afternoon. And again now, he's sticking to his game plan. He sends cover out, goes around the wicket for Sharma. And this is a really, really good Yorker length delivery. This should just be 1 run. He's going to toss it back. This should be a run out, and it is a run out. Just it was an underarm throw there by Amir. And in the end, he gets the run out. So, well, if you had Ajmal in your fantasy, I mean, you must be doing really well. 2 catches, a wicket, now involved in a run out. Let's take one more look at that. Nice and clean. And just 1 run to end the over. So, just 5 runs off that over. A brilliant Yorker length delivery at the end. Just some terrific bowling. As Mohammad Ajmal is certainly the star performer of that first innings. And you can just see they're a little bit disappointed with themselves, Mother Day. They made just 83 runs. They simply couldn't get it done this time around. And again, they're going to have to find a way to score runs when Michael Das has a difficult day. Of course, Das, he started off his innings with that incredible 6 that cleared the massive fence to protect the Archers, but he would depart shortly after that, hitting one straight at Bayas Bahari. We would then see Mohammad Zubair make 23 runs and 18 balls. He was going along at a strike rate of under 130. Again, you know, you'd like him to go a little bit quicker, but at least he hung around, like, say, some of his teammates. And, of course, his unorthodox cricketing style certainly entertained all of us. He has a lot of power and bat speed for sure. I think maybe once he just adds to his technique, he'll become an even better player, of course. We told you to note that dropped catch. He was dropped on 22, but he'd get out on 23, so it wouldn't really hurt the opposition too much. And that was a great run out there. Fantastic direct hit by Bilal Khan. And then once he departed, nobody was really able to do much. I mean, Michael Nazir, the skipper, made 22, but off 24 deliveries, just a touch too slow. Cornelius Yunus was dismissed courtesy of this blinder of a catch by Mohammad Ajmal. I mean, that one's going to be replayed again and again and again everywhere. But that would not be the only great catch he would take. Just stay tuned to this highlight reel. We're going to have something even more special for you. Take a look at this. Bang! One-handed catch. That was absolutely sensational. And He'd bowl a terrific final over, which he'd cap off with this run out. Just 5 runs off that final over as Mater Dei end up with only 83 runs. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for Mater Dei. Of course, the top run getter was Zubair with 23 of 18. His skipper made 22, but it took him 24 deliveries to get there. Amar Sharma making 11 of 6. Again, does Amar Sharma deserve a promotion up the order? I think he does. He's had a couple of decent innings. He was undefeated over here. So I'd like to see him batting further up, especially considering they struggled to get runs from most of their batters. We'll then have a look at the bowling figures for Sweet E United. Of course, the top bowlers for them were Mohammad Ajmal, who had figures of 1 for 13 and an economy rate of 6.5. Jaspal Singh did incredibly well too with, he took no wickets, but he gave up just 12 runs over his 2 overs, 1 for 13 for Payas Mapari. He was rather unlucky. He shouldn't have given up 13 runs. It should have been a whole lot less than that. And otherwise, it was a very, very good bowling performance for the Sweet United side, who will now feel they are favorites to take this game. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the second innings of this game as Sweet United look keen to pick up their first victory.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings. It was a really good performance by Sweden United in the first innings. Of course, they're keen to get their first win after starting off the series with a couple of losses. We just take a look at the win predictor. Of course, Sweden United are now heavy favorites, 82% over Malta. He's a go at just under 8.5 and over. Of course, here's Amir opening the batting. I was a little bit surprised he didn't bowl in that first innings, but it didn't matter, as Sweden United did a terrific job restricting the opposition to just 83 runs. Here we go, the first ball. And we start off with the dot ball over here. And Amir just I think it's time to adjust his helmet over there. Jacob is bowling this first over. Oh, this one is struck firmly, but straight to the fielder. And it's just going to be one run as Amir gets off the mark. Of course, just looking back at that modern-day innings, I think, there certainly wasn't a major issue with their lack of boundary hitting. I think they hit a lot of boundaries. Just there's way too many dot balls. I don't think they ran between the wickets that well. I think they're, at times there were balls where maybe they should have settled for 1 or 2 runs. They maybe shouldn't have looked to belt every single ball for a 6. And if you look at it, they didn't have a single double that entire innings. I mean, how often do you see an innings of T10 cricket where there isn't a single occasion that somebody has run for 2 runs? I mean, again, this field is not that small that there aren't 2 runs on offer anywhere here. And again, Jacob just goes a bit too wide. You can't afford to bowl that wide when you barely have any runs to play with. I think it's little things like that that Malta will look back on. I mean, of course, when your star performer, Michael Das, has the odd off day, which is, perfectly reasonable. If the rest of the players can't maybe hit as aggressively as him, they certainly need to make an effort to get the little things right. And I think there might have been some discussion about that during the break for Mater Dai. Low full toss, and again, Amir's very smart shot selection. I mean, again, with a fine leg inside the ring, he's just looking to beat that fielder, but that fielder's done a good job and made sure it's just a dot ball. This one is struck down the ground. A little bit of foot fielding by Michael Nazir. It'll be just the 1 run, so really quiet start to this innings. They're getting their singles in. Sweden United just feeling out the bowler. It's a bit like the early rounds of a boxing match, isn't it? Just getting to know the opposition. Here's Ajmal, who had a superb innings on Monday. This one's gone up in the air. Well, everything went perfect for him in the first innings, and it looks like things will, at least for the moment, go all right for him. The bowler wasn't quite able to get to that. I hope he hasn't hurt himself. I was just a bit concerned that his left arm didn't get caught, or it looks like right arm, I should say, didn't get caught under his body or anything, but it looks like he's okay. He gets up and he's ready to bowl this final delivery. This one was skied up in the air, and the bowler thought it was his catch. Again, he's quite lucky over there that he didn't get out, Ajmal. Oh, and Amir finally gets hold of one. Thwack, great shot. Gets the first boundary of the innings. 9 runs off this over. That's all Sweden United need to take this victory. And then he has a word with the dugout as well. And a good start here for Sweden United is, of course, we got a chance to remind you that it's been 178 matches since we last had a golden ball. This one's a slightly below par score, so if we get a golden ball here, It's certainly going to be a very, very nervy finish. And I'm looking forward to hopefully breaking this streak at some point over these next few days. It's just, you hate to see it get to triple digits, and now it's almost going to near 200. Ajmal, of course, had a sensational innings of 46 off just 27 deliveries in the opening match of this series. And we see Ghosh coming into bowl the second over. No, this one is struck really, really nicely by Ajmal. I think he just bowls us a bit too short, a bit too far down the leg side, and he's just going to hook this one away and get a boundary. A good shot there, and again, not bowling to his field either. I mean, the sort of field setting he's had. He's really set it up to bowl on a good length straight, but he bowls one way too short down the leg side. Again, his protection is long on and deep mid-wicket, so got to bowl it straight and just a little bit fuller than a good length, but certainly can't bowl it there because that one is very, very wide. A rough start to Ghosh's over. Oh, this one's very wide. I mean, that would be wide to a right-hander as well. No, he just needs to sort things out here, Ghosh. I mean, there's no time to settle in as a bowler. Your side barely has any runs to play with. Let's take another look at this. I mean, that's wide to a right-hander. Usually you see bowlers overcompensating, but he's actually getting wider and wider with every ball. Now he's going to change the angle and go around the wicket. Same field setting. And he's still bowling wide. I mean, yeah, this is really, really tough here for him. 3 consecutive wides for Ghosh. Now the captain's going to go have a word with him. Again, if this over turns out to go magical, it could pretty much knock his side out of the game early. So the last thing you want to do as a bowler is be the reason your team is out of the game. Oh, this one's just a bit too much width on offer there. He overcompensated a touch, in all honesty. And it's cut away. Was there a chance for the fielder? Not really. Would have taken a Superman-esque catch to get to that. And it's 11 runs off 2 deliveries so far. Tough over, really tough over. Yeah, you can just see they're off trying to locate the ball. Of course, very talented players in this Msida United team. Of course, they went on that incredible 18-0 run earlier this year in the ECS. But of course, one of the reasons they were able to do that was because of players like Qasim Muhammad, who smashed 547 runs in 16 innings. I mean, he averaged 46 over the ECS we had here in January with a strike rate of 238. I mean, they had so many special performances. I mean, Bilal Qadir with the ball as well. 26 wickets over the 36 overs he bowled. I mean, that means you're getting a wicket every 8 balls pretty much. You look at his strike rate. It was a truly superb series for them, and of course they were gutted when they turned up on semifinals day and laid an egg in their first match, making just 62 runs. I'm sure they've been thinking about that for these last 10 months, and they're keen to make amends. This one is hit towards cover, and it's going to be a single. Amir now getting set for this delivery. Oh, it's a bit of a check shot, but what was that? He didn't even run. He just assumed it was going to go to a boundary for a boundary. I mean, just watch this for a second. I mean, he sits there, he admires the shot, just holding the pose for the photographer, saying, "Diana Oros, please click a picture of me." And he assumed it was going to go for 4, but it was a pretty regulation bit of fielding in all honesty. Well, they do manage to get 1 run. As the second over comes to an end, Sweden United 22 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. They're going along very well over here. They get 13 runs of this second over. Well, of course, take a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, it's a rough start for Sweden United. I don't think they expected to come out and lose a couple of games to the Innings Knights. Well, they've, of course, got a chance to make amends. And keep in mind, top 4 will go through to the quarterfinals. And the only bearing your position the standings has is who you're going to play in the knockout rounds. And hey, Sweden United know better than any team that doesn't matter where you finish in the group stage standings. It's how you finish in the knockout rounds. This one is hit towards cover. It's going to be a single. Jacob coming back into the attack. Bowling this second over. I think there were certainly some bright spots in the way he was bowling. I mean, he did get hit for a 4 off the last ball, but if there's anybody who could maybe find a way to get a wicket, it might be him. And this one is hit straight down the ground. It takes 1 bounce before the boundary rope, and Ajmal is looking really, really good, just continuing with some of the good work we saw from him in the first innings. Renzi Jacob, he'll be annoyed with himself. He's had a bit of an off year by his standards, in all honesty. He's bowled 7 overs on the European Cricket Network so far this year with the economy rate of just under 13. You know, typically, when he's played a lot of cricket, he's been a very, very economical bowler, but that's certainly not going to be the case here either. That's another huge hit by Ajmal, and he clears the boundary rope with ease. Again, it's a bit too short by Renzi Jacob. Have a look at this. He gets underneath it so well, Ajmal. And he can elevate it over the boundary rope. That's another 6. And it just hits the concrete on the flush. Here we go. It's already down to 51 of 45. Sweden United are 97% favorites. Oh, this is really, really well hit. I mean, it is not easy to hit a low full toss like that. Probably not the right delivery to bowl in that situation, with no protection on those boundaries. But he just gets enough bat on it, and he hits it away for a 4. Again, you know, these kind of balls are often dot balls that we've seen quite a few batters miss deliveries exactly like this, but not the case for Ajmal. It's going along really well already on 24 of 9. And that one is going to be a wide. Not too difficult for the umpire to make that decision. Certainly, again, they've just struggled a little bit with extras, haven't they? I mean, 6 runs of extras already. I mean, they've given up a free 6 pretty much in the power play, and they hardly have any runs to play with here, so they need to be doing a lot better than this. This one is absolutely bludgeoned. This is going to go a long, long way. And you better be careful parking your car over there, because we might have a few more windscreens in trouble here. Let's take a look at this. It's in the slot, and bang, he absolutely smashes it away. Oh, an incredible hit. I think so. I think one thing you might have noticed are some of the gray clouds hanging overhead. I mean, you know, we certainly didn't have any rain forecast for this time of the day when I checked the forecast last night, and I hope we can evade this, just like the very brief passing showers we had a few hours earlier, and make that another 4. Some great hitting here by Ajmal. A magical over, 26 off it, and he's probably knocked the stuffing right out of this modern day side. early in the innings. It's just 36 they need of 42 now. And, well, just take a look at that equation. 48 for no loss at the end of a power play. A terrific power play for Sweet United, all thanks to Mohamed Ajmal. Seemed to do no wrong in this game. You know, we saw him take 2 sensational catches, bowled very economically, and now he's seeing it like a football and striking it wherever he wishes. Well, we've got the great Rico Full in the commentary box. Of course, it's great to hear from you. Hope you're doing well too. And hey, I hope you get to commentate again sometime soon. I mean, I really enjoyed the experience commentating alongside you in Cyprus. So yeah, good to do that again soon. Just looking to get their field setting right here, of course. With the power play coming to an end, field restrictions have been lifted. And it looks like we're going to see some spin introduced into the attack. And Amir just looking to get a single over there. Again, not a bad idea by Amir. I don't mind this. I mean, Amir is an incredible power hitter himself. I think we all know that. But when you've got a partner who is as red hot as Ajmal, you know, just get to the other end and admire his innings with the best seat in the house. Ooh, that's a close one, but he's gone. He's going to have to admire the rest of this innings from the dugout. And that was a rather odd celebration by Roy as they pick up a wicket over here. The first one falls for Sweet United. Amir departs having made just 8 runs off 9 deliveries. Let's take another look at this one. And we're just going to watch where this one impacts. It looks like it might be going on to hit the leg stump. And good decision there by the umpire. And that's the end of Imran's innings. 48 for 1 at the end of 3.2 overs. We'll take one more look at that. That's how it looked in real time. And the umpire raised his finger. In comes Kadir. Yeah, this is a good bowling here. I like this by Roy. He's been bowling very well these first 3 balls, and he's basically doing exactly what you want from a spinner right out of the power play, keeping things tight, deceiving the batters. Oh, this one is absolutely hammered. Well, you talk about a hex. There's one right there. A commentator's curse strikes again as Roy is sent to the cleaners. That is a huge hit. And Kadir, who batted sensationally in the ECS here in Malta back in January, just reminds us why he's such a great cricketer. And if Ajmal and Kadir both get going, I mean, this game will be over within the next couple of overs. So at this point, I think maybe they need to start thinking about damage limitation if you are modern day. No, that's another huge one. But does it have enough to clear the boundary rope? It most certainly does. The fielder was interested for a split second, but it clears him with ease. And again, this is the power hitting ability he has. He can spoil overs in just a couple of balls. I mean, he had there were no runs scored off the first 3 balls of this over, and then we see back-to-back 6s. And now Roy, well, he's just been brought back down to earth after we saw how delighted he was when he got that Imran Amir wicket. It's 24 runs needed now for Sweet. And a little bit of a miscue, and he won't take a run there, and they don't need to. I think Ajmal told him, stay right where you are. I want to get back on strike. I need another 16 runs for a half century. Sweet United need 24 of the last 6 overs. We're, of course, going to take a look at the worm comparing these two teams. Of course, Sweet United, they're way above the required rate currently going at 15. I mean, they look set to chase down a target of 150 if they had to. And this has been a massive, massive bludgeoning so far. Here comes Sharma. And he tosses one up. I think he, honestly, he's gotten away with one there. I mean, the way Ajmal has been striking it, I mean, those sort of deliveries have been sent 10 feet clear of the boundary rope. Let's take another look at this. Oh, I could just see his name coming off as well on the back. This makes a slight adjustment in the field. He asked the fielder at cover to go a little bit squarer. And it's going to go around the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely massive, but it's gone straight to the fielder. It was just sort of lost in sight when you saw it in real time. It looked like it was going to clear the boundary rope, but it ends up being a catch. As Kadir takes that one. I mean, it was traveled so high in the sky, we kind of just lost track of the ball. And let's just have a look at that. Yep. Great, great catch. And Kadir has to depart, having made 12 runs of 5 deliveries. Hit a couple of big ones. And he says, well, that's my job done for the day. And the new batter comes out here for Sweet E. Let's take one more look at that one. Very good catch. You can just see some of those dark clouds overhead. I mean, well, I hope they don't play any part in interrupting our fourth game of the day. Of course, this is the first match of a doubleheader between United and Mater Dei. So Mater Dei will have the chance to respond in the second game. It looks like this one is drifting away from them. Now tossing another one up, and it goes straight to the fielder, and a sensational catch. So Qasim, who was the 5th highest run getter at the last ECS, departs on a golden duck. And now Sharma is on a hat trick. 3rd wicket falls here for Sweet United, and again, it's a rather soft dismissal from his point of view. Let's take a look at this. Tosses one up, and it's a very comfortable chest-high catch for the fielder at point. Renzi Jacob takes that one, and Golden Derek comes waddling out with some dark clouds overhead. And now maybe Mater Dei can take some joy. And there's Sharma potentially getting a hat trick. So the hat trick ball is coming up over here. Sharma with a chance to add himself to the Hall of Fame. I mean, these are all the hat tricks we've had so far this year. Is this going to be hat trick number 43? Here we go. Hat trick ball. Sharma bowling. Oh, and he goes for a fuller delivery. You got to say it's a good ball for hat trick ball. The batter does well to keep it out. Let's just take a look at this again. We're firing it in as a leg stump Yorker goes back around the wicket. Change of angle again. This time he beats the batter. This has been a really, really good over by Sharma. Just 1 run off these first 5 balls, and he's managed to take 2 wickets. Can he close it out strong? Oh, this one is struck away. It's going to be a single. And an absolutely excellent over comes to an end. Just 2 runs off that over and 2 important wickets. Great work here by Amar Sharma, who's been one of the unsung heroes of this Mater Dei side. I mean, he's batted incredibly well when he's had to, and now he steps up with the ball as well. As, of course, we take a look at the schedule for the European Cricket League. Of course, the representatives from Malta will be playing in Group E, Gozo Zelmi, and what is a very interesting group. Of course, European Cricket League gets underway on the 26th of February, and the group stage will take place until 17th of March, and then championship week is between the 18th to the 22nd, so a very similar format to what we just witnessed at the ECC. Mind, of course, the ECL is like the Champions League of cricket, so it's the best clubs from around the continent facing each other. And they'll come here for a couple of runs, which will be given as byes. I have to say, though, I mean, this probably won't matter because it might not. This game might not even go to a final over. But I think the over rate has been a little bit disappointing from Modern Day's point of view. It's taken them 25 minutes to get to 5.2 overs. And if they have a closer game and the second match of the day, they don't speed up, then those penalty runs could easily cost them. And it goes up in an appeal over here. That's another dot ball. And yeah, you know, wickets can make a big difference. I mean, ever since that Amar Sharma over, things have just slowed down a fair bit. I mean, at one stage it looked like they were going to wrap this game up in 5 or 6 overs the way they were going during the power play. They were 48 for no loss, and then this one just evades the fielder at point. Does it have enough to go for a 4? It looks like it does. Yeah, just manages to beat the fielder at point. That was always going to be a big leap for him. Ajmal just giving Singh some instructions. Of course, Ajmal a very experienced cricketer, very accomplished cricketer as well. This one is played away. Shouts of catch it. And it's going to go away for a 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Singh. And you have to say, Roy's been a touch expensive over his overs. I mean, usually, you know, this would be a fairly acceptable economy rate, what he has right now. But, again, when you're defending low scores, I think going at just under 10 and over is a bit much. Last ball of Roy's spell. Oh, there was a stumping opportunity over there. Singh might have been gone if the keeper had been able to hold on to that. Let's take a look at this. Oh, a better bit of glove work and he would have been in some trouble. That's extremely unfortunate for the keeper. That's Cornelius Yunus. As you got to feel for the young man. Roy almost had his second wicket of the game over there. As of course, I got a chance to remind you that our second match of this doubleheader is coming up in just about 39 minutes. As the United will face Madurai once again. I mean, Madurai, the main thing they want to do is they want to do better with the bat in hand. As of course, they've won the toss and decided to bat first. Of course, the main thing for them is, you know, can somebody other than Michael Das make runs for them? I mean, we mentioned the stat back on Monday. He made 2/3 of his side's runs over the 2 games he was involved in. And today he had a bit of an off day, and unfortunately nobody was really able to step up for Madurai. And considering they've decided to bat first again, which seems to be the theme here in Malta, I just mentioned that during today's introductions. I mean, generally the convention, at least in modern white ball cricket, is to chase, because you know you want to know what your target is, and then you can pace your innings accordingly. But here in Malta, it's quite the opposite. Everyone just wins the toss and bats first. Very Aussie mentality. And this one's going to go down towards long on for a single. Again, two big blows should do the trick from here. Of course, we know that European cricketers, they just love to finish games off in style. We've already seen 6 steal wins in the first couple of games today. Are we going to see it again over here? This one is absolutely hammered, but straight to the fielder. And another wicket falls over here, so just a few concerns for Sweet United. I think they probably haven't been as fluid as they would have liked in the second half of this innings. And again, we're starting to have a little bit of a drizzle by the looks of it at the ground. I think I just felt a few raindrops, and of course inside the commentary tent as well. So again, United, they just probably want to get this game done with as soon as possible. Yeah, these last few overs, they really clamped down on the scoring. We've seen just 13 runs in the last 2.3 overs, so 13 of the last 15 balls. And if you include the dot ball at the end of the fourth over, that's 13 of 16 deliveries for United. So that's not going to please them too much. But Mohammed comes out and says, forget about that. I'm just going to hit sixes. And now it's 5 runs needed. And he says, why have you all been mucking about for this time? Come on, just whack a 6. And he comes in there, first ball, absolutely hammers it away. And now the 2 experienced campaigners, Ajmal and Mohammed, will be looking to see their side over the finishing line. One big shot will do it from here. Now this is another huge one. Does it have the distance? It most certainly does. And we told you European cricketers like to finish games in style. And that's exactly what Mohammed does. Comes off, says, well, I'll whack a couple of 6s, and takes his glove off. And he's heading back with Ajmal. The 2 of them did superbly well in that innings, as the Sweet United take this one by 6 wickets. A dominant performance by them. They basically outplayed Mater Dei in every facet of the game. Of course, there's going to be another matchup between these 2 teams. They'll be playing each other once again in 35 minutes. And, of course, that's our final game of the day, since we have 4 matches a day here in Malta. So it's a chance for all of you to get in your random questions. And, well, maybe we'll be constructing another lineup. We've done a colors 11. We've done a food 11. And today, I think we're going to do a first name and last name starting with the same initial 11. I already have a name in mind, but I'll leave that for you until the start of the next game, as of course we look at the fantasy dashboard for that match. Make that the first win for Sweet United, who are 1-2, whereas Mater Dei are 2-1, 2 wins and 1 loss. That next game is going to be so crucial for both of their records. Well, of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings, and the biggest story is Mohammed Ajmal. He was superb and certainly has to be the man of the match for this game. He was the pick of the bowlers. He fielded incredibly well, took 2 blinders of a catch, and then he came out to bat, made 36 of 14, hit 5 4s, 2 6s, and a strike rate of 257. Just take a look at some of these shots. I mean, he was seeing it like a football, hitting it so firmly. I mean, he would have made a lot more runs. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have much strike for the last 3 overs. That was the first wicket, which Mater Dei managed to pick. Shruhit Roy was absolutely delighted. Could have had another wicket, but unfortunately the keeper missed a stumping. And then a few players were, able to maybe hit a boundary or 2, but they just kind of spluttered a little bit. We see some of these shots which Anil Kadir hit. He made 12 of 5 until Michael Das took this very good catch and brought his innings to an abrupt end. This would be the end for Mohammed Qasim. He would send one straight to Rensi Jacob at point, and Amar Sharma would be on a hat-trick. But unfortunately for him, the hat-trick ball got blocked out. This was a couple of 1 of 2 boundaries that Jaspal Singh would hit. He made 9 runs of 10 deliveries. Take a look at some of these strikes. This was him sending one straight to Roy at deep mid-wicket. And then Mohammed would come on and say, well, why are you guys mucking about? Hit a couple of big blows and end this game already. He hit 2 back-to-back 6s and pretty much iced the victory for his team. Sweet United pick up their first victory of this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the scorecard for Sweet United. The top scorer was, of course, Mohammed Ajmal, who made 36 of 14. Then Arif Mohammed at the end hit those 2 big sixes to seal the victory. Jaswal Singh made just 9 of 10. Mohammed Qasim got a golden derrick. The skipper Anil Kadir made 12 of 5. Imran Amir making just 8 runs off the 9 deliveries he faced. We then have a look at the bowling card for Madur Dai, and well, not too much to cheer about other than Amar Sharma's performance. I think Amar Sharma is a sort of unsung hero in this team. I think he deserves a promotion up the order because he's been batting quite well. But he's also been bowling fairly well. I mean, he bowled 1 over in this inning. He's got 2 wickets and gave up just 2 runs. But outside of that, the bowlers were just a touch too expensive. And this is going to be a game that Madur Dai are going to want to forget in a hurry. In the end, Sweet United managed to beat Madur Dai by 6 wickets. A dominant showing for them and a great way to pick up their first victory in match 11. Join us again in just about half an hour when we see Sweet United and Madur Dai face each other for the second time in their doubleheader. We'll join you again in a very short amount of time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, Sweetie United and Mater Dei are set to do battle once again in our final match of the day. Sweetie United took the first game comfortably. They absolutely dominated Mater Dei in every facet of the game. The big concern for Mater Dei is, can they get runs from anyone not named Michael Das? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. Let's head over to the coin toss where Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Okay, Sweetie to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
So I will go for the bat.
Batting?
Yeah. I will
Okay.
Go for the bat.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
So Malta have won the toss and they are batting.
Well, thank you very much to our match referee, Stefan Gooch, for informing us as we, of course, take a look at this beautiful ground here at the Marsa Sports Complex. We'll be playing this European Cricket Series. And just an absolutely gorgeous shot, of course. This should be a very exciting way to end the day. And, you know, I'm expecting a response here from Mater Dei. I think they'll be very disappointed after that defeat. You know, I mean, I expect Michael Doss to come out and have a big performance. I think maybe a few other players. I'd like to see Amar Sharma get promoted up the order. I think there's plenty of potential in him, and he deserves that promotion. Meanwhile, for Sweet United, I mean, it's great to get back to winning ways. If you're Sweet United, again, they went 18-0 in the group stages last season, and they started off with back-to-back losses. So it's good to see them back in the win column. Sweet United are 63% favorites heading into match 12. I'd say that's fair. I mean, maybe there's some people who would say they're even bigger favorites, considering the margin of victory they had in the first match. The two openers are Das and Gill. And here he is, Michael Doss, the man who made 2/3 of his team's runs back on Monday. I mean, he was absolutely sensational, made 208 runs across those 2 games. Mind you, the breeze is starting to pick up as well for the first time since I've been here. Had some stuff blowing around in the wind in our commentary box, a few notes flying around. The other big news is, of course, no changes for both the teams. Here we go. Match number 2. Shah is going to bowl the first over. Oh, we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Now this one is hammered up in the air. It's, oh, what a sensational catch. That is absolutely brilliant. Bapari takes one of the great catches of this tournament. He's running back to the boundary rope and he somehow grabs it, and Michael Doss, the danger man, departs thanks to a moment of sheer brilliance. Let's have another look at this. He doesn't quite hit it where he would like to, but you'd still think it would land safely. But oh my goodness, what a catch. Bipari with an absolute humdinger. And Michael Doss is stunned. He's in disbelief. He can't believe he's been dismissed like that. And an absolutely amazing start for Sweet United. And you talk about a gut punch to start off for Mater Dei. I mean, they were hoping for a big performance on their star player. And he has to depart thanks to one of the great catches. I mean, talk about sensational catches. Sweet United obviously took those 2 great catches in the previous match. And now they start off this one with another great catch. I mean, they'll be dominating the highlight reel at the end of this day with their sensational catches. Here we go, though. Immediate pressure on Mater Dei. Oh, this one is just played away. Really nicely played off his pads. Just straight down the leg side a bit too much there, shot. And it's going to go away for a 4. Let's have one more look at this. Yeah, really, really nicely played. One bounce over the rope. Oh, it's a big appeal here. This could be very close. The umpire shakes his head. There was also a chance for a run out. Gonna have to have a look at all of that. Very eventful delivery. Well, we start off here on this LBW appeal. Is it going down the leg side? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. I mean, that's a tight one. I mean, I'm sure there's some people at home who might even think it would go on to hit the leg stub. It looks like he would have been safe regardless. This one is smacked away, and it's going to go away for a 4. So nice shot there by Gill. He's in the slot, picks out the gap, and it goes for a boundary. Last ball of the over. And he just blocks this one out, Gill. And it takes a little bit of a stumble there, Shaw, to end the over. So 9 for 1 at the end of the first. A very eventful over. A lot happened there. A sensational catch, as well as some close LBW calls. And of course, this is a chance to remind you that we're just 39 days away from the ECCW, the Women's Euros. I mean, this is going to be absolutely incredible. A historic moment for European cricket. 5 nations will battle it out. Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria. And all of them, they want that crown of being the inaugural ECCW champion. So a lot's going to be at stake there. And it'll be a terrific celebration of both European cricket and women's sport. It's the official curtain closer of this 2023 season. This one is played away, and it's going to go for a 6. Terrific hit over there. That's, of course, Stefan Gooch, who's umpiring. Just the top edge, and it goes away for a 6. Of course, he's joined by Joydeep Ghosroy, who is currently standing at square leg, and, of course, Mahela Daub is our third umpire. That ball is good delivery there by Ajmal. Really, that's like the perfect ball for a left armer in this format. It just straightened the touch, didn't it? Watch that, just straightens a little bit. It's in the channel, and I think you can just pitch it around that line and length. You cause a lot of issues for a right-hander because they don't know if it's going to keep going. Maybe clip their outside edge, or if it straightens, catch the inside edge, or maybe bowl them, or bring LBW into play as well. It's good bowling here by Ajmal. Of course, it's our final match of the day, so it's a chance for all of us to well, Zach, get your random questions in. And of course, well, you know, we spent the last couple of days looking at different lineups. We'll continue that point after this ball. This one's just gets past the keeper. I think if the batter's just a little bit more awake, he should be able to come across for a single. But of course, spent the last couple of days, you know, we spent Monday, we looked at, you know, food 11s, you know, cricketers named after food. And then yesterday we had, of course, cricketers named after colors. But how about we continue something we discussed yesterday, which is cricketers whose initial. Let's just continue after this ball. There we go. So cricketers who have the same initial for their first name as well as their last name. Now, the first name that came to my head when I remember Binny suggested it yesterday was Parthiv Patel. I mean, you have to put his name down over there. I mean, a former Indian wicketkeeper, nice left-hander. He had one of the best pull shots or hook shots in the world at that time. So I think, for me, he's the first one who goes in. At least the first one I can think of. And this one is struck behind square leg. That's going to be a 4. Good looking shot there. Just gonna hit it behind square leg. Let's just have a look at this one. Very, very well struck. And it's going to be a boundary. So who else would you suggest? I mean, we could potentially also maybe on Friday, say we come up with another creative 11 tomorrow. Potentially on Friday when Corey's here, we could either run a simulation or do some kind of poll where we find out how, say, the colors 11 would fare versus the food 11. And maybe have like a mini group stage. I was thinking of maybe putting it into some sort of a AI generator and just seeing what it thinks of those lineups and how it would rate those teams. We just got a big gust of wind right into the commentary box. Need to start we're at that stage now where we need to start just clamping things down with heavy objects. This one's going to be a single. Comes off the toe end of the bat for Patel. He's just having a look at it. Wonder if he's done any damage to it. Certainly shouldn't have. He's still examining the toe end. And he goes for a big heave over there. That's a dot ball. Oh, this one's just notched towards point, and it's going to be a single. And he goes for the big heave there, Patel again. He just, I think a shot like that again. If he can pierce the offside, I mean, certainly get some runs over there. Again, there's no fielders out in the deep on the offside. So again, he could easily look to drive that one. A lot. We certainly see this with Mater Dai. They played way too many dot balls in that previous match. I think too many swings and misses. And then sometimes you just got to play a ball to its merit, and also try to maybe also play, look to get singles or rotate strikes. I mean, remember their dot ball percentage in the first 5 overs was about 50%. And so far, well, it's a little bit better, but it's not a whole lot better. And they've also not run any doubles in the games they've been involved in so far. Oh, this goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. It's a comfortable catch. Rather soft dismissal for Gill. And that will bring his innings to an end. So again, Mater Dai, it looks like it's a bit of same old for them. It's a rough start in this power play. Very well taken there. I think that's Mohammed Qasim standing at mid-wicket, and the second wicket falls here. Run rate is just a bit slow for this power play. Again, 23 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. Not going to be too happy when you see that. And we were just wondering if Mater Dai would we'd see a different side, but looks like it's a lot of the same. Although seems they have promoted Amar Sharma up the order. He's the new batter who's coming in. He's gone to the non-strikers end. I have to say, I do like this move. I mean, Amar Sharma has done. He's had a couple of good innings so far this series, but he just hasn't been given an opportunity to bat enough, certainly at the top of the order. Anyway, here we go. Vipari coming in. This one is a wide down the leg side, and some great names coming in here. Of course, we got Colin Croft, Alan suggesting him, and then Neeraj Khandas, and I think Tatenda Taibu, and of course Ramiz Raja. He's a great commentator now as well. He got Dave suggesting Steve Smith, Mushrafe Murtaza mentioned as well. They got Archie Archbuckle, as well as Muhammad Muhammadullah. So a lot of great names coming in there. And I'm gonna start putting these names down, and then I think we'll look to construct an 11 in the second innings. And this one is just hooked away for a 6. I don't think Patel was in complete control of that. No, he certainly got the desired result. I mean, taking your head away from the ball is not the way you're taught to hit it, but he does get a 6. So much needed big one there for Mater Dei. And they're off just looking for the ball at the moment. As you can see, the projected score is about 92. Really, they'll be trying to get to 110 Mater Dei. You know, making this to make this a competitive game. And of course, Simon Mirage asking how this team scored 177. Well, in all honesty, I mean, they were helped by a great innings by Michael Doss, who made 130 odd. Let's just continue that point after this. And that's kind of the thing with a lot of these teams is, you know, they tend to have a couple of really good players, particularly at the ECS level. And if those players can click, you know, then these teams can get incredible totals. But if they struggle on that day, if that particular player has an off innings, then he could easily get rolled for 80. So I think, you know, it's important to just keep things in perspective. And of course, the big point of concern for Mater Dei is, you know, can they or can they not get runs from anyone other than him? You know, the important thing from their point of view, I would say, is just try to get into the quarterfinals. We'll have a look at this delivery. And then just hope that that Doss just has 3 incredible games. And, you know, if he has 3 performances like the ones he had on Monday, then you're in. You know, you probably won the ECS. So, again, you know, it's a bit about getting hot at the right time as well, especially when you're in a knockout-style tournament. This one is struck away again. It goes to the fielder at long on, and he's put it down. Oh, that's a rare drop. That's Ajmal out in the deep. I mean, you saw Ajmal take 2 sensational catches in the first innings. Let's have another look at this. Here we go. He's trying to attack the ball, and bang, oh, he drops it. And oh, we've got some great names coming in. We've got Andy Miraz, of course, Graham Gooch, Ashton Agar. You know, I mean, you want to talk about someone who had a great debut, Mitchell Marsh, Derek the Duck as well. I mean, I don't know how good Derek the Duck is at cricket, but I'll certainly make his case for the lineup. And then we've got a Mitchell Marsh mentioned, as well as Gordon Greenidge. So some great names in there. This one is a hit towards long on. It's going to be quite a chase for Ajmal, who does very well to prevent a boundary. And oh, this could be a run-on opportunity. Oh, and there could be a run-on at the other end. We might have to have a look at both ends, but let's see what happened over here. I mean, keep in mind, of course, the one thing with Ajmal is he's a left-hander, so I think one thing the batter wasn't expecting was that he was going to get up and throw that ball immediately rather than having to turn around and picking it up with his right hand. And that's the advantage for him. When he's sort of running to protect those straight boundaries, he can use his dominant hand. Let's have a look at this. Again, he's a left armer, so he can just pick this ball up and throw it straight at the stumps. We'll take a look at this one here. And if that's not a run out, there might be a chance at the other end. I mean, that's not a run out for sure. I mean, that is an incredible direct hit, but the batter is probably safe at that end. Again, I think we're just not quite able to see the batter at the non-striker's end. Or can we? Let's have one more look at it. Can we see the batter at the non-striker's end? Unfortunately, it just goes off the screen there. That's the issue. And then when we look at the striker's end, if you just slow this down here, looks like he's safe. And yeah, no problems there. And it looks like in the end, both the batters are going to be safe. So, really good stuff for them. They'll be glad, and some excellent cricket on display over there. And the names just continue to pour in. Of course, Liam Livingston, Hasib Hamid. This one is just pushed towards mid-on. It's going to be a single. Oh, another great delivery there by Singh. That one could easily have just kissed the top of the off stump. Let's have one more look at it. Oh, it's just a whisker above the off stump. This one is nicely played, and oh, Ajmal almost took another sensational catch. Mind you, that was easier than some of the absolute mind-blowing catches he took in the previous game. You've got to credit him, though. He's at least prevented a boundary. But yeah, certainly he's had a good day in the field, to say the least. But the catches aren't quite sticking the way they were in the previous match, where there was pretty much nothing he dropped. And now he's just asked to swap himself with another fielder. He wants to go out to point. He says, you know what, I've had enough of running around at long on. Send someone else there. And you can just see to the left of your screen that I think they've decided to move Vidhu Krishnan to long on. Ajmal's like, you know what, I've had enough. Let someone else deal with this. As Patel will go all the way here with a big, big six. Nicely played away behind square leg. Just a good wristy stroke. And it goes the distance. Now, this has been a good little innings here by Patel. Again, we were talking about players who would step up when Michael Das had an off day. And again, I'd say Patel and Amar Sharma are the only two batters who had scores of note outside of Das's. And they're both here at the crease together now, so maybe a chance for them to build a good partnership for their side. Who's going to win this race? It looks like it's going to be the ball, so that was a good chase there by Asif Shah. And he's lost out this race. It's the ball that's won, and you hope he hasn't done something. He just gets up rather gingerly. Let's have one more look at this. Very delicately played behind point. And, oh, it's just that front foot over there, his right leg. He just kind of loses his footing and he slides. That's the concerning bit for me. We do have a substitute fielder, Hari Krishnan. I just wonder if they're going to bring him on now. Yeah, he doesn't look too good. I think he's going to soldier on for his team. Keep in mind, he's also a very important bowler for them, so he gets injured, it's going to affect them in this game as well. But I'm just watching him right now. He's walking extremely gingerly. I mean, to say the least, he's almost limping, to be honest with you. I think walking gingerly is putting it mildly. Oh, a bit of innovation here. This is a gorgeous shot by Patel. Brings out the ramp, just paddles it around the corner. And this is a nice little innings by Patel. 3 consecutive boundaries this over. Let's have a look at this. Sees the ball coming, and he brings out the old ramp shot. And hits it very fine. And it goes away for a boundary. So a great over here for Modern Day. 16 come off it, 30 runs off the last 2 overs. And you have to say, since that very quiet power play, they've recovered incredibly well. Anyway, of course, we've got the European Cricket League coming up when the pitch in Malaga, Spain, will once again come alive with Europe's Club Cricket Elite on the 26th of February. It's a great way to kick off what should be an incredible 2024 season, and this year's ECL promises to be One of the best one yet. Of course, it's going to be our biggest ever ECL, just like we had our biggest ever ECC. A lot of new teams coming in. So it's going to be a great way to spend our February and March soaking in the Champions League of European cricket. Slightly wider delivery there by Patel, and it comes off the toe end of his bat, so it doesn't quite go where he would have wanted. Oh, this one is firmly struck. Don't worry about that. It's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. It goes all the way. A huge hit for Patel as he moves on to 43. Some great clean hitting here. Again, we didn't see a mere ball whatsoever in the previous match, and it was a little bit surprising considering the national team often uses a mirror, so seeing him not even bowl for his club side was rather surprising. Well, this is going to be a very big battle for him against a batter who's seeing it like a football right now, and Amir very annoyed over there. Again, he's a incredibly passionate cricketer. Wears his heart on his sleeve. You just see he's going for the ramp shot again, but that shot simply wasn't there for him. This is struck firmly by Sharma straight down the ground, and it's going to be a single again. Sharma's point of view, you certainly don't want to face any dot balls because the way Patel is going, it's just important to make sure he faces as many balls as possible. Oh, I think he's getting a little bit obsessed with that stroke. He managed to hit it well once, but there are other strokes he can play as well, and now you can see Amir. He sees the funny side of it as well. Let's have a look at this. This was, of course, the ball before that, which was struck down the long off for a single. And it's going to have a quick drinks break over here by the looks of it. And he had no idea where that was going. Also taking a look at Shah as well, who is currently stationed somewhere around backward point. He's getting some magic spray on that leg at last, but you know, I don't know how much magic spray can do for something like that. I mean, whenever you see someone's your foot just slide, you know, it's a bad injury in any sport. And again, I hope he, you know, whenever they play their next game, he comes back a lot stronger. So we're just putting some of the names down from our lineup over here. Of course, you know, initially I was going to do it the old Luddite way and actually write it down on my notepad, but because of the sheer amount of names coming in, there's absolutely no way I can do that. So I'm actually just pulling this into a little notepad file. And I think over the second innings we can discuss who will make the cut to the final 11. And this is a dot ball that goes straight to cover. And that one's going to be a wide. We'll take another look at this one. Yeah, I don't think the bowler can have too many complaints there. Good call by the umpire. Oh, he comes down the crease, and Sharma makes no contact with the ball, but the wicketkeeper is having a bit of a difficult time. Again, Kadir did incredibly well in the previous game. We saw him take some good catches, block a few out, but not over here. I think he'll be rather disappointed with that. Just lets it sneak by. There was also some bat on it by the looks of it, as it's not been given byes, but credited as a boundary to Sharma. Yeah, this one's also just going to trickle away over the boundary ropes. So back-to-back fours over here. You just take a look at this ball. It's another inside edge that goes away for a 4. And just a bit of good fortune here for Sharma. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Again, it's a wry smile. I think he recognizes how fortunate he's been on a couple of deliveries. Could easily have been dismissed twice. And this one's just very wide for Kasim. Again, you know, he just needs to keep his cool over here. Not get too frustrated. Oh, it's another edge. Is this going to go away for a 4? Yes, it will. So the edge of his bat has been the most productive part of it. Sharma trying to whack one towards cow corner, finds the bottom edge of his bat, and it goes away for a boundary. 12 runs, courtesy of edges off the last 3 legal deliveries. And you really have to feel for the bowler over here. 14 runs off this over so far. And it's almost entirely been extras and edges. Oh, and this is a poor delivery. That's a Gundy ball. That one's going to get smacked away. A full toss onto the pads. All Sharma has to do is get some bat on it, and it's struck away. Let's have one more look at that. It's hit away for 4. Massive over. 19 runs off it. And Modern Day, well, they've pulled off a remarkable recovery since that very quiet power play where they were going at less than 8 and over. Of course, we got plenty of events coming up here on the European Cricket Network. We'll got the great pleasure of joining you from here in Malta for the next 16 days. And of course, during that, we've got that wonderful weekend of international cricketing action on the 18th to the 19th, where the Maltese men and women's side will be hosting the Cypriot men and, of course, the Estonian women in what should be a fun series. And, of course, our tour of Spain kicks off with some nice internationals in Spain, and then the European Cricket Series. And then, of course, we round out the year with the ECCW. Now this one goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. This one is struck away. Of course, some great names coming in as well here from the shift. For example, Riley Rousseau. I think we already mentioned Ashton Agar, or have we not? I don't think so. You might be the first one to mention him. No, actually, we had him just mentioned by Naseed Hassan earlier, because I do remember noting him down over here. And then Partha Patel, that was the first name I mentioned as well. Yeah, some very good players in, and it's going to be quite a decision. And again, you know, a good mix of cricketers as well. We got some openers in here, all-rounders. You know, we could certainly construct a very good team. And you know, I have a feeling that this initial and last name starting with the same letter team could really give Food and the Color 11 a run for their money. And this one is just played away behind fine leg. That's going to be a boundary, and Patel is now 1 run away from a half century. And look at that projected now. It's up to 118 again. At one stage, you know, we did think they were in a fair amount of trouble. I mean, the projected was at about 80 just after the power play. And again, thanks to this incredible innings by Patel and Sharma as well, who's had a slice of good fortune. They've been really able to put the pressure back on Swiat United. And aided by all the extras as well. 9 runs of extras. Oh, this one is battered away. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder, but he's not going to get to it. It's another 4 as Patel brings up his half century, raises his bat to the dugout. Remarkable innings by Patel. Again, we were wondering who was going to step up in Das's absence. And Das, who departed for a duck, Well, he's had two of his teammates step up here, Patel and Sharma. This partnership so far has been worth 72 runs. There's another wide. That's now 11 runs of extra. So you just feel Suye United, they're starting to feel the pressure. Look at that now. For the first time, Mater Dai are the favorites. And I was just about to say that he might have spoiled a wide, but that edge goes away for a 4. It's all going their way right now. Fortune favors the brave, and they're just throwing their bat at it. And so far, they're getting the rub of the green. Projected score now, it's shot up to 132. Momentum has swung massively in this game. 18 runs off this over so far, and we still have one ball to come. Oh, this one's a Gundy ball, and it's gonna go the distance. This over goes magical. That was a rankful toss, and he's just helped it away for a 6. Beautiful wristy shot, and look at the distance it traveled. It's cleared the boundary rope. It's also cleared the fence in the deep, and it's been deposited into the bushes. 24 runs off that over, the biggest over of this innings, and it's been a remarkable turnaround. I mean, these last 2 overs have been worth 43 runs, and it's been such a big momentum swing. I mean, considering this team were 23 for 2 at the 3 over mark, it's been an incredible turnaround for them. And again, we had a comment in the chat, oh, was this team able to get 177? And well, they've proven why. I mean, back then it was mostly Das, and we were wondering, will someone else step up in his absence when he has an off day? And that's certainly been the case here. A couple of great innings, and Patel, of course, the headline act with his 63. Going on there for Sharma, and again, just smart batting by him. Get to the other end and just enjoy and absorb this Surjay Patel show. Oh, that one's very wide. 12 runs of extras. Generally, teams here have been pretty good with their discipline. We've not seen as many extras bowled as, we have at times in other places. Oh, this one is absolutely middled. It's been crunched away, and it hits the pole, so it's the second time we've seen a shot hit the pole. Well, another contender for maybe 12 runs. Let's have a look at this. Watches the ball so closely, rocks back, and absolutely hammers it full face of the bat. Bang. Incredible hit. This one's going to be given a wide as well, so the pressure is mounting on the bowler. This over as well. We've already had 9 runs off it, and only 2 legal balls have been delivered. Oh, I was going to say he was about to spoil a wide, but it's going to go away for a 4, so they're just throwing their bat at everything, and it's all going away for a boundary. I'm really surprised they haven't placed a deep third, considering the amount of edges that have gone into that region. I mean, just looking at the stat, 23 runs so far through third man, and they just refuse to place a fielder at deep third. So make of that tactic what you like. And this one's another shot of catch it, but it's not going to go anywhere near a fielder. It's cleared the boundary rope. And he's continuing to absolutely bludgeon these bowlers. This is a remarkable innings. Comes down the wicket. And he clears Imran Amir, who was standing at long off, with ease. This partnership now 102 runs of 34 deliveries. Oh, that one was definitely going wide. He spoiled a wide there for sure. I mean, they could have had a lot more wide so far this innings. I mean, they've been throwing their bat at everything, Mater Dei. I think he'd been better off leaving that one alone, Patel, but Sharma now, chance for him to have a free swing. And he's going to hit this towards the fielder at long on, and it's just going to be a single, so This over, 21 runs off. It's another magical over. I mean, this is truly, truly special. We've seen 45 runs of the last 2 overs. And 64 of the last 3. Truly remarkable stuff. And as we take a look at these bowling figures, I mean, Asif Shah, he bowled early back in the power play. And I mean, he was able to avoid all this punishment. But you look at the rest of the attack, Jaspal Singh, 18.5 is his economy rate over his 2 overs. It's been incredibly remarkable to witness this late innings comeback. And now Mohammad Ajmal is going to come in for the final over. I'm a little bit surprised he's been held back so long. An experienced player like him, maybe should have brought him in earlier. And hoped he could contain Patel before we just spiraled out of Suyai United's control. Patel here will get back on strike. Sharma hits this towards long off for a single. 128 for 2. I mean, this is already a very healthy total from a modern day's point of view. At least the last couple of days have been rather low scoring. Oh, and this is hit straight to a fielder, but he's put it down. And this Suyai United, I mean, everything stuck for them a game ago, and it just shows you within 1 hour the momentum is completely swung. I mean, this doesn't look like the fielding side that we saw taking sensational catches just an hour ago. And he really should have taken that one. That was a Bilal Khan at point. Generally, Ajmal, pretty even-keeled player, didn't react too much to that drop. Generally the most animated I've seen him, at least these first couple of games I've had a choice to watch him, is really when he's trying to instruct someone to how to do something. Took some pace off that ball. A nice little change up there by Ajmal. It's been a good over by him. Just 2 runs off these first 3 balls. Finally, a little bit of respite for Suyai United. And Sharma comes back on strike. Oh, this one's a full toss, but he's not going to be able to punish him. And it's just going to be 1 run. I think I just heard a comment of top bowling after Ajmal bowled that 4th ball, which is a full toss. I mean, I think he was rather lucky there with that one. I'm sure it was top bowling, but anyway, 2 balls to come in this innings. And that's a great ball over there. It's almost Yorker length. They have to come back for a second. And it's just going to be a run out at the non-strikers. And again, he was just contemplating sending it to the strikers end to prevent Patel from getting back on strike. But in the end, it's he decides to take the safer option, run out the non-striker, ensure it's just 1 run. And that will be the end of Amar Sharma's innings, who was a more than capable batter, while Patel was teeing off from the other end. This over so far, mind you, just 4 runs off the first 5 balls. And again, we've just seen the final ball has taken place. It's squirmed past the keeper and gone away for a 4, so this is not going to be credited against Ajmal. The batter completely missing that one. And it also sneaks past the keeper, so 8 runs come of that last over. Only 4 will be credited to the batter, but over 7 to 9, where we saw 64 runs have set up Modern Day pretty well. They've posted an incredibly good total of 135. And Suyai United have a huge task at hand in the second inning. Should be a fun chase again. We know Suyai United have a lot of quality hitters, so it's going to be good to see them under a little bit of pressure. And we should have a tight finish, of course. This innings started off with this absolutely spellbinding catch by Bepari, running towards the boundary rope. He got rid of Michael Das, the star performer for this Modern Day side. And they had lots of issues in the power play. They were 23 for 2 at the end of it, and we thought it was going to be a bit of same old, where they just struggled to score runs when Michael Das doesn't do well. That was, of course, the end of Navdeep Gill's innings. He made just 9 runs of 7 balls. But then this huge century partnership by Patel and Sharma completely turned this game on this head. Patel made 82 runs of 36 deliveries, while his partner Sharma made 27 of 16. We'll just take a look at this moment. Of course, this was Mohammad Ajmal trying to take a rather spectacular catch. That was a slightly scary moment. Shah just lost his footing, and you can just see his front foot slides while he's trying to get the ball. This was a good ramp shot by Surjay Patel. He would hit some incredible shots. 7 fours, 7 sixes, 14 boundaries in total. A strike rate of 228. He had a terrific day. This one was off his pads and played behind square leg, 4 of 4. Then, of course, he would raise his bat in acknowledgement after getting to his half century. And we really saw him starting to play some of these incredible wristy shots. That was one of the best shots he hit. Along with that one, incredible hits. This one cleared the boundary rope with ease as well. He was put down though in the final over, which went for only 8 runs, and of course 4 of those coming off by. So Mohammad Ajmal himself gave up just 4 runs in the final over. An exceptional bowling performance by him, as Mater Dei ended up with 135 runs in their 10 overs. Let's have a look at the scorecard for Mater Dei, and then again, of course, Michael Das was dismissed for a golden duck right at the top of the order. You know, usually he's been the main run getter for Mater Dei, and if he gets dismissed cheaply, then their lineup struggles to score runs. Navdeep Gill made just 9 runs, but it was really all about Patel and Sharma, who had a big century partnership. Patel, of course, making 82 of 36. Mohammad Zubair was basically a spectator, as he was there to watch the last ball. Looking at the bowling figures for Suyeti United, of course, Asif Shah did pretty well. He bowled during the power play, and he had bowling figures of 2 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled. Mohammad Ajmal was incredibly economical. He gave up just 14 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Outside of that, though, most of the bowlers were rather expensive, and that explains why Mater Dei were able to get to 135. So we could be in for a very interesting chase, as Suyeti United, a team gifted with several power hitters, will have a fairly difficult task at hand. We'll have to chase down a target of 135. Join us again in a few moments as we bring you the final innings of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, welcome back for our final innings of the day. We saw a very healthy total posted by Mater Dei in the first inning, so Sway United will have quite a huge task at hand over here. You're going to see Imran Amir and, of course, the dangerous Uzmal come out to bat. And of course, we'll have a look at the win predictor. And now, Mater Dei, I mean, how the tables have turned. They're fancied as 72% favorites heading into the second innings after being rather large underdogs at the start of this game. And it's all thanks to Patel's incredible batting performance. Just taking a look at this beautiful field as we pan across. There we go. We should be ready for the first ball shortly. Oh, this one is played away behind square leg, and it's going to race away for a four. So good-looking shot there by Amir to start off his innings. Of course, he would have been very annoyed that he wasn't able to get a big score in the first innings. Difficult start here for Renzi Jacob, who was quite expensive in the first match as well. And this one's going to be a wide, so immediate pressure on him after getting hit for a four. Again, he just went a little too straight on that first ball, and now he goes a bit too wide, so he just needs to get it right. Needs the ball in the channel. This one is played away towards the offside, and it's going to be a single. Well, anyway, a lot of you are, of course, submitting your 11s during the first innings, and of course, this is the final squad we're gonna go with in the end, unless anyone's interested to submit any more names. So I'm going to look to pick an 11 from, well, I'll start giving you the names after this ball. Oh, this one is absolutely crunched. And oh, the fielder helps it over. Well, he didn't take the catch, but worst of all, he also gave up a 6. Oh, he'll be mildly disappointed. I mean, let's take one more look at that. Yeah, he's not only put down the catch, he's also helped it over. That's Shrujay Patel, and this is a no ball as well as a free hit. So it's a 7-up. This is going to be a wide, so it's still a free hit. There you go, it's still a free hit. And this is not the way you want to start your defense. And oh, that's going to be another wide to make that 15 runs off the first 2 legal deliveries. He's just having an awful day so far. Renzi Jacob, he went for quite a few runs in the previous game. And now that's the case over here as well. He's just not to set this tone that Mater Dei would have wanted to starting this innings. Oh, that's a much better delivery, but of course it's a free hit, so no appeals over there. But that's really where he needs to be bowling. That's your right armor going around the wicket to the left-hander. That's the line in length. Oh, this time he goes too far down the leg side, so well, these extras are racking up, aren't they? 3 wides and a no ball so far this over. I beg your pardon, 4 wides and a no ball so far this over. He's almost bowled an extra over. I mean, that's 5 extra balls he's had to bowl. Well, more illegal balls than legal ones. That's much better. It's right up there in the block hole. And it's just a single. Good feeling on the deep to cut that one out. And it's played away towards square leg, and it's going to be a dot ball. But just going back to some of the names, of course, that we mentioned, we obviously started off with Parthin Patel, we've got Titinda Taibu, Ramiz Raja, Steve Smith, Mashrafe Murtaza, Archie Archbuckle, Moulay Mulfaran, Hedi Miraz, Graham Gooch, Mitchell Marsh, Gordon Greenwich, Liam Livingston, Hasib Hamid, Marty Moxon, Matthew Maynard, Chris Cowdery, well as Colin Cowdery. He goes with a slower ball over here, Jacob. So the over ends quietly. He recovers well near the end, but you have to feel most of the damage was done in the first 3 balls. A great start for Swayze United. They're 18 for nothing at the end of the first over. Of course, it's been 179 matches since we last had a golden ball, and this could easily be the sort of game where we get one. I mean, you could well get a high-scoring chase over here against Swayze United. They've got the power hitters. Modern day, they're a team who are capable of giving up runs. I mean, we saw them in the previous game. A lot of their bowlers were rather uneconomical, so we could see some fireworks here. And a game that gets tied, and maybe comes down to a golden ball. But yeah, continuing, we also had Ashton Agar, Riley Rousseau, Srisan, Sanjeev Sharma, Sadira Samaravikrama, as well as Sanju Samson. Oh, that's another one that's gone up in the air. And it's going to bounce in front of the fielder. Oh, is this a run out? Is this a close one? They seem certain it's out, and the batter's just running away. He's not even waited for the umpire's decision. I think he knows he's out. I know, they're absolutely delighted here, Mother Day. And Imran Amir, well, he started to sprint off, but now he's settled down to a gentle walk. Let's have a look at this on replay. I think he might be in trouble over here. That reaction certainly suggests he was. Here we go. It's played up in the air. And this is a great bit of fielding. He just collects it with one hand, and in one action, he throws it. And that's a direct hit. That is an incredible direct hit. Let's take a look at that. Yep, he's gone. He is gone. What an incredible throw. And it's a moment of magic that has been manufactured through some sheer brilliance. And Sheikh Tahir with an incredible throw. And Imran Amir, well, he's been a little bit unlucky today. Not much has gone in his favor. And he's probably just glad that he can now sit in the dugout and begin to think about going home, because it's just not been his day really with the bat in hand or with his bowling. Oh, he plays this with a full face of the bat. And it comes towards long off. And it's going to be 1 run. Oh, this one is absolutely belted behind square for a 6. A great hit there by Ajmal, who's continuing from where he left off in that incredible innings he had the last time these two teams played each other. Awesome, awesome hit. And he sends it straight into the dugout. And they'll say, keep sending them our way. Mohammed. Oh, he's probably spoiled the wide over there. Yeah, that's been a bit of a theme for both these teams. But yeah, it's good to see Malta very sharp in the field to start off. This one is blasted away again, but it takes one bounce before going towards the fielder. Everyone will make it back on time. The other was going to was Mohammed Zubair out in the deep. He's a really, really good fielder, so it would have been a slightly nervy moment. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. Forget about fielders there. That's going to clear everyone with ease. A huge 6 by Qasim. And he departed for a duck last time around, and he's gets one in the slot here. And he hammers it away. Great balance. Plays that to perfection. And that's a great hit for him, of course. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, both the Crusaders and the Innings Knights are off to the perfect start, picking up wins in both of their first 2 games. Modern Day won both their games on Monday, but lost their previous match to Swiai United earlier today. Whereas United are just looking for their 2nd win of this series, and they want to avoid getting into a 1-3 hole. We could be in here for a very, very exciting finish. Swiai going along at the required run rate. And again, look at that win predictor now. It's 53-47. I said this game does have a sort of a golden ball feel, doesn't it? You know, it feels like it can be one of those high-scoring golden balls where, you know, maybe one side needs 15 runs of the final over and they get 14. And again, I think there's enough runs that this Swiai United bowling attack can give up, and enough power in the Swiai United batting order to make this a very, very exciting game. It could be a terrific way to round out day 3 here in Malta. Match 12 so far looks like it's going to be a classic. This one is a drill towards long on, and oh, he's made a bit of a meal of that. Oh, we're gonna have to watch that again because I think it might have touched the rope. Well, we're gonna have to, let's just take a look at this. It goes right through him, and there, this is gonna be the crucial moment. Does it touch the rope? Is that clean or not? Well, look at his left hand over there. Is one of his fingers, are any of his fingers touching the rope? The third umpire has deemed they're not, so it's been of course, this was the ball that we just missed. Of course, in live action, it went for a single run, so 3 singles in this over. Of course, the third umpire has deemed that's just a single, so no boundary was given up on that ball. Yeah, this is good bowling here by Amar Sharma. I mean, Amar Sharma was the pick of the bowlers in the previous game as well. He had figures of 2 for 2 in the sole over he bowled, so they've just not quite been able to pick up what he's doing, have they, Suyai United? Oh, this is a slight miscue. It doesn't come off the middle of the bat, but it still goes for 6. I mean, the sound off the bat wasn't the best. It was, it was a sound of a sort of thickish edge. I think it's come off the bottom part of his bat, but he's got enough power where he can still elevate it over the boundary rope, and mind you, clear the boundary fairly comfortably as well. So that kind of spoils what was a very good over until then. 9 runs off the over so far, mind you, so it's still a par over considering the target they're trying to defend. Oh, this one is absolutely bludgeoned. Don't worry about that. That was right off the middle of the bat. It hits the fence, and it's gone for a 6. So 48 for 1 at the end of the power play. It was a bit of a slow start for Modern Day. Keep in mind, they were 27 for 3 at the end of their power play, but no such problem for Suyai United. They are 48 for 1. An incredible start for them, going at 16 and over to start proceedings. And they've also lost just the 1 wicket. They've got plenty of hitting still in the shed. And you just feel this game now, it's leaning in favor of Suyai United. And Modern Day now, they'll probably be feeling the pressure. And they're going to introduce the spinner straight after the power play. This seems to be a tactic which they have employed. Roy bowled the 4th over. And the previous match, these two teams were involved in as well. And now the chess match is going to begin. The fielding restrictions have been lifted. And fielders are currently stationed at deep backward point, deep extra cover. There's a very straight long off, a rather wide long on, and a deep mid wicket. Oh, this one's too short and is gonna get the treatment. There's not too much a captain can do about field setting when you're bowling half trackers. And it just gives Ajmal the time to rock back and hammer it away. And Kroom's asking if that ball landed on the tennis court. Thankfully, it didn't land on the tennis court. We've got quite a bit of netting that goes really high over here to protect people who are doing archery or playing tennis. Mind you, we did have someone from another sport. I just saw a little kid just going for a jog around our ground. Maybe they got tennis practice. Oh, that's another poor ball. Too short, down the leg side. And there's not really much that a captain can do when you're bowling there. All he has to do is help it on. 1 bounce over the rope. It's gone for 4. And I think we might have a real classic on our hands over here. So any talk of our 11, our 11, we might have to leave it for tomorrow morning at this stage. Maybe I'll have to do this when I go back to the hotel, because this game, it's just giving you the goosebumps. This could be a really special game. And it's gonna go down the leg side. I think it's just taking some pad along the way. Umpire Gooch indicates that it has. Of course, do give your suggestions for the lineup. Of course, giving you some of your names. Who would you put in your 11? Of course, the 11 we're trying to construct is players whose first name and last name start with the same initial. We've had plenty of great suggestions, but we're in the middle of an absolute humdinger of a match over here. And this certainly has us completely absorbed, and it's a misfield at mid-wicket. Oh, they've needlessly given up a single. And, you see a lot of young players out in the field for Modern Day. And you just wonder whether some of these young lads can cope with the pressure. That's Pintu Ghosh, who are standing at mid-wicket. Got to hold their nerve here. And there's a dot ball, a rare dot ball so far this innings. believe it or not, that's just the third dot ball we've had since the first over. He tries to work this away. Much better bowling by Roy. I think he's closed this over out fairly well. His first couple of balls, though, really dented things when he gave up that 6 and 4. But to his credit, he's recovered well and ends up giving up 12 runs off this over. 61 for 1 at the end of 4. Sweaty United, you have to feel they're ahead right now. Their current run rate is well above the required. They're going at about 15 and over. And you will just receive confirmation over there on the graph you're about to see. And again, they've only lost 1 wicket. They've got some incredible hitters still to come. I mean, there's the captain, Al-Qadir, Arif Muhammad. There's plenty of hitting still there. And I like this move. They're sticking with Sharma, bowling him his second over right now. They've got to stop the bleeding as soon as they can. Sharma was a little bit expensive in his previous over. He gave up just 3 runs off the first 4 balls, but then he was hit for back-to-back 6s in the last couple of balls of the over. An absolutely absorbing match. Great suggestion there, Rachin Ravinder. I'm going to put that down in the list as well. Syed Nihal suggesting a name for our 11. This one goes behind square leg, and it's going to be a single. So there's my evening homework. Have a look at who will put in this 11. Certainly, drop a text to Vinny as well. Ask him his opinion on who he would have in his 11. What a World Cup, though, Rachin Ravindra is having. Oh, he goes for the big heave. There's an edge there. And that's the end of Qasim. That is an enormous wicket. Sharma, you can tell from his reaction how much that means to him. A good catch as well by the wicketkeeper. Great work by Cornelius Yunus. Let's have one more look at that. Again, he's going for that big heave towards the leg side. And it just gets a little thin edge through to the keeper, and he knows what a huge wicket it is. Enormous moment. I mean, Sharma, a great wicket-taking bowler, and he comes up with the goods over here. So I like this by the captain. Just because those last couple of balls in his over were not the best, he still sticks with him, and he delivers the good by getting rid of the danger man Qasim. And out comes Muhammad. Keep in mind, Muhammad hit back-to-back 6s to seal the previous game. Now he's coming into a real pressure situation here. 74 needed of 34. A lot of protection for the straight leg side boundaries. Oh, that's a poor ball to start off by Sharma. Oh, it's taking a leading edge. I know if he was on it a little bit quicker, maybe there was half a chance for a run out of the non-striker's end, but the chances were rather low. And they're just sending someone back to a deep backward square for Ajmal. He's so strong in that region. Oh, and this time, forget about fielders. That is just an incredible hit. He has struck that so well, and there is Andy House with a nice bit of fielding. Big Spurs fan. Wasn't too happy when he heard about the result on Monday. This one is goes well clear of the boundary rope. That's another hit. And is this going to go for a boundary? Yes, it will. And you know, it's just about 50-50 now. But watch that win predictor. It's just shifted to 62% for Sweaty United. Back-to-back boundaries here. Ajmal, he's such a danger man. He's been red hot with his batting so far today. We saw him take the game away from Modern Day in the first match these two teams were involved in And he's doing the same here. That required now. It's a shot down to 12 and over. And they have to get rid of Ajmal fast if they want to have any chance to win this game. Might have been a wide. He may even have spoiled a wide there, Ajmal. But he's going to stay on strike, which is not good news for Modern Day. We come to the halfway stage of the innings. Sweaty United off to a terrific start. They are 75 for 2. And we're in for an absolute thriller. But you want to talk about thrillers? This championship is going to be a thriller. The first ever European Cricket Championship for women. It will be at the Cardamom Oval from the 17th to the 22nd of December. A truly historic moment is, of course, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria will take part in the ECCW. Should be a fantastic celebration of European cricket as well as women's sport. Now then, Nazir is going to bowl the first over after the power play. Oh, he looks to toss one up there, Nazir. I mean, that is a very risky tactic against Ajmal. Just looking at Sweaty United's graph so far, they made 59 runs on the leg side and just 4 runs on the offside. Of course, this graphic's from about 10 runs ago, so it hasn't quite been updated yet, but it just shows you how powerful their big hitting is. This one's going to clear the boundary rope as well, so add 6 more runs to that stat. A huge, huge hit here. Nazir, who hit a couple of big blows to seal the previous game. Well, it didn't take him long to hit a 6 over here as well. That is well clear of the boundary rope, and now the game's completely swung in favor of United. 62 to 38 in favor of them. Oh, and that's a poor ball. That's a poor ball. It's a full toss on the pads. And Mohammed just has to get some bat on it to get it away for a 4. Here we go now. Back-to-back boundaries. And he tosses one up. He has to wait for that one, the batter, and it's just going to be a single. So 12 runs off these first 4 balls. Abid Khan asking who is going to win. Well, we're going to win, all of us cricket fans. Everyone who gets to witness this amazing cricketing spectacle. It's a fantastic absorbing match we've had here to round out day 3 in Malta. And is this going to clear the boundary rope as well? Yes, it will. It's a good catch taken right in front of his dugout. I believe that's a Sheikh Tahir. And, well, they're probably wishing that he gives some catches to modern day players inside the ring itself. And this one is just nudged towards point. Is there a chance for overthrows over here? No, there isn't. Of course, both Kroom and Wayne suggesting their 11s for this. I'm going to take note of that for sure. And we'll come to our own 11 when we're back on air tomorrow. Of course, we've got a solo day tomorrow as well. Corey returning to Malta on Friday, as of course we take a look at this scorecard. Mohammed Ajmal is just batting superbly. He's made 47 runs off 20 deliveries. And he's trying to guide his side to another incredible win. And Roy coming back into the attack. Here we go. Roy against Ajmal. Oh, an inside edge. And Ajmal getting a little bit of luck there as well. Is he going to come back for a second run? Yes, he will. Oh, they're a little bit unlucky over there, modern day. Ajmal now just 1 run away from a half century. This is struck firmly towards long off for single. I mean, just looking at that win predictor right now, Sweaty United's chances have shot up to 85%. I mean, certainly the way they're striking it, I mean, it's hard to not see them going on to win this game. Of course, they keep an eye on that clock too. Just 13 minutes left. They've been a little bit slow with their over rate, Mater Dei. So they're in a situation where they tack on 5 more penalty runs. It's going to be very hard to see Sweaty United losing it from here, but 2 wickets would really change the complexion of this game. As this one is struck away towards mid-wicket, it's going to be a single. Again, they've got about 12.5 minutes to bowl 2.3 overs, which is a little bit of a squeeze in all honesty, but certainly is possible. It also depends how many boundaries they get hit for. This one is just going to be a single. I mean, the more 6s they're hit for, I mean, the longer it takes to get the ball back and the slower your over rate's going to be. But if they can just sneak in a few of these quiet overs, then not only are they going to actually help their chances of winning by increasing this required rate, they're also going to potentially avoid getting penalized with penalty runs. Oh, this one is struck firmly. It's going to clear the boundary rope. It's just amazing how effortlessly Mohammed just strokes these shots away for 6. I mean, he doesn't overhit any of them. You watch these strokes, they're very gentle strokes. He just times them beautifully. That's incredible. He's been one of the most effortless hitters we've seen over these first 3 days. 31 of 19 now. The required is into single digits. And shouts to catch it, but it's going to land between all the fielders, and it's going to be a single to end the over. So they continue to get good overs here. 12 of this one by Roy. He ends up with figures of 0 for 25. Of course, it's a good chance to remind you the games we have coming up tomorrow. Of course, we'll start off with a doubleheader between Gozo Zelmi and the Msida Warriors. And then we've got a doubleheader between the World Strikers and the Red Stars to round out the day. So it should be a great feast of cricketing action, and really looking forward to covering that alongside you. But now we're here into the dramatic stage of the game. It's the last 3 overs of the day, and we're in for an exciting chase. 30 runs needed of the last 3 overs. You feel Sweaty United are way ahead in this game, but some wickets could really turn the tide of this match, and it's a fantastic Yorker there by Pintu Ghosh. First up, they've not bowled enough Yorkers, you have to say, Mater Dei. But that's how they're going to have to bowl in the death. Fantastic leg stump Yorker. This one shouts to catch it, but it's going to clear the fielders, and it's also going to clear the netting. That one goes close to the tennis court, and it's an enormous 6. Well, you talk about players practicing their smashing on the tennis court. Well, we're seeing some cricket balls getting smashed towards it. 24 of 16 now, 93% in favor of Sweaty United. And what an incredible innings here by Mohammed at the end. His partnership, 50 of 18. It's an edge, and it's going to go away for a 4. I mean, if the keeper had taken that catch, it would have been an absolute humdinger. Cornelius Yunus with the effort, but it goes away for a 4. And it's a wry smile by Cornelius. Let's have a look at this. Thick outside edge. He's going one way, and he has to dive the other. There was always going to be a tough catch, but to rub more salt into their wounds, it's back-to-back boundaries. 20 of 15 now. You really feel this game is in Sweaty United's hands. And it's a dot ball. There's a bit of an appeal over there. The umpire, Stefan Gooch, is uninterested. So this is the stat from about 10 runs ago. And have a look at this. 8 runs through the offside for Msida United. 91 runs on the onside, 51 of them coming through mid-wicket. I mean, if that doesn't emphasize what a power hitting side this team is, then that shot right there emphasizes it as well. That one goes away for 6 as well. And this is the first 6 we've seen hit through long off. 14 of 13 now. It's come down to a run of ball. This has been an incredible chase. I mean, we thought this game was going to be a lot closer than this. And that's going to be a wide to make it 13, need of 13 now. It's down to a run of ball, and don't think for a second that Mohammed is going to try to get singles to finish off this game. He's going to try to hit 2 6s. There's a dot ball, so 13 needed of 12. 2 6s will tie it. And then an extra single is needed. Let's have a look at this again. Just sneaks it inside the tram line. A good ball. 13 of 12. You really feel this game has just gone away from Matador, and United are nearing a victory. So the 2 bowlers that he might use for these final overs are either Renzi Jacob, who went for 18 runs in his first over, and Michael Nazir, who went for 19. So it's not exactly like the captain is spoiled for choice here. I mean, you know, I think it's worth maybe going for a gamble. Jacob has not been overly impressive so far today. I think he just had a difficult day, and I think that's what explains the captain introducing a new bowler in the penultimate over. As Gill comes on, and it's a single off the first ball. Well, the win prediction now has Msida United has almost 100% chance to win, which is why it's gone off. Hey, if we see a really remarkable over here from Gill, this game could get a little nervier. He's got plenty of time to bowl this over too, so not going to have some of the issues we thought they might have with their over rate. Oh, that's a terrific ball. Don't sleep on Matador just yet. What an absolutely brilliant Yorker right at the base of the off stump. And well, is it time to bring the win predictor back? The win predictor counted out Matador and said they had 0% chance to win, but that's not what they think. They still believe. And it's now 12 needed of 9, and more importantly, the danger man, Mohammed, has been sent back to the crease. He knows he's been done by a terrific ball there. That is an incredible Yorker. And I said they've just not hit these Yorkers enough throughout this game, and they finally hit one there. And the captain, rightfully so, went with a risk by giving Navdeep Gill his first over in the penultimate over, and it's paid off so far. And out comes Kadir, another big hitter. Got so much depth, this United side. Oh, it's an edge, and it's gonna go away for a 4, so more luck here for United. And the bowler really didn't deserve that. I think the game didn't need that. If we'd had another dot ball over there, we might have had a much nervier finish to round out this game. It's now 8 needed of 8. Field setting is currently, there's a long on, a cow corner, a deep square leg, a long off, a fielder at deep cover. Oh, and he just nutmegs him there with that Yorker. Gill has bowled terrifically in this final over. Obviously, he was incredibly unlucky to concede a boundary when that edge went away for a 4. 8 needed of 7 now. A top ball here could set us up for a very exciting final over. And when he pulls up again, I mean, he can afford to do that, considering he has 3.5 minutes to bowl this final ball. Oh, and it's going to come off his pad, and it will be a single, so Kadir will keep strike for the final over. You feel it's in Suyei United's hands. They need just 7 runs to win it. And now a huge dilemma for the captain. Who bowls this final over? Is he going to introduce a 7th bowler into the attack? Of course, it's a chance to remind you about the tiebreaker rules for the golden ball. In the event of a tie, a match is decided by a golden ball. The batting team needs 2 runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team takes it. Of course, the last time we had a golden ball was back when we were in Rome for the ECI, when Italy defeated Austria. Are we going to get a golden ball? I mean, we did say this was potentially a golden ball game just because of how good this Suyei United side is. But I remember I said that I could see maybe 15 or 16 runs being needed in the final over. I certainly didn't see them needing just 7. One big 6 ties the game, mind you, and it's going to be Jacob, so this is a huge gamble. I mean, Jacob's had a very difficult day so far today. He's gone for plenty of runs, but here's a chance for redemption. Can he do it? Renzi Jacob bowling the final over. Oh, and he nails a Yorker first up. But they allow them to run a single, so I think a little bit more urgency was needed over there. Terrific Yorker by Jacob. 60-5 now. And the thing is, the dangerous Ajmal is on strike again. You'd rather keep Kadir on strike. So that's why I was a little bit surprised they weren't a bit more aggressive trying to prevent that single. Oh, it comes off the toe end of his bat. And they'll make sure it's just 1 run. So 5 needed of 4 now. Do you still believe at home? Do you believe we'll get a golden ball to round out day 3? Kadir on strike. Oh, he's absolutely belted this. It's going to clear the boundary rope, and he wins the game. Suyei United win another one with a 6. And they finish it in style. They take this one by 7 wickets. A thrilling chase for Suyei United. They chased down a really, really difficult target. And it got a little bit nervy at the end for them once Mohammed was dismissed. But in the end, you have to say, they batted superbly throughout the second innings. And Ajmal is going to get plenty of congratulations. He deserves it. He's had an incredible day, batted terrifically in both the games he was involved in. Bowled well too, took 2 terrific catches. And of course, here's a chance to remind you about the matches we've got coming up tomorrow. We've got a doubleheader between Gozo Zelmi and the Msida Warriors. And then of course, a doubleheader between the Royal Strikers and the Red Stars. Terrific stuff, an incredibly entertaining game to round out the day, and we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it all started off when Mohammed Ajmal was absolutely battering Mater Dai at the start of the innings, and this was a terrific bit of fielding by Sheikh Tahir to get rid of Imran Amir, running backwards. A terrific direct hit. And that would mean Amir would depart for 7, but then Mohammed Qasim would come in and he would hit the ball very cleanly as well. He made 21 of 8. That was one of 3 sixes he hit. And look at some of these strikes. Absolutely brilliant hits. It's clearing the boundary rope. No problem whatsoever. I mean, I'd be scared to play tennis when players like this are around. You could easily have a cricket ball coming onto your court. And then right there, that was a brilliant catch by the wicketkeeper, and it was the end of Mohammed Qasim's innings. And then, of course, the dangerous Arif Mohammed would come out. He would hit 36 of 15, 6 boundaries, 2 fours, and 4 sixes. Mohammed Ajmal would keep going at the other end. He made 53 of 25. And really, at that stage, it seemed like Suyei United would seal this game with maybe a couple of overs to spare when those 2 were going. And, oh, this was a couple of edges near the end of the game. that favored Sweaty United. Look at some of these hits, and then this was an incredible wicket. Navdeep Gill bowled a terrific penultimate over, and this gave Mater Dai some hope. For a minute, they dared to believe again. Anil Kadir, though, would seal the game with a 6 in the final over as they dragged it as deep as they could. And they took that one with 3 balls to spare and by 7 wickets. So Sweaty United make it 2 wins in 2 today, and their record is now 2-2. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. Of course, Imran Amir, as we mentioned, was a victim of an incredible run out, a terrific direct hit by Tehzeep Tahir. Mohammad Ajmal top scoring with a terrific half century. Qasim supported him well early in his innings, making 21 of 8. Arif Muhammad made 36 of 15, and he pretty much guided his side to the finishing line. And then Kadir, well, he would actually take them over the finishing line with an incredible couple of hits at the end. Then we look at the bowling figures for Mater Dai. Not the best bowling performance from their point of view. A lot of expensive bowlers. Economy rates were all a bit too high. Navdeep Gill was only introduced in the penultimate over, so there was no way to give him a second one. They gave 9 runs off extras as well, which is maybe something they want to cut down on. I mean, 6 wides, that's pretty much an extra over they needlessly bowled. As the match summary here is that Sweaty United take this one against Mater Dai by 7 wickets. An absolutely incredible performance by them, and a terrific doubleheader to round out the day. We thank you all for tuning in, and we remind you that we'll be right back here tomorrow for day 4. Join us again then, and thank you very much for tuning in. It's goodbye from all of us on the European Cricket Network.